Hello everyone, welcome to today's session on software testing by Intellipaat. Today, we will explore the significance of software testing in the software development process. Software testing is a crucial practice that ensures the quality, reliability, and functionality of software applications. It involves systematic evaluation and verification to identify defects and errors, preventing potential issues from effective end users. Just like a safety net, software testing provides a layer of protection, guaranteeing that the software performs flawlessly and meets users' expectations. There are various types of software testing, each serving specific purposes. Unit testing checks individual components of a code, integration testing ensures seamless interaction between the modules, and system testing validates the entire software system. User acceptance testing ensures that the software satisfies end user requirements, while regression testing detects new issues after updates or changes. The benefits of software testing are numerous. It improves product quality, reduces maintenance costs, and boosts the customer satisfaction by delivering reliable, bug-free software. As technology advances, the demand for skilled software testers continue to grow, offering exciting career opportunities in the ever-evolving tech industry. In conclusion, software testing plays a pivotal role in delivering high-quality software products, making it an indispensable aspect of the software development lifecycle. Now, before we dive deeper into the world of software testing and explore its various methodologies and best practices, I request you guys that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. Now, let us discuss our today's agenda. We will begin the session with what is functionality testing, benefits of automation testing, what is software development lifecycle, etc. Next, we will cover what is retesting and regression, what is software testing, what is agile development, and software testing lifecycle phases. After we are done with that, we will cover type of testing, black box and white box testing, what is load runner, and flowchart of testing category in details. Later down the line, we will look into the verification in static testing, difference between static and dynamic testing, as well as the error guessing. Finally, we will cover the fundamentals of STLC lifecycle, functionality testing, and most commonly asked software testing interview questions and answers. I hope I have made myself clear with the agenda. So let's dive right into the session.
Functional testing is a process of testing software or an application to ensure that it works correctly and performs the tasks it is supposed to do. It's like checking if a car is running smoothly and all its features like engine, brakes, and lights are functioning as they should. In simpler terms, functional testing is about making sure that the software or the application does what it is supposed to do and does it well. Let's take an example to understand functional testing better. Imagine you have a smartphone. Now this smartphone has various functions like making calls, sending messages, taking photos, and browsing the internet. When you use functional testing on your smartphone, you are essentially checking if all these functions are working correctly. Let's say you want to test the calling function. You would dial the number and check if the call goes through. If you can hear the other person and if they can hear you, this is to ensure that the calling function is working properly. Suppose next you want to test the messaging function. You would compose a message and send it to someone, thus making it sure that they receive it and you can have a conversation. This ensures that the messaging function is functioning as expected. Similarly, you would test the camera function by taking photos and checking if they are clear and saved properly. You would also test the internet browsing function by opening different websites and making sure that they load correctly. Functional testing is just not about checking individual functions, but also how they work together. For example, you would test if you can switch between functions seamlessly. Can you receive a call while browsing the internet? And does the internet connection resume after the call ends? These are the important aspects of functional testing. During the functional testing, testers create test cases, which are like step-by-step instructions to perform different tasks and validate the expected outcomes. They carefully follow these instructions to ensure that the software or application is behaving as intended. If any issues or bugs are found, they are reported to the development team who then fix them. In summary, functional testing is all about ensuring that the software or applications do what they are supposed to do. It's like checking if all the functions of your smartphone are working correctly and they work together very smoothly. By conducting functional testing, we can identify and fix any issues before the software or application is released to the users, thus ensuring a better user experience and a reliable product. Remember, just like how you test different functions of your smartphone, functional testing is about checking if software or applications meet their intended purpose and perform their task accurately and efficiently.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Selenium certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository and Maven and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
So our questions were like few on the polling, like what is the importance of automation testing, and is really manual testing necessary? The answers which we received are here. Yes, manual testing is necessary, everyone said. And the benefits of automation testing are here. These are the few points. Now, as itself on its own, testing is the main part, as development is so important in the project life cycle. Even testing plays an equal and important role in the project contribution. Okay, because testing is one of the phase of a STLC, right? So I hope you have knowing this term of STLC. In short, I'll give you what is STLC, and then we'll cover up this, and in detail later we'll cover the different models of STLC. So STLC stands for to develop any software, any project, any application, any product, you have to go through some protocols, some rules and regulations, or the sequence of the tasks to do to complete the project. They are called as the phases of any project. So STLC stands for Software Development Lifecycle. Okay. So this is the long form or full form of the STLC. So even though you are working in any industry, any project you're working, so everyone knows what is STLC because they are part of that project, and project has to go through this process, the life cycle or the phases. Now, what is the phase? You might be as a tester, or someone else might be a developer, or someone else is a business analyst, or someone else is an architect. Whoever is it or is supporting are part of, they all are the resources or team members of this project. So every project has to go through some phases, that is called STLC phases. So as a simple understand very, like suppose tomorrow someone asks you to complete some work, then you try to not immediately start the work. First you gather the information about it. Then you make a proper plan of it. You study it, then make a proper plan, then start working on it. Then check it whether properly designed or manufactured or something. And then you hand over to the other person or to your friend. Same thing, same process is followed in the IT industry as well. So under the project development phase, one is the requirement gathering phase. Requirement gathering. Once gathering of requirements are done, the people have to study it. We cannot just blindly agree to everything what client says or the other person asks for. Stakeholders' requirements are. You have to analyze it, study them. After they are good with it, make a plan of it. Okay, you have to do a design, project design. Once design phase is done, then people have to work on it. That's a development. Once development is over, the other team has to verify it, check whether it is properly developed according to the client's need or not. So here comes the testing. And finally, deliver the project and go for the, put the project will be in the maintenance phase. These are the phases for every project required mandatory, and they are known as a STLC phases. Okay, this is clear, pretty clear. And you know, as a tester, we are here. We'll be working in the testing phase. But it doesn't mean that as a tester, I cannot say, I don't know what is development, who works here, I don't know who is gathering the requirement. It doesn't happen like that. Okay, as you are a tester, you should know what is happening around you as well. Therefore, requirement gathering is done by resource who is known as a business analyst, BA. They interact with the customer and gather all the information, and how they share the details to the other team members, because as all can't meet a customer, only BA along with project manager sometimes will interact with the clients and gather all the information. So they produce one document, they document all the details, discussion details, and share with rest of the team, because these people are really going to work on those requirements, isn't it? So the business analyst created document is FRS document. See, in different industries, the names of documents used are different. This document can be called business requirement document, functional requirement document, business document, business details. It's all having the same details, but only the names they refer are different. But mostly everywhere we find as FRS document only, functional requirement specifications. So this is the document which they create as a proof of work. When tomorrow someone asks what has the BA has done, this is the document, a proof. So every team member resource will perform their work and create a proof of work, a kind of a documents, what they have done. Now analyzation. Once this document is studied by the team, like obviously project manager will be there. You'll have a system analyst with here working, and also technical team over here. These people will study the requirements. System analyst will see keenly on the system requirements, environment requirements. Like as per the client requirement expectations, is it possible to set up the right environment, proper hardware, software, any new technologies? All these factors are decided or checked by the system analyst about the environments, system requirements. And technical team, these people will see whether they can bring into reality or can they do programming or coding what the client needs. If client is asking for the application storage in the cloud, so they have to check will it support, what hardware they need, what software they need, what licenses they need, will the customers access that details or not, security level, everything they have to see, study it. That is done by the technical people. Technical people will see the implementation part. Can we do it, bring it into in the application form, the expectations or not? Understanding? So, and also they study about the duration of the project, how much time it would need, what are the challenges, obviously, along with that, the budget of the project, everything. And will our team is quite enough to work on this project, existing team, or we need to hire a new expert guy for this? All these details are analyzed initially. And after analyzation, they create a document is called SRS document. SRS document is system requirement specification.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the primary purpose of software testing? And your options are to create software documentation, to ensure the software meets the user requirements, to design the user interface, or to optimize software performance. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
So this document will have more information than the previous. The previous document will have only requirement details, what client wants, details of it. Now here, along with those details, client requirements, you also can find system description as well. Means specifications we will use to work on this project. So more information you find in the SRS. Now, maybe as a developer or as a tester, which document you may get? Either you may get in some cases FRS document, in some cases SRS document. In both the documents, you will find details about client requirements. Why you need it? Because if you are planning to test any application, any project, you should know what client needs. Then only you can test in that manner. So either you may get as an input document, even the same thing with developer. They have to develop something, write program for something, some requirement, functionality. So they should know the details of expectations of the client. So as a team, we may get to refer either FRS document or system requirement document. Well, so when this phase, when it is completed successfully, it is understood that we agree to everything, whatever client asked for. If anything has to be decided, you get it cleared in the analyzing phase only with the client. So once you are agreed, now the work will start with the proper planning. That's a design. As you know, suppose if I'm talking about if I'm working on some e-commerce application. Now, e-commerce application is a very big project where many mini projects are included. In the sense, there is a sales part, sales part is there. If we have a sales module, then you have inventory, then you have something banking. So this way, it's a bank project. I can associate into the Amazon. Okay, inventory retail project I can put. Some sales project I can include in the Amazon. So the contribution of all these small projects together form some meaningful transactions on Amazon, on e-commerce. So I cannot club all these requirements in one project under one roof. I'll divide this project into many modules. Each module can have its own functionalities. Like under sales, you'll be searching the product, okay? Or as a user account, I can log in. Then you can apply some filters for your product search, okay? And then you will add to the cart. Then I can see that payment. When you click on payment, you'll have different payment options, all those. And when inventory goes on, it looks into the stock, or after transaction completes, it will deduct the stock. It will order for the new products, or it will order for the new stock. So this way you have many modules and functionalities. These are the requirements, functionalities. So what I mean to explain you here is designing means how will you divide this project into modules or submodules or the functionalities under it. So this layout is decided or studied in the design phase. So who can do this better? The architect people will do it. So architect will make a project design. So in the project designing also, see when some people are very good in dividing the project into bigger pieces. And some people are very good in the dividing into a smaller detail oriented. Who can make a very detail oriented technical people? Under sales, what should come? If I put add to cart in the inventory part, what will happen? What problems will come? They know. Means, for example, developers know, okay, or manager levels, dev leads know. So under sales module, what should come? The detailed requirements. They are well known as a low level designing. Under the project information, how can I divide into bigger sections? Sales separately, inventory separate, banking separate. In this way are done by the architect. That is called as a high level design. So high level designing is done by the architect and low level designing are done by the technical leads. Okay. So mainly in this design phase, these two people, architects and the technical leads, work together and they make this kind of designs. Now, how they make it? They have their own process of doing it. They can create a flow charts, UML diagrams, some pseudo code. They can write HTML code. So when you run the HTML code, you can see how the overall project layout should be. So using those techniques, they will document it. Now, for whom this document would be more useful? For testers? No. As a tester, I'm not bothered how the project is divided. I'm comfortable in a login is working or not. Filters are working or not. Add to cart is working or not. Now, where they put it, it's not my job, okay, as a tester. So this layout is not helpful for a tester. This document, whatever they create, the design phase work, this is more useful for the programmers, developers, because looking into this structure, they know what functionality should come under which module, where the cart operation should work. How, if they have a login, now how do I write a login program? How it should run? These all information, whatever is the outcome of design, will be helpful for the developers. So the information done in the design phase is again documented. So here you will come across high level design and low level design. And this is documented as technical design document, TDD. So this document is helpful for developers. Now developers, programmers may be looking into the structure. It helps them into writing the program. Once they write the program, they do run the program. That's required, correct? If they write a small code, the developers program using whichever technology, they have to execute it to see the syntax error, the output of the program. They have to run it. So execution of the program is also one way of testing, but that is called as a unit testing, testing a very small program. So unit testing is always done by the developers. So here programmers work, okay, and they do also do unit testing. And here, as a proof of work, if a particular developer has written some 50 programs, maybe sometimes in the project, there may be questioned like what you have done, what is your contribution. He should be good enough to show that this is what work we have done. So all the programs, that's nothing but a source code. Okay, source code is documented. So here as a proof of work, you can see source code document. Now this document is not required for us, just a for developers reference point. Now as a tester, I'm taking help of either FRS or SRS based on these documents. I think as a tester, how do I test my functionalities, the application features? How do I test a search? Do I need to do the testing by manual or automation? What data I should pass to it? In which environment I have to test? All these things you have to think, make a plan for yourself and do the implementation. So testing comes here as a QA. As a QA, you will be testing and finding the bugs, which doesn't work as expected. They are bugs for us. Okay, so you track the bugs, you report them to the developers, get again a new build. We call it as a build. The application form, which is used for testing, we call them as a build, right? BUILD. So you get a new build for every change done, and you carry on again testing it until the application is healthy or defect free, bug free. So as a proof of work for a tester, what are they? You may create test cases. You may create test cases. You may have a report, bug reports, right? Defect reports, defect tracking. You may also track like requirement traceability matrix, RTM. These all documents are there. So in the manual testing, in this curriculum, we'll be learning all these documents. Okay, so RTM, how many requirements you have completed, what is pending out. From this document, you get to know. Similarly, defect traceability matrix is there. How many defects you have tracked, closed them. You can see the matrix. Matrix means a mapping document, tracking document. See, as we complete something or read something, we tick mark. Tick mark in the sense, or we color it in the sense, it's understood that we have done it and the remaining are not done. Same way, these matrices are something similar. These are like mapping documents. See, every organization has a format, like test case, right? Test case, how to write the test cases. What is the template, format of it? So you don't need to worry about it. Wherever you will be working, you can refer the previous project test case templates and use for your current project. So maybe test case template, bug report template, RTM documentary templates, everything you can reuse from your working organization. But here we'll discuss just a format of it. It's not that exactly will be found wherever you're working. Okay, so these are the documents which identify your proof of work. And finally, you know, once as a tester, you say it is completely tested, the client also will have a look into it, verify it in the UAT testing, and the project is handed over to the client. So almost you can say that the project is live. Project is in the production environment. Production means almost now it is reaching to the end users. People are using it now. Okay. So in the production, if you have observed something, some softwares, when you are trying to search and download, you see beta version. Okay. If not observed, maybe in the future also you just look into it. Some versions are alpha, some versions are beta, some are nothing. Nothing means you should understand they're perfectly safe for you to use. They're 100%, almost 100% bug free. Because from long time, there people are using it, no problems in it. But some new forms of the applications may be in the market for the end users to use, but they are in the beta form. Beta form in the sense, people should use it on their risk. So when you download these beta softwares, the probability of bugs may be there, may not be there. Okay. If you find any issues in the application, you can give your opinion as a feedback, and that feedback would be again handed over to the development and the testers to work on it. That's called as a maintenance team. Maybe a support team will be there who takes the end user's feedback, accordingly makes changes into the application, and slowly this beta software gets stable form. Means bugs gets closed. Also, you see something called alpha. Alpha is something before beta, it will be in an alpha form. Means their bugs probability will be more. Okay, so alpha beta testing will be done. So, and after that, your application will be in the maintenance form for some while. It depends on the client if they want yearly maintenance or not, they can decide on that. And these are the, as you know, these are the phases of any project. Now we understand, we also already learned testing automation. Now coming here, as you know, testing, what testing? Our job is to find defects and everything and make application bug free and make it stable. That's a main role. Because if in the production, if application is failed or a lot of bugs are found by the client or by the end users, the probability of closing that application also is high. People may not use at it. Project may go just get closed it. Okay. The cause for that, who is the reason or who is being asked for it? The tester is being asked for it. So tester need to answer it. Okay, because that is his responsibility to test it properly, and maybe because he could not find those danger kind of bugs, and now in the application, when in the production, it failed completely. That's a loss for the client, is nothing but testers has to answer for it. Why tester? Actually, the problem was created by or not properly done by developer. But tester could have identified it in the testing phase, only those things. As he could not find it, the bugs are forwarded into the production. So it's not, the blame don't go for developer here, the blame comes to the tester. So as much testing you can do, find defects in different environments, you do here, no worries. But make sure your application is little stable, okay, almost stable. We cannot say the application is 100% bug free. It's not possible, but you should be standing there to at least 90%. 10% you can leave for the bugs, may come up, okay. So that is how we should be. So coming to the testing, we have types of testing where you can do manual and automation. Automation you have already completed, as you have added here the benefits of automation. So you are automating something. Why? You want to save time, do it accurately. Yes, maybe as a tester, if I'm asked to search for search feature testing on Amazon, I'm asked to test the search feature. As a manual tester, I may make some mistake while typing the product name. But if I automate, that will never happen, because whatever the product list is given to us from the database, it will read as it is. There will be no mistakes at all. As whatever the tracking of products are there in the database of Amazon will be read as it is without any mistakes, accurately. Time saving. Time saving in the sense, if there are million products in the database, as a manual tester, I can't pass them every time, all the million inputs one by one, and see whether the search is happening correctly. But if I automate it, if I write a script to connect to the database and read all million products one by one and do the search, verify the output pages, that happens faster as compared to human testing. That's one of the benefits. Retesting. Retesting and regression testing. Are they both same? Retesting, regression testing. Are they both same? You know, testing. Testing is something. Okay, if I take search feature only for testing, what is the regression testing for search? Okay, first I'll start with retesting. What is retesting for a search requirement? I'm retesting the search feature. Means what am I doing? Exactly. Suppose if I tested the search requirement for phones, that's not enough. I should test for all the million products. Means testing the same functionality repetitively for different test data, for different million products which you have in your database. That is a retesting process. Okay. Now, what is regression? We feel that both are same, but not really same. Now, what is regression? Now, you're doing a regression testing for search. What exactly we try to evaluate in the regression? Maybe today I have tested the search, maybe properly with all the product which are stored in the database. I tested it. It's working fantastic. And maybe after 6-7 months, there is a delivery and the maintenance phase will be there. And just we are closing the project here after 7 months. Now, do you think in all these months up till 7, will I never test search again? I have already tested search today because these all 7 months, there will be a lot of development, testing, bug closing, right? When you are working on some other functionalities of the project, there might be the changes might have impacted the current working functionalities. Already you tested search, it is working, but I don't know after 7 months, something might have impacted this search and it is not working. You have to verify it. So you have to repeat, again, here also repetition, repeat the working features quite often, maybe monthly or 15 days, you have to keep repeating it. That is called as a regression. Now you may say that to do a regression, to do a repetition, today I have spent some 3 hours time. I can't afford to repeat 3 hours every 15 days or monthly. That's the reason you automate it. So these regression functionalities which you are deciding, automate them. As you can run your automation script, you can do your work, save time accurately, everything. You have the benefits. So regression is mainly to ensure the stability of application. To check the working features are still in a working stage up till the end. So I have to keep checking them. Even though they are working, I need to repeat them. Suppose search is working, correct? We ensured that search is working fine. There was an issue in the login feature. Search is working fine. You tested this, but when you were testing the login, you had some defects. As this goes for the development, you get a new build, you tested, now you found that login is also working. Now you get a doubt that the changes done to this might have impacted the other one, the neighborhood things, correct? That is regression. Seeing that whether there is any impact on the other working features. Just one simple example. You had your phone earlier. What you used to do, you used to call your friends and do some SMS. This was working fine. Now, as WhatsApp came, you have installed WhatsApp. Okay, you have installed WhatsApp. Now you are able to send WhatsApp messages to your friend. Now you get a question whether when WhatsApp is working, am I able to make a normal call and send an SMS? You get a question. Then you try to do this regression testing. You try to call 1 or 2 friends and SMS 1 or 2 friends, not all. Take some sample data, 1, 2, and test the working features. Why? If they are working, then I say my all features on my phone are stable. Your actual task was going on WhatsApp, but then do you check the neighborhood features? Cost effective? Yes, because when I'm making some changes in the features in the automation script, I can easily make the changes and run my entire application. So overall maintenance of the project, your framework will be very easier to do as compared to manual. That's a cost wise, it is going to be very effective. reducing development cost. Reducing development cost. In what context this line is made, I have no idea, but improves the performance. Performance in the sense, if I could maintain the project easily, cost effective, that NI automatically improves the overall performance of your project, SDLC process also. Your application will be completed on time, everything. So even though you've been hired as a automation test engineer, you will be also have to do a manual task wherever required. So now effective utilization of the resource is going on. So that is there. So coming to manual testing, is it necessary? Can I just only rely on automation? No. You should know manual. The reason is, unless you know how the search is working, you cannot write a script. Unless you know how the login should work on the application, you cannot automate it. Therefore, manual testing is a base, it's a main pillar. Unless you know manually, you can't write, design it automation. Because if there is no huge data, I don't have the data like e-commerce application, some thousands, million products I'm selling. No, I have some handful, 100 products. Then you can close it with manual. You can do automation if you want to see the stability of the application. That will take less time. Project size is small, requirements are limited. So cost of the project, duration, all will be accordingly. There are some projects which are done manually only without need of automation. But if you make automation and manual combination, that will make your job much easier. So what is a software testing? Exactly what is software? An application or set of instructions to perform some operations. So your e-commerce application is one software. Your booking tickets is a software which does. You are able to do some online transactions, banking transactions. That's nothing but one automation software. In midnight also I can do transactions. I don't need someone should be sitting in the bank, okay, and help completing my transactions. Not needed, because the software is taking care of it. So how is the software coming up? Because the developers has written some set of lines, some instructions, some programming with some technology, which is performing some operation. And they have already ensured it with the help of testers that it works well. That is the software. So testing is a process, because I cannot do just testing in one instance, in 1 second. As a tester, I should understand first requirements. I should have my proper plan, how to test. I should have some data with me. If I have no data, I have to create the data, ask the customer, okay, understand their business, and then sit and think in what all ways I have to test it. Because so that I don't miss something and bug will be in that. So I have to write all the ways to test. Those ways to test are known as test cases. Means as you have, if you want to reach your office, you have 3-4 ways. Route 1, route 2, route 3. So as you explore different routes to reach your office, because why you do? Because if one road is not properly or under construction or under repair or some work, you can choose the other one. So your transaction or the reaching office is not stopped. So you should be initially, you cannot explore the route when the problem is there, right? Because the bug or the construction can be at any time on any route. So to test any requirement, you should have a proper multiple possible ways to test it, and you have to do it. So that's the reason all that work what a tester will do it at the back end as a homework, you can say. It's nothing but a process. The testing is a process. What he does in that process, he has to identify the bugs, identify the quality of the developed software. He has to find the bugs. If you find the bugs, then the application will be a quality one. And if the application is quality, then the end user would be happy with it. If he's happy, in the sense, customers are using it comfortably without any problems. Okay, so it's all in the testing work. So software testing is performed to verify that completed software package functions as expectations defined in your specification document. You have your SRS document. So as per SRS document or FRS document, make sure the functionalities, the requirement is working accordingly. Search should work as client says. Login should work as client says. So do the comparison as a tester. That is our job. And here we are doing it manually. So overall objective is to find the bugs that exist in your application, but to uncover situations that could negatively impact the customers' usability and maintainability. See, the application, Amazon is very good, no bugs at all transactions are happening correctly. But if Amazon is very difficult for a new customer coming today, seeing Amazon for first time, there's no value for it or user friendliness is not there. Always application, if it has to live long, make good business, along with quality, there should be usability or user friendliness should be there. User friendliness means one should find very helpful or one should use that application on himself very easily. Suppose if I open Facebook for the first time, I easily understand this is the place where I have to give email address or phone number. This is usability. Here I have to type password. And here by this word I understand I have to log in. And from here I have to remember the password if I need. Here I have to create it. So these are like guidelines. Usability, add value to your application. This is also very important for the success rate of any application in the market. Along with your features working, you should have usability. Okay. Why software testing is so important? We already had this discussion earlier. Software testing is important, so it may cause a million failures, impact on the operations, performance, reliability if it is not done. Suppose if I don't test anything, some requirement, okay, for example, this login only if you take. As a tester, I was not that alert. I tested only this login with right email, right password, which I have already registered, and click on login. I see it is logging in. I forgot to test this login with the wrong email. Means instead of .com, I've written some just .co by mistake. Okay. And I see that application is logging in and I did not really test it. That's a bug. Okay. So instead of com, if I'm just typing just co also, username .co, it is logging in. Why? That's a bug. As a tester, I did not test it. It is left in the application. And when people are typing it, using it, and by mistake, when the user typed just .co also, it is logging in. If user could observe it, he can give as a feedback. If he's not observing, he could just see that it is logging in. So it's very important for a tester to not only see that requirement is working, login is working, yes, we understand, but in a right manner. As your responsibility is to test the functionality with the right data, it's your responsibility to test the feature with wrong data, no data, okay, null in data, different possibilities you should do, test it. And performance is also equally important. Now today I see Facebook is logging in fine. Assume in 1 second, if 10,000 people start logging in, then I see I take 5 minutes to log in. Just round. After 5 minutes, I see I'm logged in. As a user, I get frustrated. Maybe my action towards Facebook may decrease. I may not prefer Facebook. I may not use Facebook that frequently. So the usage is minimized. Business is lost. I mean, on Amazon or something like that. So you should also see how is the speed, performance, loading page loading time, or if many people are joined Facebook at once, is the application crashing down, breakdown? All these factors are also important to verify. Yes, obviously, that can be tested with other tools, performance testing tools we have. Okay, that cannot be done with manually. I cannot set up the workspace with 100 people log in at 1 second, all everyone Facebook. Even though they try, there will be 1-2 seconds difference. You'll not get a proper report. But that has to be always tested with automation tools. So who is a software test engineer? Is the one who performs testing, finds the bug, if they exist in the application, which they exist in the application under testing. When application is given to you test, that is called as application under test. The build, the file which you get for testing. We don't call it as a file, we call it as a build. That build is in the form of exe file, sometimes in a RAR file, okay, which is just an executable file. When you just open it, application displays, application comes up. Once all testing is done, they properly provide a URL and share with the customers. They launch it on the domain. Next one, is it possible to test everything? Every requirement, if the application is having million products, is it possible everything to test for a human being? No, it's not possible. There are limitations for manual testing. That's the reason we find automation is also very important. As we already had a short discussion on it, you'll easily understand them. So exhaustive testing is not possible. As a manual tester, I cannot test. Facebook is having 1 million customers already, users. Can I test all 1 million now typing there? No, I can't. Okay. Possible inputs and outputs are very large. Large means what? I'm entering a password of 100 characters or 3 characters. What should be the exact data? Can I pass an alphanumeric number? Can I pass special character in password? Can I pass a space in the password? So many questions you get. These all are the challenges which you face when you are preparing test data. There are techniques to prepare test data as well. Okay. So software application is very subjective. See, when you're testing, you should not go into dreams and test something, imagine whatever you feel. No, you should be sticking to the subject topic, the application, what client wants. Keeping that in mind, you have to make your plan and test cases. Okay, not just flow with your ideas. Too much dependent path. Okay, so for all this problems, we have some solutions with us. Now, what are the solutions? Principles of testing. Okay, they are called principles of testing. So what is principle of testing? Testing should be done at optimum level, which is neither under testing nor over testing. As I told you, as you like to a topic, you don't flow with your thoughts or dreams. Stick to the realistic. See what they want. I should not do it very extreme, or I should not do it in a very low level. Just write 2 test cases for one requirement and stop. No, not like that. Or write 1,000 test cases for one small requirement. No, not necessary. Do something like stable, or what I mean is do possible what is required, not over and not under. Okay, that is, yeah, they have made us think. Too little testing is a crime because bugs might be there. Too much testing is a sin. You're just wasting your time there. So this you have to keep in mind. So what are the general testing principles? Testing shows presence of defect. When you're testing, you see a defect. Defect is present. So you have these technique, not really techniques, these points you should keep in mind when you are doing a testing. Exhaustive testing is impossible. Early testing you have to do. So what are these? Testing can show the defects that are present, but not proved there is no defect. See, right now I see application Facebook. Okay. If application Facebook is logging in for .co, I understand that there is a defect there. Something is going wrong. But I have no proof. Proof in the sense, I can see that application is logging in. But unless client makes a note that for all these domains, you should be able to log in, and for this domain, it should not allow, then I can say that is a proof for me to underline that this is a defect. I could see as Facebook they did not tell that, they did not make any point that .com should be allowed, .co should not be allowed. So as a tester, I see there is a problem, but that is not a proof for me unless client clarifies it. I hope you are getting that point, what I mean. If client is okay with the .co also logging in, that's not a defect. If client makes that .co should be stopped, not allowed, and then if the application is logging in, that's a proof for me. See, here you need to understand the situations. So testing reduces probability of undiscovered defects remaining in the software. But even if no defects are found, it is not the proof of correctness. So if I don't see any defects, see, testing reduces probability of undiscovered defects remaining in the application. Undiscovered defects means as you did not cover the requirement fully in the form of test cases, so that is nothing but probability of a defect, maybe. That also you cannot say as a proof. There's no surety that if I write few test cases, bugs will be there. No, that's wrong. Or if I write more test cases, there will be no bugs. That is also wrong. It's all about the requirement, its a description, its usage. So there is no exactly proof that this is a bug or this won't be a bug. So you need to understand the context and then decide that whether it is a bug according to the client requirements, expectations or not. Okay, it all depends on the client description. So if a client description is unclear, you are always allowed to discuss on that and get the clarity, and which will be helpful for your writing test cases and testing. So you can get that clarity all the time. Maybe you can go through your business analyst, okay, for the clarity, or in some in cases, client representative would be with you in the project. You can also discuss with them as well. So it depends. Exhaustive testing is not possible. Testing everything, all 1,000 products, million products, all combinations is not possible. So is not feasible except small cases. If a requirement is small, if data is less, you can make possible combinations, but not for the complex requirement. You cannot do all possible inputs, test it on that. Now, what is complex? For example, if I see create new account. Now here, while for creating account, how big lengthy number username should be there? Can I pass numbers, spaces? The same thing I have to do with surname and combinations, mobile numbers and combinations, numbers, all the dates I have to check with all those. It's not possible. I have many components here. I have many web elements here. And with each web element, every possibility with all other web elements selection, I cannot test login. I sign up. If I have just this simple login, I can make all possible combinations. What is that? Write data. Write data maximum 15 characters, minimum 5 characters. And special characters not allowed. Spaces not allowed. So that way, 4-5 test data I can get. Password also accordingly I can get. And pass there and test the login. I can do that. But creating new account, I have so many web elements here. 3 radio buttons, 3 drop downs, some couple of text boxes. In each field, many possibilities, and that possibility should combine with all these options. In day, I have 31 days. Each day with all other combinations is very difficult. You get lot of data. Are you understanding? This kind of complex cases, you cannot do exhaust testing. Instead of exhaustive testing, we use risk and priorities to focus on testing effort. Now you have to use risk and priorities. Priorities now, priority means, now what is your priority here? Numbers only. You understand that. Mobile numbers are numbers only, 0 to 9. You don't need to do it with characters here, a combination of characters. That's meaningless. Okay, you should understand. Now, first name. Mostly, if the first name is very big, you just allow them a short input. Then here, possibility of the radio button is only 3. Only 3 options you can give. So by default, whenever someone is registering, we understand that we register on the same day. So here, you will be always preferring to use the current day values. So these are based on the priority. This is my priority. Everyone who is registering today will select 9. So when the developer is developing these features, they should take care that 9 should come automatically here today. If today, tomorrow they are doing, here it should come 10. So that is the contribution of development, and this is my priority. So such critical functionalities when you are trying to do exhaust testing, use priorities and take a risk in testing it. And when you test it for 1 to values, registration is happening. Later you can forward for automation. Early testing. Early testing is always better, we say. That is true. Now, when to test? Testing always should start early in the software development life cycle, which should be focused on a defined objective. Actually, for early testing, you have STLC model, right? Following these phases, you have different STLC model. Agile model, which we hear a lot, every project nowadays is an Agile model. Agile is an STLC model. Same way, waterfall model we have, V model we have. In V model, in that model, we give early testing or double testing as a priority preference. So how it looks like, the V model, it's V-shaped in this way. All SDLC phases are here. So you have one of the phase. You gather the requirements, requirement gathering. You analyze it. Okay, analyze. Then you make a design. Do the programming. Do the testing. And finally, you deliver the project. This is done. Now, these phases has already created some document. You have FRS document. Okay, here SRS document, you have TDD document, source code document. Here some test cases, bug report, all those you have. Now, instead of just following these phases one by one, they say that do a verification over here, validate it. Validate. Validation means checking whether that work is done correctly or not. So for doing a validation, you have a different team. You can say inspect team, quality analyst team, or walk through the document. These people just see the documents which the team members have created. They will see whether the FRS standards are followed correctly as per their company norms or not. They may not do any changes to it. They'll just validate it. Okay, now they say that is a validation process. They said early testing is helpful. Means what? When someone is creating, BA has created FRS document, see this document is helpful, meaningful, or some more information has to be gathered. See, alone business BS mind may not be helpful. Maybe he may think in one way, always he may not be right. If someone looks into it and asks for some more details, BS job would be more easier. He collects more information. So who can do that? Early testing. Now here the tester will refer this document at this stage and try to read this document, understand the requirements, and think how this requirement can be tested, how to make a test plan for my team. Maybe the test lead will take this document, understand the requirement, and try to make a test plan document. Okay, now taking this requirement only, project plan will be created. Means taking base of this requirement, the people are checking it here. People are checking here. So if any clarity is needed in this, surely they will give as an input where BA can gather or clarify those doubts here. This is not an early testing. Don't mistake that testing is always checking the functionalities. Early testing is even you can verify the requirements of the project before only, because your turn comes here to test. When the project is in this level, it is almost to the, it's already done a development. Design is done, plan is done. If you point here some queries, it's very late. The project has to go back to the first initial stage, make all the changes and then retake it. That's a loss of resource, time, budget. It's too much. The same way, when you say early defects means when the documents are almost ready, requirements clarity is going on, that time if you have a look on it and try to think how is this document helpful for you, okay, and start working based on this document right away from here, this will do a validation, a contribution to make this document much clearer. It's an early testing. Understanding, team? So always try to implement early testing. Not only in this way, we have one pyramid approach. Always in the testing of any project or in the project development SDLC process, we follow this pyramid approach. Pyramid approach in the sense, this is the place where application is ready, where clients will take up from here. Project will start from here. This level, this is the place where application coding happens. But see, right now I can see Facebook in the form of GUI. But GUI is not developed initially. GUI is only comes up later. This GUI comes later. Before this GUI, what is developed? Before the GUI, when someone is clicking on this button, how the information entered in the username and password should go to the Facebook database, check whether these details are in there, the database or not, then take a call of launching that account. That logic is written in the form of a programs. See, how is this going on? If I click login, this information is carried over network, internet. Will go to the server of Facebook, will happen the validation, and the answer is given, response is coming to the screen on your system, and you can see it is loading the account page. Means your information is carried over network, processed on the other side on the server, somewhere long distance, and you get the response back over the network, and you can see the reflection is here on the screen. Means communication is happening over network. So where is that program of checking these credentials? It is somewhere long, far distance over the server of Facebook. Means that is a program. So how that program is called? From this request going from my screen to that server. They are called as APIs, Application Programming Interfaces. So here API development happens. First, those programs are written, all programs. Now, when you say create account, whatever details you type here will be going through the server. When account, they'll check whether based on these details someone is there. If not, account is created and you get here the response, account successfully done. So all those programs, APIs are developed. APIs means the programs or applications which can be accessed over network. You need internet for it. Okay, because see, without internet, I cannot work on Facebook. So APIs are developed. Once APIs are developed, there is a API testing. You cannot do this with Selenium. You need to know API testing here. API testing. Because whatever the programs, services these developers have created, that has to be tested to see whether they are correctly working or any bugs are there in those services. So for this, different tools are used, Postman, Rest Assured, in the market, different tools are there, they use it. Once they find that these all services are working correctly, which are on the kept on the server, then this GUI is developed. Whatever you see now on the Facebook and the page, that development is happening. So GUI, graphical user interface development happens. The developers create this login screen, and whenever someone clicks on login, this button is attached to that program. It should get connected, linking. So this all work, this front end, that is called GUI developers, front end developers. And these people are called back end developers because they are developing web services at the back end. And this developer is a front end, the GUI they are developing. Now, once the GUI is developed, as this button is linked with that backend service, you have to see whether they are working correctly. When someone clicks on the button, is that service really called? Is that login happening or not? That is what you are testing here. So you are the GUI testers, the front-end testers, application testers. Here you are the testers. Either you do manual or automation. This is where you're doing. You learned automation here. You found all the bugs. When you find any bugs in this layer, the bugs are not from the development of APIs. They are closed here anyways. They are closed here. You are finding the bugs which are done in the GUI development. Understanding? So why this approach is followed is it's nothing but early defect. Because if any problem comes here, if any bug is here, it is very difficult for the QA and the top level. They get confused whether that bug is coming from the GUI or from the API. That's the reason they kept API development, API testing. So whatever bugs they come, it is sure that they are from the API development. And whatever the bugs these people are finding, it is sure that comes from the GUI development. So always close the bugs at the early stage. This is called early stage closing. As you close all the bugs, you would get a quality application at the end. This is the way how to, the approach to work with the early defect. So we were going through what things are not possible or not to be done in manual testing. Maybe exhaustive testing on complex requirements, right? Defect clustering is, so early defect finding should be a right technique in our project as a plan, because if you find the problem immediately, you will find the root cause and easy to close the defect as early as possible. That was the only objective. Then defect clustering. Defect clustering will cause, you should avoid defect clustering. In the sense, clustering is like a small number of modules. You have some modules where most of the defects are found when at the pre-release stage. Means you are almost to release the application to the client, and at that stage, you find there are a lot of defects in that functionality of the module. The cause for it, you should avoid it. The cause it only, we did not test that functionality deeply before. Now you find a defect clustering in it. So maybe you did not took that module into a deeper study and tested it properly, so that you find most of the defects. That can be one of the reason. So you should avoid this kind of defect clustering going on in the project. Okay. Similarly, pesticide paradox. Just a name because the technique what they use is that way. So if the same test cases are repeated over and over again, eventually with same test set or with the same set of test cases, will no longer find any new bugs. Say that I've written some couple of test cases for this login. That is what, by entering valid username and password, the next one wrong email, the next one with wrong password. So now I find it when they're working correctly as expected. If I test this requirement 100 times, it will work the same. If I, to see the stability of it, if I repeat those 3 test cases every month, maybe if no impact of the development is, it will work the same. But to keep this technique, this method, like paradox, pesticide paradox, in the sense, don't repeat your functionality with the same pattern. In between, you change it. Now, change it in the sense what? Here, sometime you also test with missing email or missing password, okay? Or passing a null value to it. So this way, you test the requirement in a different, you can say, conditions, or different, write your different test cases for it and test the requirement. That technique is called as a paradox. So instead of testing the requirement with the same test cases repetitively, which will no longer find any bugs for you. But to overcome this paradox, we have a method called pesticide paradox, where the test cases need to be regularly reviewed and revised or modified, and the new and different tests need to be returned to exercise different part of software or the system to potentially find new bugs in it. So you have to change the pattern or change your test cases and think differently and do run on it, so that if any new or if any hidden bugs are there, they will be disclosed. Okay, that is the one objective. Context dependent. Always keep testing with respect to the context, with respect to the subject or the application. Don't test, suppose you can't say that I've tested this some banking application for someone else, some other bank. I'll apply the same thing to this banking application as well. HDFC Bank requirements which you worked earlier, I'll apply to ICICI Bank. It won't work, because as there are two different customers, their requirements, expectations may be changing minorly somewhere else, some other. You have to look into that, stick to that context and do it. So testing is done differently in different contexts. For example, they have given here safety critical software. So you have some application where safety is very important in that case. So testing different from the e-commerce. So what I mean is, you cannot treat every application as same, okay, and test it in the same manner. You have to understand the application requirement and decide what should be the test cases, the plan, testing methodology, and so on. Because when the importance is banking application, security is more important. For e-commerce application, user friendliness, business point of view is important. So obviously banking gateway is also included, but insurance applications, security applications are different to be tested, e-commerce to be tested differently, and the applications like GoToMeeting, Zoom, these to be tested differently according to the context. I mean, finding and fixing the defect does not help if the system built is unusual and does not fulfill the user needs. See, your application is developed, you have done an excellent work in testing, closed all the bugs, it's working fine. But if that application which is developed is not meeting the user needs, then there is no at all value for your testing. Okay, then there is no at all value for your testing, how good you have done. Always the application should meet the client requirements. Then only your bug fixing talent would count value in that. If my Facebook is not at all meeting what client wants, it is all having all other things which client has not mentioned, client will surely not accept this project at the end. How well you have tested, you say I have tested very nicely, but that is not the need of customer. So whichever application you're testing, see that is meeting the client need, and then your testing quality on it will be helpful at the end. Okay. So these are some of the principles we should observe when you are writing the test cases on the application. So who should test? Okay. Who should test? As a developer or independent tester. You can see here, let's just minimize the context. So developer, obviously developer is also going to test, but not your functionalities. He is not going to test how this login should behave, but he will test his program which is running at the back end. Once you click on this log button, what should happen? That program he has written and he has already tested it. So at the back end, the program, the APIs he will test. So developer understand the system, the application, but will test gently. Gently in the sense the small back end program he will test. And is driven by deadlines. Okay, and his deadline he will consider and he will do a testing. He cannot sit like tester and do detailed testing. But our independent tester must learn the system. See, always the tester should be in the client's view. He should treat himself that he is the client and he is going to use that application. So feeling that he must do his job. A developer is understanding what others' requirement are, what is client's requirement, and accordingly he has to implement it. But when you are testing, you should really feel yourself as a client, and this is the application, client is seeing it and want it to work. So you must learn the application, you must feel the application and feel like client and work on it. So here developer is just doing, will test gently, that is unit testing he will do. But here as a tester will attempt to break it. Break it in the sense what? If a login is there, he will see where is the flaw in this. For wrong password, is it logging in? He try to break it. He will see where the application is not, that functionality is not working, which is that situation. That is where the tester is doing. Understanding? So in whichever approach, the functionality will not work as expected. That is the main thing which tester looks into it. So developer is driven by deadlines and tester is driven by quality. See, developer will stop when the deadlines is reached, development will be, that is the place where you will stop. But tester cannot stop in between. He has to keep on testing that functionality up till there is a quality in it. You need to keep on testing this login up till it works as expected by the client. If somewhere it is not working, that's a bug, he'll report to developer, he will fix it, again test it up till the quality is reached. Client expectations are met. Quality assurance. What is quality assurance? It's nothing but is a planned and systematic set of activities necessary to provide adequate confidence that produces that products and services will conform to specialized requirement that meets the user needs. So we say quality assurance team means what? They'll be doing their activities well planned in a systematic way where to reach the quality, to get the quality application and close all the bugs. And along with the quality, they make sure the client requirements are also met 100%. That is called quality assurance. So it is process oriented. So you need to have a process, a systematic approach, they say. It's a process oriented, defect prevention based. You should try to prevent the defects throughout the life cycle. It's a managed process. So someone will be managing with you, managing it. Okay. Quality control. So what is quality control? See, these are a couple of definitions. You need to know what is quality assurance. Okay, what is quality control? Quality control is a process by which product quality is compared with application standards and the action taken when non-conformance is detected. See, I showed you some V model earlier. So V model, quality assurance will work here. The resources following the technique and complete the project. On the other hand, validation is taken by the quality control. So what these people will do, they will check the quality of the product, compare with the company standards, the norms. See, for example, you have to make a project plan, or they check that whether the project plan created is as per their company standards or not, their template or not, whether you have tracked properly all the required details or not. So validation is happening with this technique. And if something is disobeyed or not followed correctly, the action is taken, okay, they take an action just to rectify it when something is going wrong. So it is a product oriented, defect detection based. Okay, that's a quality control. Now, assurance with quality. What's the comparison? Quality assurance with quality control. So quality control makes the result of what you have done, okay, whatever you have done are what was or what we expect. Okay, whatever the client is expecting, is it implemented or not? That's a control. Here, assurance makes sure that we are doing the right thing in the right way. See, you are making an analyzation, study of the requirements. Are we doing in the proper approach the study or not? Are we deviating from our target or not? That is what you are verifying here. Quality control focuses on testing quality, testing the quality. Here, quality assurance focuses on building in quality and hence preventing the defects. So as a tester, you are looking into quality. Your object is also quality. Even assurance quality control is also looking into quality. Okay. Here, the tester is walking on that path, removing all the defects coming across and make it as a quality, the application. That is his focus on. If he sees any defect on the way, get it fixed, remove it, and walk towards the quality goal. That is assurance. But here, see, he is helpful in building the quality. He is making it pure, from impure to pure. But here, quality control focuses on testing for quality. Means to reach the quality, what discipline should be followed by a tester? How easy writing test cases or not, easy using the format of our organization for bugs tracking or not, or matrix reports or not, that is verified by this team, inspection team, you can say in short. Okay, quality center deals with the product. Final goal is they got the end product or not. Here QA deals with the process, how they are working, what techniques they're using, how they're preparing the data, writing the test cases, that all. QC is for testing part in STLC. QA is in the entire life cycle. See now, we have studied STLC. In that, especially if I go with the V model, requirement gathering happened over here. Okay. And testing is here, QA. Testing. So QC quality control, you check whether your application is properly tested or not. You get the result over here. Yes or no. Properly tested means fine, delivery and maintenance will come here. Okay, that is quality. It is a part of STLC. This is a part of STLC. But they say assurance is in the entire life cycle. All these phases, analyzation, designing, coding, everywhere testing is there. See, in development also, these people, after writing the program, they have done unit testing. That is also testing, right? Now, whenever they gather the SRS document, FRS document, based on this document, they analyze, they made a test plan. Test plan to create, they should understand the requirements. So testers are following here also. Testers are working here as well on this input at this stage. So tester is somewhere throughout the entire life cycle of the project. Quality center is a corrective process and assurance is a preventive process. Now, if you're testing somewhere, you try to, if you see something wrong input there, wrong details, you try to prevent it there itself. But quality control is checking the result here. He is seeing whether it is right working at this stage or not. But these people are preventing it. It's a prevention, right, team? So what is SDLC? We already had a discussion on that. It's a standard model used worldwide for all the projects. Okay, but in this you have different models, SDLC models also. Life cycle of a project, requirement gathering, analyzing, designing, coding, testing, deployment, and that's a delivery part. Deployment means installing that app on the required environment. If it is a web-based application, you deploy it on the domain, whether it will be available like a production environment. Deploying the application on the production or the actual environment where it will be used by the customers. So these are the phases of your SDLC. So what happens in the requirement gathering? So where your business analyst will gather all the inputs from the user, he will go through the requirements. Then see, requirement gatherings cannot happen in one meeting or two meetings. It depends on the project and what type of application it is, what type of tools are used in it. Depending on that, the requirement gathering process going. Because if the application is big, you need to communicate or discuss with different stakeholders, experts. So if you want to get some information about database, you need to talk to a database guy. Okay. If you want to know about banking part, financial part, you need to talk to a financial team who is taking care of it. So to get the information, only one person may not be there from the other side, from the client side. You need to meet different SMEs, subject matter experts, or the stakeholders, okay, and get the inputs. Analyzation, which is done from our end, from our company, studying the requirements keenly and give the final budget, time duration, expertise required for your team, and all the requirements are possible to bring into reality or not. Then based on this SRS, whatever design is happening, a structure, where you can see here high level design and low level designing is done by your architect and the technical experts, okay, which we had already discussion. When they see whether any dependencies are there, database interfaces are required. They look into this and then the coding goes on. And after that, the testing is for beyond top of it. And finally, deployment and maintenance. Now, maintenance, there can be different maintenance. A newly project launched, maintenance is there. Or from years together, project is going on. I mean, application is in usage and maintenance is there, like e-commerce application maintenance, a new app launch and maintenance. So after software is released and the client starts using the software, maintenance starts. Three things happen: bug fixing, upgrading, enhancing. Bug fixing means what? Now, very new application you have launched in the market last month, there's a bug, a feedback from the customer. Something is not working or something. Then the team, the support team who is put for maintenance of that for that project, they look into that bug, do development and test it and close, make sure that bug is resolved. That's called as a bug fixing. So bug arrived due to some untested scenario. Why is that those customers finding it? Maybe our tester did not consider that case to test. maybe now they are found, they're disclosed. Okay. Then upgrading means now if you take a Facebook, this is the view which we have. Now Facebook thought to upgrade this application to a new version. Okay. Now upgrading the application to new versions of its software. Now maybe why new soft version? Maybe the database capacity from their end got enhanced. Okay. Or they want to provide good security to the users who are already enrolled or registered with them. So that is a upgrading, making some changes at the back end, okay, to the existing application. See, they are not changing anything, the GUI. The GUI, the features are there as it is, but they want to make it more strong or more secure or expand or increase the memory at the back end for the transactions and everything. So that is needed to upgrade. Enhancements means making some changes to the applications. Maybe currently this is what the GUI is. Tomorrow the Facebook wants here selling something like Twitter, like what is that? I'm not remembering the name. You want to sell something, or they want to keep the paid membership into the Facebook, paid members. So they're going to add some new feature into it. As you add new feature, some changes are happening to it, right? Old features are there plus new features are there. That is called enhancing the project with some new changes into it. So this all comes under the maintenance only. Anything changes done to the application is a unit that will be done in the maintenance part. Design documents, where you have a database. See, if database is there, which database to select, how the database design should be there, what tables should be there in the database, are any dependencies required for the tables, which table is connected to which table. This all comes there. Okay, if the front end screen, what is the GUI for it? All this comes under the design. Coding, then testing, deployment, and maintenance. See, in the maintenance only, software efficiency is also calculated. Means how efficient the application is, in the sense. Now, bug fixing happened because of bugs found by the customers. Bugs fix, yes, even though you're fixing, it should not happen. Oh, hundreds of bugs are found by the customers. If many bugs are found by the customers, it clearly makes a statement that tester did not do his work properly. Always maximum bugs should be from the tester's window, not from the customers. Customers may be there, but less count. Based on this ratio only, software efficiency is calculated, how efficient the application is in the market. If the bugs found by the customers increases, there can be failure to that application. So always that ratio should be maintained. Now coming to, we know the basic STLC model, okay? Our basic STLC model with the phases. Now this STLC has different models. Models in the sense, maybe the patterns are different, the way they are conducted are different, the time spent on each phase might be different. So why so many models are necessary? Due to different types of applications we come across. Some applications have plenty of time, some clients. Some applications need to be done immediately. For some clients, they don't have that much budget with them. They don't have that much time to wait for the application to complete. Some projects might be very nuclear related projects. Some can be some health domain projects where precision, everything is very important, tech quality. So depending on applications and projects, we have different models. Okay. One of the model is called waterfall. Now, waterfall is just in all the models, the phases are the same, but how they are carried on is the difference. In waterfall, they follow all the phases in the same sequence and they don't go back. That is waterfall, in the sense as a flow of water. The first is requirement gathering. Then you do analyzing. Then you do designing. After that, you do coding, then testing. Means if the client is bringing the BA is getting the requirements, okay, focus on this job only. Just do this. Once your job is over, no, you make your document, close your work, and then move to the next step. Now your complete concentration of your project is on analyzing the requirements. When you people are analyzing requirements, if the client comes with any new change, no, we cannot accept now, because I cannot move backward and do the changes for my requirements. Backward flow is not at all allowed in waterfall. So it is called waterfall. Once you're done with analyzation, freeze this phase, close it, the activity, then go for the design. Do the designing on that analyzed work. You cannot move backward to make any change in the analyzation. This is called forward movement. So you see that as you're concentrating on only one job, it's time-taking process. It's a slow. Obviously, you'll do one task at one point of time. The quality done there is much better. You're not in a hurry. So this model, you can suggest for those clients who has sufficient time for their applications, who are not in rush. What drawback you can see in this model? If any change is required in the previous phase, you cannot edit here. Or if any new inputs or changes need to be modified by the client, you cannot accept here. Client need to wait up till the last phase. Once this is done, with the new changes of client, you can start one more waterfall with the changes. Again, gather the requirements, changes, analyze it, design it, code it, test it. That is one problem. Maybe as a tester, you are testing and you suddenly see a surprise that when you start testing, this is not what client expects. So whatever the time you have spent in all these phases is of zero value now. Because of wrong requirements understood by the business analyst, they studied them blindly, they designed accordingly, they coded accordingly. Now tester is finding this is not what client wants. This also can happen in the waterfall. So you should better validate, check before starting your job, continuing the job, or put your validation checks at every stage, which is done by a V model. Early defect finding, right? This is the waterfall. Sequential step means you move in a proper sequence only. You cannot jump randomly. Feedback loops between two phases in the development. Okay, documentation driven. You find a very proper documents. You have nice time here to make proper documents in this project. Proper documents, you will find it. When requirements are completed, stable, and well understood. See, this model is for those customers who have time and who can give all requirements very clearly to the BA. You don't have a lot of changes or the confusion as a client in the client's mind, maybe this or that. No, if you are very clear with your requirements, this model can be better. And if you have time, because you share all your requirements which are very crystal clear and you don't change them frequently, then we can go for waterfall model. So risk of delivery is minimum. So risk of delivery in the sense, see, whatever time If your requirements are given in one shot, earlier you can get the product, okay, without any changes. Advantages, simplest task scheduling, as there is no iterative or no overlapping steps. You don't do multiple actions simultaneously. Multitasking is not there. No complex things. Drawbacks, testing is largely involved in the last, because before that you don't do any check, right? Mostly the finished product is delivered late to the customer. I mean tester. Tester will not see anything before what is happening. They are not at all involved. Their turn only never comes. Just testers are sitting idle up till development happens, analyzation happens. So the project, even this becomes a costly also, this model, because up till tester, if there are no other projects, now testers are just waiting for this project to test. As still the development is going on, testers are just waiting, okay, but they should be paid for it. With no work, the organization should pay for it. So they'll be waiting for the finished product they'll get it at the last only. Okay, this causes time shortage for testers and may not cover the testing fully. See, when their term comes for testing here, now in that time only they have to understand the requirements, make the test cases, whatever the data they want, they should test. So time given here, whatever the time they get, they're like rushed here. Okay, they have rushed and they have to complete it faster. So maybe they may not do to that max extent as expected with the quality and complete the project. But if there is a sufficient time from the client side is there, you can do it with the quality.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which type of software testing is focused on evaluating the entire software system? And your options are unit testing, integration testing, system testing, or regression testing. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Selenium certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository and Maven and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
But anyways, all these models are not used nowadays. Now we are working with the Agile model. Agile projects, which we call. Agile means faster way of working. Now here you can see the V model. So your phases are they are put in the horizontal manner. You see, plan, analyze, design, build, go for testing and support. This is the V model. So business gathering of the requirements are done. Okay, and then the analyzation people will do the functional requirement. Then design people will do the high level design and all those low level design. And build is ready means who will give the build for testing? The developers have to give. So here the build is shared. The build is shared by the developer by coding. Okay, by the coding. Now, if they have done a coding, whatever program they have written, they have to execute and say, check it, give it, share the build. So developers are doing unit testing. So unit testing means what? Something they're verifying it. According to whom? Whatever the design they made, like they should have search feature, login feature. They see with this program whether search is working, search program is working, login program is working. Means the reference point is what? The document, which is done in the design phase. Low level design is there, the document, reference document. This program should work according to this document. So these both are things are compared. Understanding? See, when small programs they write, couple of programs like this they write, each program is always not standalone or independent. There will be a connectivity, correct? There can be a connectivity. See, after I create an account, then I'll be able to log in. After that, if required, I can recover the password. So all programs are interlinked. So how they are connected? By this program, these joiners links. They are called interfaces. Some programs are written by developers called interfaces. They are nothing but connecting programs. So how they are connected, whether the connection is done correctly or not, that is again tested. So who will test that integration? Oh, that is also done by developers only. Integration testing is also done by developers to see whether the connection is correctly working or not. So that reference, from sales, which is the add to cart, should go to the banking. Means from one module, I'll jump to another module, from sales to banking module. So through interfaces only, backend programs. So that is the reference point is nothing but your high level design, which is created by your architect. Are you understanding? So once all these interfaces are working, it's nothing but it's ready to do some transactions, some functionalities, correct? Then it's whose turn to do it? It's a tester. Tester has to do. So system is ready, means application is ready. Sales system, banking system, this is ready. So everything on the sales, everything on that banking project is tested by the tester. Now with what reference he will test? Already SRS document is in hand, right? FRS document or SRS. Client has mentioned this is how my requirement should work. Keeping that in reference, he will test the project. If this developed project, the features are meeting same like client expectations, it clearly says no bugs. So this is reference. Once your project is tested, no bugs, you give importance to the performance, speed, calculation, loadings, performance, breakdown, all that. Using that's with automation. Once that is also completed, application is ready for end users. But client will not accept. Client will also want to check, see that application before accepting, which is done usually at the UAT testing, user acceptance testing. So here actually alpha beta testings are done. Okay. Now client knows, here client will do the testing. You give your build to the client and he will use that application as he want to use it. You will not help the customer here or the client to use it. He knows what to do. See, what is actually happening in the bank employee knows it. How the bills has to be cleared, how the checks has to be deposited, validation to be done. Bank employee knows that. Now, if there is a banking application, one app you have developed, you test it, give it to someone from bank will come and do for UAT testing. So you don't need to tell him how the work to be done. He knows he's doing every day manually. So he will use that app and see whether the features on it are performing as required. That is UAT testing. If it is going well, if everything is working fine, then he will ask that application that we are accepting it, you deploy in the environment, launch it in the production. Then your team will make the application deployed, make it live. Now the end customers all the bank customers can see that new app coming up and they use it. And if they find any challenge, the maintenance team, maintenance is there, na? The people in the maintenance phase, they will support it. Okay, you have customer support, care, those comes under maintenance only. Is it clear? This is called as a V model. In the V model, it's like a double testing, double check. Because whenever you're checking here, testing, doing a testing, you're not just doing it blindly. You're always referring to one document, making sure that it's correctly done. So it is a V model where if any defects are there, you find it early as well. There are many models are there. Maybe we don't use them really, but it's not only waterfall and V model. You have what we call evolutionary model, spiral model, different models are there. We just have a look. But what they have presented is the only two. Waterfall, V-shaped, iterative model, spiral model, Big Bang, Agile, okay. Rapid model you have, okay. What are they? Waterfall, we had already a short discussion. Say, what is rapid? Rapid application development phase is an adoption of the waterfall model. It targets the development software in a short period, rapidly, because if the application to be done faster, okay, is based on the concept that a better system can be developed in lesser time by focusing groups to gather system requirements. So using this process, they work. See, same as a waterfall model only, which is rolled out faster with the do it faster. That is the rapid model. Spiral model, you don't have a proper diagram over here. Spiral model will look like this somewhat, a circular based. They divide into 4 quadrants, 4 parts, and they complete some set of requirements in one circle. If you're starting from here, suppose a project is having 50 requirements. What they do, they gather the priority based, which are the first 10 requirements we can start with. Taking those 10 requirements, concentrating only on those 10 requirements, they complete the complete STLC phases. They start from here. This is requirement gathering of 10. Then in this phase, they just study the requirements, that is the analyzing. Okay, they do the analyze. And in this studying process, they find what can be the challenges in this requirement implementation. What can be the challenges and what can be the solutions for them. Challenges and solution. Because the spiral is also called as a risk driven. And this is mostly suggested for some, nuclear related projects where you don't have much time to study the bugs and find the solution. That's the reason before starting the project, only you find the challenges in the project and the solutions for it, plan A, B, C, like that. Find the solutions. Then once you're done, okay, this is the place, this second quadrant is finding the solutions. You find here the risk, you find the risk in this case, and you find the solutions in this quadrant. Once you got all the answers, then start your work. Start your work in the sense, make your design, make your coding, and do testing. This all happens in the third quadrant. Okay, third part. So once your design is done, coding is done, bugs are there, you exchange amongst themselves to the tester, get it closed and get it tested. Your 10 requirements app is ready. Once this app is ready, you share with the client and take a confirmation on it. Here you take the confirmation with the client that this is what you are expecting or not, or do you want any change. If they want any change, with that new changes, you can start the next circle, spiral. Or with the changes, some more new requirements you take, you find the risk in it, okay, and get the solutions for it, and do the design, coding, testing here again. You give the demo to the client. This way, as your project is getting bigger, you will have many circles or the spirals. This is called as a spiral model. See, as in this case, your concentration is only on small set of requirements, the quality of the application and the time you give to those requirements to implement is better here. So quality factor is given more importance. And not only that, you have in hand a lot of solutions for the facing challenges. Okay. So you're finding the root cause of every problem initially before starting the job. Root causes are found here and the solutions accordingly. That's called spiral. Okay. And V model, as we already had a discussion on it. Incremental model, incremental is for those customers who don't have much budget and time as well for the applications. They are like, don't want to take the risk whether the application may work for them or not. For them, this incremental model will be helpful in the sense, what they do is, if the project is of 50 requirements, to complete 50 requirements, maybe they need 2 years. You say 2 years we need the project with those requirements. Now, client has a doubt that after 2 years, will that project be helpful for them or not? Maybe they want to develop one app. They don't know after 2 years, will that app be useful in the market or not? Will they get returns or not? Don't know. They have no idea. So for them, this model works. So what they do here is, you break your requirements, give the first few important requirements. First few requirements. Taking those 10 requirements, which are few important 10 requirements, all STLC phases are done on it. If the requirements are short with this is, immediately in 2 months you'll get it done. So they take it, they do analyze, they do design, they do coding, test. They do test. Once the test is done, one small version is ready. Version 1.1, suppose, of your application. Version 1.1 is ready. You can show the client, see it. If any changes there, you will do, just complete it back again with the complete SDLC phase. Now, if this is fine, they give this as this is a release 1. The client can use this release 1 in the market and see what is the response of the customers and get some returns. Now, budget for these 10 requirements will be less only. He has to pay less. And you will get some returns from this release 1. Maybe for 1-2 months he'll use it. If he finds that helpful, he can enhance it with few requirements more. Means this release 1 plus some 5 requirements new he can add. And ask the team to work on this. Again, the team will take this 5, do all the SDLC phases on it, and they will give them release 2 in short time. Now, client will use the release 2. He will see if he likes it. He'll take a call whether to proceed or to stop the project. If you want to proceed, release 2 with some new requirements will be added. Again, that goes on the same story, and release 3 will be there. Now, you never know if client is getting good response, to what extent this releases will increase. You cannot imagine also as a resources, a tester or a developer. If good response is there, project is in your hand, project will go on. If these releases are not working, I mean this application is not working in the market, chances are there the project will close faster. Okay, this is one kind of uncertainty as a team member you may see in the incremental model, but it's a good news for the customers, the clients. Incremental model is very helpful for them because you don't need to invest much and you have that freedom or checking how that business will work for them or not. In a short span, you get immediate new releases, new apps, and you see the market response and then decide what to be done ahead. Okay, this is called incremental. And the last one, which we find and see everywhere, that is Agile. Nowadays, all projects are Agile. Now, Agile is something you have to test the project faster with best quality, no bugs at all. And along with that, the drawback which you found in the waterfall, like no new changes will accept, no, that should not be there. You should always welcome customers with new changes. Along with that, do the work faster and with quality. That is found in the Agile. Okay. Now to study the Agile, we have to take help of some things, okay, to get more. That incremental model is also called as iterative. Means taking the requirements in steps and working on it, iteration. Prototype model. This is also one model. Prototype is like giving a sample to the client. This helps the unclear requirements of the client. You know, for example, if I'm a client, I want one app, e-commerce app. When I go to the company, I'm not able to explain my requirements, what I want in my app. Then I just explain few things and I say that my app should be like e-commerce, same thing, same like it. Then immediately if the BA understands that what exactly my need is, my unclear requirements are cleared with this model. So when the BA understands that I want something e-commerce app, what he does is he creates one dummy app for me. It takes 1 week time. He asks the developer to create one dummy app and give a sample to me, a demo to me. That's a prototype, giving a demo. If I like the demo, then I may say that now you know what I need. So you decide what should be the features in the application. That can be my call. Means you leave it to the BA and his team to make a better app for you. You don't think much here. Or if you want to give some suggestions by looking into the demo, into the protocol, you can add it. So your suggestions plus what they have planned, everything will become requirements. Based on that, from there onwards, analyzation, coding, everything goes on. So this prototype is nothing but only to make unclear requirements into clear requirements, or to help the customer unclear requirements customer into clear form. This prototype model will be there. But yes, this is little time consuming because you have to understand the need, you have to make a presentation, give a demo, the client should agree to it, and from there onwards the project will start. So this is a time taking as well. Not only that, you may lose the project if the demo which you present is completely unagreed by the customer. See, I asked as a customer e-commerce. by mistake you understood something else and presented me different, I may not like it, and chances are there I may walk out, go for someone else. So losing of the project probability is also more. So the guy who are dealing with such customers should be smart enough to get hold of the project. And whatever the demo you created and presented, the week time you spent with your developers, that will be again a loss to your company, because you lost the project and unnecessary a week time you spent for a demo as well. So you should be careful. The person who deals with this prototype, like they should be little experienced and knowing the customer's thinking pattern and so on.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Selenium certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository and Maven and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
You cannot modify the project specifications or the need in between, right? You cannot go to the previous phase and do any changes in it. I mean, like if you're going through on any of the phase, working on any of the phase of the waterfall, if client comes with any change in the requirement, it cannot be accepted in that phase, in that cycle at least. So that was the main drawback there, right? Then we saw that to give more importance to the quality, V-shaped model was implemented, because in V-shape, you validate the requirements and you verify it. Okay, you validate as well as you verify the all the things. So therefore, V-shaped model was, because when you're validating, okay, when you validate it, so you can see here this layer is a V-shape where you verify. So the orange color is called as a verification. So what you do verify all the documents, whatever you created, you verify it. So who does the verification? And a separate team, like maybe they are the review team, inspection team, or they may walk through the documents which you created. Okay, that is called as a verification. So on the left side, you will see in the yellow color, they are the verification. And validation is something they are implementing it. Suppose the requirement, you have a 10 set of requirements from the client. You have to put it in the form of a logic. You have to write the implementation part, develop it. So that comes as a validation. See, once you do the coding, if you do the coding, you are doing really the unit testing on this developed code. So this is, if your code is running correctly, means you have implemented in a right manner. If any errors are there, you have to fix it. So you're verifying, okay, you're validating what is expected by doing it, and immediately you're checking it. That's a validation. So if you have small programs together, so this is a program 1, program 2, or the small units. Now they have to be properly connected among themselves, right? They have to be connected. So to connect these connecting interfaces need also to be checked, or it has to be executed by the developer, because these linking programs are, these connectivities between two units are developed by developers, and that has to be verified whether they are properly communicating or not. That is called as a integration. Once all your modules, sub-modules are properly integrated, that becomes your complete application. or the project, which we also call as a system. So when you take the complete application and test it with all the possible scenarios or end-to-end scenarios. Scenarios means the possible actions which are expected to be performed on it. Like for example, on a banking applications, the different scenarios can be what? Just log into the application and log out. That can be one scenario. I want to log in, check the balance and log out. You want to log in, check the balance, do some transaction and log out. So these are all possible scenarios you have to verify. What all can happen on the application, that if you test it, if you validate it, that there you can ensure it, your system is working as expected. Isn't it? So once your system testing is also done, validated, it's ready for end user. But that's not the end. You have to check its performance as well, the speed of the application, what would be its behavior if 1,000 million people connect to it at once, what is the breakdown time, stress time of it. All those factors also need to be checked. But anyways, you know, this cannot be tested manually. You have to use some of the automation tools for it. Performance automation tools. They come as a non-functional. So we'll come to that point today, functional and non-functional, the differences. So once these two things are checked, now it is ready for deployment or to be released in the market or to be live. So where you have to do a UAT testing, user acceptance testing, where the client will use this application or verify this, validate this application from his side, you know, because at the end client knows what all actions are required to be performed on it. So client will perform the UAT testing, user acceptance testing. So under user acceptance testing, there are two sub testings. What are they? Alpha and beta testing. So whether alpha testing is done first or beta testing is done first, which is done first? Alpha testing. So first alpha testing is done by the client at your organization, correct? Once client sees that application is acceptable, means if application works as he can use it in his day-to-day activities, he'll accept it. That is alpha testing passed. After alpha testing completion, you do the beta testing, right? So beta testing is actually the beta version of the application, means almost, you cannot say bugs are 100% closed. There can be some bugs, you know, bugs can be there. So possibilities are there when you install this application on client environment, okay, where client want to keep upload this application. Once you deploy there, so before releasing it, they want to verify it again, right? So because once this beta testing completes, the application will be available for end users, for everyone to work on. But as it is a beta version, the possibilities of error might be there, okay? You may find errors when you are working on it. Now you may get a question, how can, when you tested, you did not find, now you are able to find it? Because there can be so many scenarios where the end users may be performing where the tester could not or did not work on it. So that because of that reason, the bugs may be found. So those bugs at end will be fixed in the maintenance phase, because in the maintenance you have the team working for you. The tester and developer will be available to fix all your bugs found in the beta version. So that way, with time, your application will be almost stable in the sense bugs will be closed, and after some time your beta version will be a stable version. Okay, So that is the life cycle of the V-shaped model. We'll talk about Agile SDLC model or Agile model or Agile project, which we hear and work frequently or nowadays in the industry. Now, Agile came up with the requirement or the expectation of the fast need of the applications in the industry or in the market. Now, any stakeholder, any client, if you see, they want immediately the project to be ready. As they give the requirements, they want as soon as possible application should be there for them and with quality. Both the factors are very important for them. But you know, for any project to roll out, all SDLC phases are mandatory. So how it can be done fast with quality? That is Agile. Agile itself is known as a faster approach, fast way. So the people working in this Agile, on this Agile project, you don't have a separate team. One factor is we don't have a separate team for this, like developers team, testing team, no. The required resources or who are working on this project are all believed to be one team, and they are called as an Agile team. So in the Agile team, you will find a tester, developer, architect, and some new person you see as a product owner. Now, product owner can be a business analyst. Your BA can be a product owner. So the meaning product owner means that person knows in and out of the project. He is the one who decides which requirement to be completed first, next, and so on. So he knows how the project to be planned, how the requirements should be divided, subdivided. So he's taking in short, the ownership. So sometimes, you know, the role of product owner can be played from the client also, by the client side someone, because the client knows more details about the project. So if someone is there from their side, he will take care of the entire project, which requirement is important for them, what features are important accordingly. So when product owner is from the client side, one BA will be from our side. Okay. So this way, the team of Agile can be formed. So this is the one which you can understand easily. This is called as an Agile life cycle. Agile project, who are the resources and how they work and what are their roles and responsibilities. So before getting into this, let's see what the slide talks about. Attempts to minimize the risk by developing the software in a short span. Okay, in short time boxes. They mean that short time boxes means, see, if the project is having 100 requirements, don't study all 100 requirements and work on all 100 requirements at once. No, divide the project requirements into small blocks, okay, or small groups, which we call them as sprints in Agile. We call each sprint will have a group of requirements. So the project requirements can be put under multiple sprints. So that they're talking as a short box, means a small sprints. And you know how much time will be given for each sprint to complete? Below 1 month, you should complete your sprint at any cost. Each sprint duration will be 2 weeks to max 3 weeks time. And 1 week will be kept as a buffer time to handle some challenging defects and some uncovered content which belongs to that sprint. That 1 week buffer will be on hold. If required, you can utilize it, but not beyond 1 month. Now, suppose 3 requirements are put in one sprint. Okay, you have one sprint. You can give some sprint name also, sprint 1, sprint 2, like that. So in sprint 1, you have some 3 requirements. And if you analyze those 3 requirements, you came to know that it is going beyond 1 month. Then what you do? You just reduce some requirements from that sprint. Instead of 3 requirements, you keep only 2 requirements, where you make sure that those 2 requirements, the complete cycles, SDLC cycles, like for those 2 requirements, you have to analyze, design, coding, testing, everything to be done for 2 requirements within a month time. So that is called as a short time boxes. In short, they are the sprints. Understanding, team? Each iteration is like a software project of its own, includes all necessary releases and mini increments to a new feature. So if any new requirements you're getting, you can put them in a new sprint and carry on all the SDLC phases for it. Agile methodology emphasizes real-time communication. See now, in the Agile team, you have tester, developer, everyone together. Now it is, and all people will be attending every meetings. You don't have separate testers meeting or scheduled or developer meeting separate. No. When you call up for a meeting, everyone will be included in the meeting so that the discussion is very clear. And if any challenges are there, all of them work together and close it immediately. That means there is a proper communication between the team, and which don't lead to miscommunication and which will not impact the overall performance or the time of the project. Okay, so that is what they mean. Those are some of the advantages of Agile. So here, where is that sheet? So as you have an Agile team, in Agile team, you have product owner, you have your team. Team means you have testers, developers, architect, maybe one business analyst is also with you. Scrum Master also is in the team only. Now, who is Scrum Master? Scrum Master is only going to take care of the Agile process. See, normally as you have HR, who is taking care of every employee, okay, in the organization. Maybe the resource might be working on different projects, but HR team will take care what is needed for those resources, what plans and everything. So HR responsibility is not to involve into the project and help in the project. No, their work is only to take care of the people, correct? The employees. And the employee's job is to really work on the project. Same way here in the Agile, Scrum Master responsibility is to take care of the Agile team, to see that there is no communication gap between the Agile team. Developers, testers, architect are properly, meetings are going on time with the required duration. Okay, whether they are going for the stand-up meetings or not, whether they are completing the requirements on time or not, anything pending is there, anything lagging is there. So they create some reports, burn chart reports, and monitor the healthiness of the Agile team. They are like HR. Okay. So these are the team members or the Agile team members. So initially when the Agile project starts, the product owner will take all the requirements. As we have 100 requirements, all 100 requirements he takes and keeps them as a list, makes a list of it. That list is called as a product backlog. Product backlog is nothing but a document where he writes down all the requirements of the application of his project in a priority based. Priority based means out of 100, which is the one which is very important for the application. Write it first, then next. In this way, write all the 100. That document is called as a product backlog. This is done by the product owner. Okay. Then who is setting the priority, deciding which is important? Product owner. So that is taken care by the product owner. Then you have one meeting scheduled that is called as a sprint plan meeting. The sprint plan meeting is usually done on the Mondays because Monday whole day they'll be working on the meeting only. This is of long duration, some 8 hours duration will be there. The whole day they will be doing the sprint plan meeting. Usually it is scheduled on Mondays. What they do in the meeting? In this meeting, the product owner will call up for the team for this meeting. Will call the team for this meeting. Why? Where they have to give stories, estimation story points for the requirement. Means what? Whatever the first requirement is there, he gives this first requirement to the team. Now suppose some 3 testers are there in that Agile team. 3 testers are there. So he gives the first requirement in this meeting for everyone. He just throws a question like, this is the requirement. This is the expectations of the client. Now every individual, every tester should go through that requirement and give each individual opinion. Like suppose if I get one requirement, I study on myself, I should analyze what are the challenges, how you can do, how much time is required for me to complete it. You have to give your own opinion. So each tester will give some story points that is called as a estimation. See, estimating the story points in this meeting. So every resource will give some points. Now, how to give? Every organization has a different techniques to give vote for the requirement. So you may give, some of them you may use Fibonacci series number. Have you heard about Fibonacci series number? The number like this: 1 plus 1 is 2, 2 plus 1 will become 3, then 3 plus 2, add a number before that, 3 plus 2 will become 5, 5 plus 3 will become 8, 8 plus 5, 13. In this way, this is the Fibonacci series pattern. So if the company is following this technique to give the points to the requirement, you can. Like see, as a tester, if a requirement I see very complex, I may give a higher number, 13 points from my side. Other tester may say, I think 8 points will work. He don't see very complex, but 8 points is okay for that requirement. Other tester may say it is very simple, 5 points from my side. If 3 people gave 3 different opinions for the same requirement, now the product owner will see, this guy said 13 points, he said 8 points, this said 5 points. Now the product owner will look into these different ranges and give one rating for that requirement. So averagely he will take, not listening to the very complex, neither very simple, maybe moderate 8 points he will give to this requirement. That is called as a story point. Story point is a value which rates the complexity of the requirement. Okay. Now, once first requirement is done, he will give the second requirement to the team. These people again will analyze, work in the sense they'll not write anything. They can do some minor, but not really working on the requirement, just studying the requirement and understanding the challenges, complexity and everything, dependencies, everything. Now, second requirement, again, each one will give their opinion. You get one story point, maybe 5 I'm giving. Then third requirement, fourth requirement. This way, product owner keeps giving the inputs, requirements to the team, and team will give their opinion. So this happens usually on Monday. Okay, so that is the outcome of this sprint plan meeting. So in sprint plan meeting, as a team member, I'll be only, my contribution is we get the requirement, we analyze it, give our opinion with the maybe a pattern called Fibonacci series number. Some companies may use a voting card system also. Some people may use a dot system, like, or some people may use a slider. Slider means move this 13 number to the another window like this. Two windows will be there like this. Okay, this is the requirement. So you want to put 13 dots kind of thing, 13 card. Some card will be there 13. So return. So they'll stick the cards. Okay. Or the stickers, they'll just stick it 13 from my side. Other guy will stick 8 points. Other guy will stick 5 points. So from this, the product owner will evaluate it. That's clear? So once this is done, now the product owner has some numbers, 8, 5. Now let me show you based on this. For example, I have here, this is the sheet. On the second sheet, I have a sprint plan meeting. For some requirements, I've just collected it. So this is usually done by your product owner. Requirement, story ID. Story means requirement ID. Description, user story, points, sprint, duration. So first requirement is this, reader functionality. What is the use case ID? As you have serial number, bill number, test case number, same way use case number, US use case 001. For example, what is it? You just should search and download the article. How? User should be, description of it, more detail. User should be, or reader should go on the application. He should search for some articles so that he can download it. That is the use case complete overview. Now to this requirement, the team overall, they gave their own opinion and BA finally rated for 8 points, 8 story points for it. Next requirement he took. Then they gave, with the help of the team, finally they came up with the 5 story points. Next requirement, 5 story points. Next requirement, 3 story points. This way, you have couple of stories and the story points. Okay, so once you get the story points for your stories, that's nothing but the outcome or output of this sprint plan meeting. Now, next task is what? The role of a product owner is to create sprint and then put the requirements under that sprint and hand over to the team to work on. That is the next role. Okay, so as a tester, when I join to my project, okay, when the product owner call for sprint plan meeting, I'll just go to the meeting, give my opinion, that's it. And then once the product owner creates sprint and gives the sprint to me to work, I'll be just free, you can say. Free in the sense that happens faster only. You'll get the sprints to work on. So before you get the sprint, what does the product owner do? He creates the sprint. Creating a sprint means what? Sprint is nothing but collection of requirements. You have all requirements in this product backlog. All requirements are there with their, you can say, complexity points, story points. So you have to pick the requirements and put under one group name or a sprint name. Understanding? So what do they do? Suppose I have a sprint name called SP1, SP2, SP3. In this way, multiple sprints I created. We should remember that sprint duration should close max within a month only. It should not go beyond a month. So every sprint time period, if you see, here it is 3 weeks, here 3 weeks, here 2 weeks, 2 weeks, this way only, not going beyond month. So how many requirements I should keep in this sprint? And I found they should be completed in 3 weeks. You see the story points. This is the complexity. If a requirement with 8 points and one more requirement is there with 5 points. So you see that this is little complex and this is also moderate. Maybe if I combine these two and put in one sprint, the time would be more, it may consume more time. It may go 1 month beyond. So what I did, I took only one requirement and put in the sprint. And 3 weeks time you have for this to complete. To complete in the sense, analyzing this requirement, making a design, okay, making a coding, testing, everything. In 3 weeks time, you will see this functionality 100% tested almost. That is the sprint. Once the sprint gets, after 3 weeks, you should close the sprint as a team. Then you'll be given a next sprint, sprint 2. Now sprint 2, you have put moderate requirements 2, 5 points. And you understood that with these 2 requirements, you can complete this job in 3 weeks. So these 2 requirements are put in one sprint only, SP2. 2 requirements in one sprint and duration is 3 weeks. Similarly, SP3 is the sprint where you have put a tough job and a very less risk-based requirement, a very simple requirement, 3 points, 8 points, 3 points. So this way, the product owner should see a balancing in the requirements and see that it get completed in that duration. So this is the job done by the product owner, creating sprint, giving some time duration and adding the requirements to that sprint. This is the task of a product owner. So once he has prepared all the sprint SP1, 2, 3, 4, he will give one by one sprint to us. If he gives us a sprint 1, what is there in sprint 1? This requirement. Now as a tester, I will study this requirement, write my test cases and be ready for testing and do testing, bug tracking, everything. And which will be done in 3 weeks. Now you get a question that, what happens if I am not able to complete in 3 weeks? You never know, like maybe because of some challenging bugs you found and where developers took a lot of time and really you're not having much time to test. That means you're not able to complete your task in 3 weeks time. The complete requirement SDLC phases in 3 weeks. Then you have to leave the sprint wherever it is, like a pending work. Leave the sprint and second sprint will be surely given to you after 3 weeks. No one will give us any extra time beyond this. If your work is left incomplete, leave it, okay, and take the next job. You have to complete work on the next requirements for 3 weeks. Now assume that if this work was completed in 2 weeks, you have 1 week left out, then this pending work will be assigned to you to work and complete it. So this way, we find that Agile methodology is very, you can say, punctual, or you can say as per the plan, the project will get completed for sure. And in 3 weeks, you see this requirement is in a working stage. In next 3 weeks, you see this is in a working stage. Means client can see the status of his application progressing. He no need to wait for years together. Up till some 6 months or 1 year, he sees nothing in front of him. But in Agile, you see in 3 weeks time, in a month time, some features are in a progressive stage, in a working stage. That is the main difference, and why this is the reason why we prefer. And not only that, as your team is concentrating on this only one requirement, the quality will be to almost 100%. The bugs found, because you will be only focusing on this requirement. Okay, so quality is also maintained, time is also maintained, okay, and it is helpful. It is helpful for for the client side as well, and we also very particular and target oriented. We can concentrate on few things at one point of time, not to the entire project. Okay, these are the benefits of your Agile. But drawbacks are also there. What is the drawback? As these people are so busy in only testing and implementing one after another, you keep on getting the sprints. You don't have sufficient time to make any documents over here. Like in waterfall or a V model, as you create different documents as proof of work, here we don't get time to create documentation. Therefore, we say in Agile, we lag documentation. You hardly find the documents. Not only that, the advantage here in the Agile is what? Suppose you're working you have completed these 3 requirements. You're working here in sprint 2. Suddenly, client came up with a change. Yes, client can come. You can take those requirements, put them in a new sprint, and give the sprint for the team to complete. So it's not like waterfall now. At any point of time, you can accept the new changes, new requirements from the client and include in your project in the form of a new sprint. Okay, so these are the benefits of working with Agile. Okay, so here we were at the point like when a sprint is assigned to us, to the team, what you do for the 3 weeks time? Each day, you will go for the first meeting called as a daily scrum meeting. Everyone, developer, tester, everyone, every day, a short duration, very short duration, you'll have, as you go to your office, you will be attending daily scrum meeting. What you do in this meeting, you just see what is today's task to do. What was the challenges, if any challenges were there yesterday pending? Okay, and what is the solution for it? That much you discuss among the team. And you get a solution, whatever the solution, you disperse and continue your work. Now, suppose as a tester, I found a challenge. Then immediately you can call up for a stand-up meeting. In Agile, you can see a lot of stand-up meetings. Again, stand-up meetings in this is a very few minutes meeting with everyone to discuss about the challenge where a resource is finding. So you talk on the challenge, you get the solution, again disperse and continue. So this way, in a day, you can find multiple stand-up meetings. And every day you will be attending daily scrum meeting. So this goes on for 3 weeks. So in this 3 weeks is nothing but almost your job is done. Your sprint is completed. So in your daily scrum meeting, your scrum master will be with you to see how the meetings goes on. Maybe product owner in some cases might be there, in some days may not be there. Okay. So, but Scrum Master will always be with you. So this way you complete your sprint in the time period. Once your job is done, okay, whatever task you have completed, how will you ensure that is done correctly? Your product owner will check it. That is called as the finished work is given a demo to the product owner. Product owner will check it. If he sees that is actually the client, the way he wants, he'll accept it and give the new sprint to you to work on. If any changes required, you have 1 week time, buffer time, right? So you can utilize it and make changes to it and complete in that time period. So after the completion, you may have one more meeting with the team. The product owner and the team will have a meeting called sprint review meeting. Means you're just reviewing about that completed sprint, like what went correctly, okay, what was the output of it, everything, the review, what were the challenges one has faced, okay, all those. Then you have also one more meeting called sprint retrospective. Means after the review, okay, after the review, whatever you have completed, to prepare you for the next sprint, the sprint retrospective meeting will be there. In this meeting, they guide you, the product owner, and along with your Scrum Master, they guide you how to make or how to present yourself better in the next sprint. Whatever mistakes you might have done now should not be repeated for the next time. Okay, where in which areas here, what went wrong, what you did well, how to improve it. These things are verified or checked and you're made ready for the next sprint, and the next sprint is given to you. Again, the cycle goes on. This is called as an agile model. So in interviews, sometimes they ask the questions like, what are the ceremonies are found in the agile? Now, ceremonies means what? Meetings, different meetings. And what are the meetings? The first meeting found is the sprint planning. Next one, daily scrum meetings. Then you have a stand-up meetings. Then you have a sprint review meeting and a sprint retrospective. These are the some 5 ceremonies found in the agile.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the main goal of regression testing? And your options are detecting new issues after software changes, or checking the entire software system for defects, or ensuring the software works with external systems, or identifying defects in individual code units. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Selenium certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository and Maven and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
So what is the involvement? So objective questions like Scrum Master, what is the role? You look into the reports, how the sprints are moving, whether the any sprint is incomplete. If any sprint is incomplete, he will push back it to the CR. You have a sprint backlog. Sprint backlog means incompleted sprints are stored over here, where this work will be given to the team if they have time in the next sprint. Okay. So what are the documents created? What are documents? Product backlog is one document. Sprint backlog is a document. You have some report like burn chart report. Okay, these are the documents you find over here. Because this cycle you have to explain if you're going for any manual testing, not only manual testing job, any testing role. So as a tester, you're working on an agile project. Now, what can you explain what were your roles and responsibilities means? That time you have to explain this. So as a tester, you worked on your agile project where you have an agile team, including your product owner, the team members with Scrum Master, where the product owner get all the requirements, prioritize them, put in a product backlog, and then we are called up for a sprint plan meeting as a tester, right? Where usually it is conducted on Mondays in your organization, where the product owner assigns us the requirement. We analyze, give the estimation points. Estimation points are story points. Based on that, they create the product owner create a sprint plan document. I showed you that sprint plan document. Okay. Then the product owner creates sprints, assigns the requirements to it, and allocates the sprint duration. Then as the sprint starts, we are assigned to the sprint. And as a tester, you analyze the requirement. Okay, write the test cases, prepare the test data, do test the requirement. As bug comes, you report to the developer. So daily, you'll be attending daily Scrum meeting. And in between, we also come up with a lot of stand-up meetings when you find any challenge within the project to discuss on that. And at last of the end of the sprint, we give a demo to the product owner. Once it is fine, we'll have a sprint review meeting and followed by a sprint retrospective where we discuss some of the points, how to make better in the next sprint. And then the product owner will assign as a next sprint. So as a tester, what was your responsibilities? You know here, right? Attending which meetings, okay, and rolling out your testing profile. So that time you have to explain this agile flow with respect to your project. And what we'll be following the same agile process when we'll write later the test cases, track the bugs on a Jira tool. Okay, on Jira, we will follow the agile methodologies. You will have product owner, one of them will be product owner. One, you can send invite to some of the people. You'll have a requirements. Okay, you will create story points for it. You start the sprint, complete the job, and then give a next sprint, track the bugs. All this process, you will find them repeated we'll see them in the Agile. So now whatever we discuss is a theoretical wise. So the advantages of Agile is, it is a faster SDLC model with quality. And you can see the project is in a working stage since from 3 weeks to 2 weeks time. And it can accept new requirement changes, okay, in the form of new sprint to work. And drawbacks are you don't have a proper documentation in this Agile team. It's a costly model. Agile is a costly model also. And benefit of Agile is the communication is much better as compared to the other model. Okay. And one more drawback is, who is taking care of all this project? Product owner. Product owner will decide which one to be rolled out first. Requirement, second requirement. In case, if product owner is misleaded, if product owner takes a wrong decision, chances are there, as we all follow the product owner instructions, chances are there the project might be misleaded. That is one of the drawbacks. So we should see that product owner is leading the project correctly. Because as a team, Agile team, I cannot question like why this requirement, why that requirement. Whatever is there in our sprint and assigned to us, we just work on it. So that is decided by the client side and the product owner. So software testing life cycle, it's the same thing. Requirements, see, this is a STLC phases. We studied up till now project life cycle. For a project, what are the life cycles available, like requirement gathering, analyzing, coding, so on. Now, as a tester, what are the phases, how the tester will do the testing? As we have a definition, like we define it as a testing is a process, not just a single action. It's a process where many things has to happen in a sequence. Now, what are those multiple things? They are presented as phases. So software testing, life phases, so life cycle, STLC we call. So in the STLC, every tester has to do these activities like requirement study. Okay, test analyzing, whatever requirement you have to analyze it and make a planning. Then test case design and writing the test cases. Then do the actual testing, that is execution. Find the bugs, close the bugs, and then process analyzation. See, this, whatever the role and responsibility may be same for everyone, every tester, but the terms are different in different organizations. Okay, see, test closure is not, every tester don't do it. Every tester don't do the testing closure, it's a documentation. And you see planning, test planning is done, also not done by every tester. Maybe a senior tester or the test lead will do the test planning. And also the test lead only will do the test closure, the testing task completed, the closing of the testing process. But other steps or other phases like requirement studying, writing the test cases, execution, this and finding the bugs, tracking the bugs, these are done by every tester. Okay. So I'll come to this point again. Just I want to show you one document. These are the software testing life cycle. We say test planning, test development means writing the test cases, doing the testing work, execution, result analyzing, checking the result of the application. If anything bugs are there, track the bugs and do the reporting. This we call as a 6 phases of our STLC. So planning, as just I told, it is done by only one expert for the whole team. Suppose 3 testers are there in your team, for 3 people, only one, your test lead will do the test plan. So how a test plan is nothing but a documentation. Organization will have a document that is a, you can say company level document, you can say. Whenever someone asks to create the test plan, you have to just refer the previous document and edit it. But one of the template I can show you how the test plan document looks like, what it contains. So this is a content of a test plan document, an introduction about the application project. In the introduction, what is the need of the test plan document you have to mention, why you're creating test plan document. And this test plan document is created with the help of which other documents. Now, you know, for every one, maybe developer or tester, you have been given some inputs, input documents, right? Maybe FRS document or SRS. That's nothing but client specifications, details, everything. Based on those details, you're making your test plan document. So they are nothing but SRS or FRS will become your reference documents. Okay. So then test coverage, you should have this point. Test coverage means in this testing, in this project release, which features you can test and which features you can't test. You have to make it very clear. See, application can have a lot of things, but what is possible to do now, right now in this release, you have to make them clear, and what are not possible. Now, reasons of not possible can be different thing, maybe dependencies, because that will be planned in the next release, so I can't test it now. Okay. So that you have to give a clarity over here, so that your team will follow this. Test strategies are there. Test strategies means what levels of testings are there, types of testings you have, any techniques you're using for this project, any matrix you're creating for this project, any new terminologies you are seeing in this current project. If some insurance project is there, some new insurance term is there, as generally people don't understand those terms. Okay, so you should know that domain knowledge, product knowledge. So terminologies and their meanings are also mentioned here. As right now you're doing manual for this project, is there any chance or need of automation in future? If yes, you have to mention which tool will you suggest for automation and which requirements will need to be automated. You have to mention it. That comes the strategy for your project. Then base criteria. Base criteria means when I should stop testing and when should I start testing. You should know the conditions. Otherwise, it happens like unless client says, someone says no, you will keep on testing. Not like that. There should be some condition. As soon as that condition is reached, as a tester, you can take a call to stop. Those are nothing but criterias, acceptance and suspension criteria. Well, then you should also mention what documents as a team you will be producing. You know, these documents are the proof of work. Maybe as a tester, I write test cases, I prepare a test plan, I prepare test data, then I do the bug tracking. Okay, I create different metrics. All will become your documents. Then you should mention in which environment is required for this project to test. If your application is to be working on Firefox browser by the client, you must set up the environment to test is the Firefox browser. So that is called as a test environment. According to the client need, you have to set up the working or testing environment. Resource planning, in short, resource means the testers, the team of yours. In Agile, suppose two testers are there. That is your 2 people resources. Now, 2 people, with 2 testers, now you have to check how many months you need to test this application. Because each day, single person will work for 8 hours almost, for example, 8 hours. So that way, 8 hours for 5 days he'll work. In this way, in this manner, 2 people in a week, how many hours they will contribute. In this way, how many months is required for this project to complete. You have to study the resource planning, make a schedule for them, a program for them, so that they work in that same pattern. You can understand that in 5 months or 10 months, your project will be completed, tested. So resource planning, make a schedule for them, calendar for them. You also need to take care any new resource you want to hire, any expert guy you need for some technology or some tool knowledge, you can. Or you want to provide some training for your existing team, maybe domain knowledge. Suppose insurance project means insurance rules, regulations, terminologies, you should know how is the application going to work. So that knowledge you can provide as a training. Then as a lead, test lead, you should also be able to know the challenges, sudden challenges coming with your team and teammates, and you should have solutions for it. Now, basic common challenges, like if you decided this project with 2 testers and plan to complete in 1 year, and suddenly one of the tester is leaving the organization after 5 months. Now, it's a hard time for you as a lead. You cannot complete this project in 1 year with 1 tester. Now, what is your plan? What solution you have? So that all comes under risks and contingencies. Any assumptions you made in this project from your end, you can describe it. And finally, this document need to be approved. Approved from your project manager, or approved from stakeholders also, or you have product owner, he can go through it and get it approved. But once it gets approved, you said 1 year is required to complete. If it gets approved, after approval, no extra time you will get. At any cost, you must complete in 1 year. This is the document, test plan document. Okay. So whatever just described it, you can see it here. Introduction, objective means what? Why you're creating this document. Reference documents, whether you're taking help of SRS document or FRS. Test coverage. Features, what you can test in this version, in this project version. Suppose your version is Gmail, this is your project. What I can test? Compose email, inbox, sendbox. What is not possible to test? Maybe reasons can be different, out of scope. Right now, not planned. Maybe they are not that important feature in the application. Because low risk feature, low risk means now you don't have sufficient time to test everything. So I can skip it for time being. So there can be reasons of not testing. Strategies. Now we have to actually study these strategies to understand them. Okay. Now strategy means for this application, how many levels of testing I should do, how many types of testing I should do, any test techniques you have. Okay, see, levels of testing, these all we will study. Okay, we have to study types of testing, we have to study. Even test design techniques you have, matrix. Okay, so matrix means, see, now these are the mapping documents which are helpful for a tester. See, when you look into the project with 100 requirements, when you start working, you take each requirement and start writing test cases. Maybe I took a login requirement. Understand? I took a login requirement. To test the login, I came up with 5-6 test cases. Then second requirement. Then I got there 10 test cases. Means, see, the complexity is increasing. As requirements are completed, the test cases counts are increasing. First, earlier 5 requirements, now 10, means total 15 they became. Now still you have 98 requirements to work on. So in this journey, or probability is like possibility is you may forget to work on some requirements. You may miss them from the document. So that time it is difficult to track which are completed and which are not by a tester. In such cases, these matrix documents will be helpful. I can keep a track of test case all the test cases. Each test case belongs to which requirement and what is the requirement ID. Everything I can track in these sheets. They are nothing but some documents. And what format of the documents? Each organization have their own format. You have to just reuse their own formats. Suppose if you find a defect. Now defect is found in which test case and the test case belongs to which requirement. Everything you can track it in the defect matrix. Matrix means mapping. Either you can, with this mapping document, you can trace backward. Backward tracing is easily done. Backward means what? Suppose I found a bug in a test case 10. Now 10th test case belongs to which requirement? And that requirement has which ID in the document, in the SRS document. You can go backward very easily. That is called as a back tracing. Well, see, when we really implement it, you'll get more clarity on this, on all these points. Any new terminology, if you have used in the project, you can just put the term and the meaning of it. Now, in this project, you have to, because you know the good knowledge of this project, because you are making the test plan. Now, you should think which out of 100 requirements, which requirements may need automation. You have to write those requirements over here. Then you should decide also which tool will you suggest your team to use if required automation. You have to mention the tool name because later in future, they will start automation by looking into this document. Okay. Then criteria. Now criteria, you know somewhat about UAT testing, user acceptance testing, we just discussed, alpha, beta, you have, when client is accepting the, in short, accepting the application. So base criteria means when will you stop the project testing? Acceptance criteria. One is acceptance criteria. Acceptance criteria means what? When client is accepting the project, you no need to continue testing, you can stop. So when client will accept the project, when the UAT testing passes, you don't need to continue testing, you stop your testing. That is the one layer. Suspension criteria. You can suspend it. You can suspend the testing. Means you can stop testing. When sanity testing fails, I can stop testing. You know, sanity testing also it can be called as a smoke testing. When smoke testing fails, I stop testing. Means what? First time when you start testing, you don't test the application or not. On the first page, do I see login, recovery password, new account? That's it. I don't just go and do detailed testing of it. No. In the first phase of testing, you have to just see whether the application given to you is ready for deep testing or not. Is it healthy? It should not happen that after this page, the next page is not found. Page not found error you should not get. Means you should check whether all pages, required pages are properly linked. Main features are there on the pages. That much is enough. That is called as a smoke testing, which ensures the healthy of the build. Build means the application you get for testing. Understanding? So that is called smoke testing. So if the smoke testing fails, means the application is not healthy or ready for doing detailed testing. That time I can stop testing. I'll not do detailed testing there. So these are the two criteria where you can stop the testing. Understood? Then what documents you produce? Now you can produce your, defect document, test cases, test data, defect traceability matrix, requirement traceability matrix. All these will become your test plan, test strategy, all will become your documents as it for a tester, right? In which environment you will test for this project? This, different environments are there. Standalone environment, client server, web environment, distributed. Now, if your current project is Facebook, it is nothing but the web environment, right? 3-tier architecture. So for testing the Facebook, I should set up the environment of 3-tier required. Means a browser where internet connectivity is there, a URL for the application, and where I open it. That's a web environment, right? Now distributed means what? Distributed is something like all the e-commerce sites are the distributed environment. For just opening the e-commerce site, you no need to be a user for it, or I mean registered user. Just I can go to Amazon and search the product. If I'm purchasing it, I need a login. Otherwise not needed. Okay. If I want to go to any Gmail or Yahoo and open my emails, unless you have the registered users, you cannot work on it. See, even though it is e-commerce site or Gmail, both are of web-based. Both need network connectivity. But web environment have limited customers. Like your online banking comes under web. So if you're a bank customer, then only you'll have an online banking access. Otherwise not. So if a bank is having 1,000 customers, only for 1,000 people, you have the access for the web, that application. Others not. So for web environment, 3-tier architecture, such applications have a limited customer, okay, and they can access all the features on it. But distributed, yes, and these applications can be accessed worldwide, anywhere, from anywhere. But distributed applications, you n number of customers can reach out to that website and do a basic search or basic feature. Okay, and it also can be accessed from any location. So it depends which application you're testing. You have to set up the environment that is called as a test environment. If you have something applications like client server, which are called 2-tier architecture. Client server example, if I can give you, like you have a Wi-Fi, office Wi-Fi, suppose. As far as you are at the office space, you will have the access, but credentials need to be there. You have the credentials and location is also a constraint. You're in the office space, you'll get the Wi-Fi. Even though you have credentials, when you reach home, you'll not get the office Wi-Fi, right? Because you moved away from the location. So client server applications are those where you have a server, that's a Wi-Fi, and client is you, your mobile screen or laptop, where you log into that server with the credentials. Okay, this kind of application accessibility you find, they are like client server. Or another example, you have a software which is installed on your office server, and the employees will use it. You log into the database with the login credentials. So, but if you're in office, you'll get that service, the database access, otherwise not. So that particular database is like client server. Standalone, that is very simple. Anything which you install on your personal laptop, and when you log in, that time only you'll get those services. So no two people can log into same system at once, correct? It's not possible. So only one user will be owning the screen at one instance, and that software will be given only to that person. So such applications, such softwares are called standalone, which are installed on only one system, single machine. Suppose if I download some MS Office on this machine, only I can use it, not you. So MS Office here is a standalone. Okay, so for your working project, whichever environment is required, you decide and set up that for testing. Suppose you're doing a Facebook, I say the environment required here is the 3-tier architecture I mentioned in the document. Then you have a resource planning, your the testers working in your team, a plan for them, make a calendar and see what challenges, any trainings required for them, okay, or staffing, any hiring a new person or training for your existing team you want, you just mention in the document accordingly. Then risk. What can be the possible challenges with your team? Employee may leave the organization, unable to deliver the project on the promised date. You said 1 year to release the project. If you're not able to complete within a year, that's a challenge. Reasons. What should you might have done to be in a safe side in such cases? Customer is forcing you to release the product before time. You said 1 year, but now customer is asking you to give in 8 months. Okay, unable to test all features within the time. Yes, if there is a challenges in the project, surely work will not move ahead and you will not be able to test within time. So solutions for these kind of problems, the contingencies are here. If a person is leaving the organization, what will you do? Instead of hiring a new person, because new person understanding the way adjusting in the new environment, understanding the project and then starting working will take time. Instead of that, if you take a person who is on bench, okay, just give him the KT, just basic info of the project, and he can continue working. So that's the best solution. So if you're not able to complete on time, unable to deliver the project within the deadlines, means what? You said 1 year. Instead of putting 1 year, you should have put some extra time, 12 months or something. So ground plan should have been done better. Means the person who has done a test planning, he should have put a buffer time. Because you don't know, when you start working, you may get some sudden surprises, defects. So you should make a proper ground plan. Planning should be done properly. That's the reason experienced person do the planning. Okay, so if a client is forcing you to come hand over the project before time, what you do? You test the important features, leave away the least features, you do the testing later and give the new version. Okay, that way you can do. Or if you don't have time, you can set a priority, which is important, which is not according to you. Do that way testing. And for time being, give one tested copy to the client. Afterwards, you can do the detailed testing. Any assumptions you're adding to your project, you mention it. Then finally, approval for your test plan. So these are the this is your document of test plan. So according to our file, it's the same, you can see the requirement study starts with the client requirement study. As a general tester resource, you should study your requirement first. And then you have to come up with your thoughts, ideas, all those. So it is very important to study the requirement. Then test, analyze the test and do the planning. What are the risks, test policies, what strategy is there you have to apply. Okay, test approaches, entry and exit criteria. So this actually is what we discussed just now, test planning, that is this part. What are the skills involved in testing? Identify the test resources, environment, hardware, software, schedule the activities. That all what we just discussed is the plan document, that is this phase. Test case design and document, component identification, design, test specification and review. You have to just check the actually you should write the test cases, do the development, means you should write the test cases, prepare the data, and whatever test cases you have written, you should get it reviewed. Now, who does the review? If two testers are there, each tester will write test cases and exchange the test cases among themselves, interchange and verify. Because, whatever the thought I got as a tester on one requirement, maybe when you read it and think, your thinking pattern may be different. I might have missed something or I might have duplicated something. So that comes out in the review process. So reviewing is also very important. Then comes the test execution and finding the bugs and tracking the bugs and reporting them. And finally goes to the test closure report. So these activities actually we should do it on a particular requirement. So now we're going to see in detail what are the testing types, levels of testings and all those. Now you see here testing times, how the testing can be done into basically two types, black box testing and white box testing. And if you check, we are the testers doing which type of testing? We are going to do the black box testing. Now, what is black box? Black box is no knowledge of internal design or coding required over here. See, if I'm testing this Facebook application, I'm not bothered about what is the code written for login here. How is this page is designed? What is the backend technical code? And how is the design, the flow of the project is? Not necessary. I'm more into the behavior of this functionality. Now you have already learned functional testing. You are going to check the expected way the functionality should work. So that is called as the behavioral part you have to check, not the backend. Structural part is not necessary for us. So that is what here mentioned. So you don't need to know the code required or developed for that functionality or the application. So tests are based on requirement and functionality. So whenever you're testing, you are going to test with respect to the client requirement, the functionality, how it should function, how it should not function. As you know, login should not function for wrong password or should not log in. That is, okay, that's a behavior part. So that comes as a black box testing. So we are basically black box testers, black box functional testers, because we are checking the functionality, the behavioral part. There's also called non-functional, means like performance, different tools are used. Selenium comes as a functional automation tool. White box testing is the knowledge, the knowledge of the internal program design and coding required. For example, developers, they are the white box testers. Now, white testers, they are called because as they write a small logic, they have to execute it. Whether the written logic is working correctly or any syntax error is there, to verify that the small program which is implemented, the requirement is implemented, they need to execute and check it. See, backend code of this login will be different, the login logic of a developer. So that they would run and see the output. That is called as a structural part also. So tests are based on coverage of code statements, branches, path, and the conditions. Means when they're writing this login feature, they have already written a logic. If someone enters a wrong password and click login, like if-else statement, conditional, looping, branching, what should be the output? Okay, if someone is entering a wrong email, then what should be the result? If they leave empty, what should be the result? So logic is already present at the back end. As a tester, I need to just verify it, whether it is working as expected or not. Hope that's clear. That is called as a white box testing. Now also you can see one type of testing called gray box testing as well. Third type, gray box. Black box, white box, gray box. Gray box means they are the techno-functional people, resources. Like sometime back you worked as a developer. That is already a white box. You know coding on some technology. Then you changed your domain from developer into tester. Now you are working as tester. So you can test the feature. Also, you have a knowledge of the backend code as well. So if required, you can play in the agile process, development as well as testing, both the role. They are techno-functional, developer as well as tester. That's called as a gray box testing as well. Now, as we are black box, what exactly we do in the black box testing? We do functional testing, non-functional, and other types of testing. Okay, so functional means we are mainly functional only. The actual functionality behavior. Functionality, whatever the requirements you see here, they are the functionality or the feature. The behavior of that you check. I'm not bothered about performance here. The speed, loading time, breakdown time, all these comes under non-functional. Now, other types of testing means maybe security, database, okay? They all comes as a other type of testing. Now, when you have a requirement, this is just an overview, a requirement, you have to give some inputs to it, like as email, password you share. You call the event. Event means I'm clicking on a log button. That's nothing but some action, event took place. When you call the event, internal program, whatever the logic, the source code is written for the login is executed at the back end. Based on that, you get the output, the result. Maybe here, the output is in the form of GUI. If I log in successfully, I'll go to my account page. If I don't log in, I'll get a message there. Please, you have entered invalid data. Please try again. So that way, you get the respective outputs. Now, under functional, the objective of function is to make sure software meets the requirements. Tester knows only the input and the output of the functions. Yes, as a tester, I'm bothered about what to pass here. And if I click login, what should I get at the output? In between what happens, I no need to know that knowledge. If you're a developer, you will understand it because you can go to the source code and check the code as well. But mainly for tester, that's not necessary. Functional testing can be both manual and using automation tools. You can do functional testing by both the ways. Now, under functional testing, say I'm not into non-functional, I'm not into non-functional, so I just exited from there. Functional. Under functional, what I can do? Under functional, you can do smoke testing. You can do functional testing, I mean retesting, regression testing, usability testing, database testing. Okay. Alpha UAT testing you can do, monkey testing, soak testing, different types of testings you have in the functional. And remember, all these types of testings are not for every project. It depends. It changes from application to application you are working on. But every application needs few testing common. Few testings are for every application, and rest types of testings are choosable, or you can select depending on the project. Okay. Now, which are mandatory? You see smoke testing, functional, retesting, regression testing. Okay. These are mandatory, and UAT testing. These are mandatory for every application. Okay. If you have a GUI, if it is a web-based application, usability testing is required. Maybe I'll show you. These are some 4 types you can see here. Regression, usability, and here comes the performance. These are the 4 types. So if you check you could see plenty of them are there. Unit testing, integration, system. This comes actually as a levels of testing. Functional testing, UAT, smoke, regression, performance, security, acceptance, or user acceptance. They both are the same. These are the different types of testing. Apart from this also, you have some more. It depends on the application, as I said. Let us see somewhere else. Okay, you see these websites, you can this content you can just read it later. Okay, white box, black box, and the gray box testing. Find it here. Under black box, functional and non-functional, which you have. Under functional testing, the types of functional testing, integrational, types of integrational, top-down approach, bottom-up approach, system testing. And under non-functional, you can categorize performance, usability, compatibility, security, all those types of tests. I think this is good. You can read this. Under performance, you have loading time, stress time, scalability, stability, all these testings you can do. And some other types of software testings are the unit testing, integration, system testing are main. Some other types of software testing are, you can do smoke testing, sanity, regression, UAT, exploratory testing, ad hoc testing, security, globalization testing, even sometimes localization testing, monkey testing, different types of testings you have. These are all comes at other types. Okay, I think we'll go through with respect to this document. It's good. Okay, so as we basically classify the types, this we have already discussed. White, black, and the gray box testers. We are into now black box testing. Under black box, you have functional and non-functional. Under functional testing, you can find unit testing, integration testing, system testing. See, when any project you start developing, when a project is developed, suppose this is a project, as I don't know, before also I gave an example or not. Suppose if I have an Amazon application, e-commerce. E-commerce is a big application where many small projects you can combine. Now, one of the sub-project under Amazon is the sales. You have the sales part. Then you have to do the payment, banking gateway, banking project is also included. You want the stock and all the retail project, that is the inventory part. Okay, this way you have modules of this project. Now under sales, you have different features. Under sales, I have to search a product. Then you have to apply some filters if required. You have to do a login if as you need. You must do a logout. Okay, then I should add to the cart. Then here you have different options of making the payment and their own process. Here you have to check the stock clearance and all those. Now each functionality search, now where the developer will do the development from here, search. Now search means you will write a small program for the search. This is called as a unit. As he writes the implementation, he has to execute this and do it and check whether it is correctly implemented or not, this requirement. So here he will do a unit testing. So unit testing is done by your developer, right? So this is the dev part. Same way he'll write another program for filters. Then you'll do a program for login program. So these are the small units. Each unit is individually verified, working. That is the unit testing. Then comes integration testing. As I told earlier also, how do I, from login, I have to go and search the product. So these two functions are interconnected. From login, I have to go click on search and do the search. After doing this search, I want to apply the filters. It's not like as you log in, you go for filters. No, these two programs I don't want to link as per the flow, not needed. After applying the filters, maybe I want to go for the cart. After adding to the cart, maybe I want to log out. So this is how the flow is. Now, these connectivity programs, these programs are known as interfaces, linking programs, are written by again developer, and you need to test this program. Test the program means I need to see whether from login I can go for search or not. So that is doing nothing but a integration testing. So integration testing and unit testing is done by your developers only. Now, once you do this integration, my sales part is ready. Similarly, all the programs for banking is also ready. Okay. Now I have to, that is means my Amazon system is ready. You as a tester, now QA will do the system testing. Now he will start from sales. Now start from sales means he will start from login. Then as interfaces are properly tested, I will surely connect to search. I'll apply a search, then apply filters and do click on cart and do the pay option. Pay, I should see that I switch to the banking. See, this was not tested. This was not tested by developer. Developer was just seeing the relative module functionalities. So from one module, can I go to the another module, call another module? From banking, whichever option you are selecting, is it navigated? Okay. And once you say pay, payment should be deducted and I should see this product from here. It should communicate to the inventory and I should see that product should get minimized and my transaction should get completed. So you're moving across different modules and make one successful transaction. So this way I should test all the possible flows occurring on that application, or end-to-end scenario testing we call. So when you test all the scenarios, that makes your Amazon completely tested. That is nothing but system testing. So that is your system test. So as a QA, we are here involved into the system testing. Now, what is unit testing you have? This is the first level of functional testing. In order to test any software, we'll write the test models independently and test all the functionalities. They're called the small units. Okay. Then integration. Whatever the points we have discussed, they're here. You're going to test the integration programs, interfaces, linking programs you call. Now, you know, in this linking also connectivity, how are they connected? All are connected one after another. It depends on the application. So in the integration also, you have different types of integration. Top-down approach, bottom-up approach, hybrid approach. There's also called as a big bang approach. But here they have mentioned only two. But I'll just tell you, top-down approach means how it looks like is, you know, the application functionality. Suppose you have a sales. Sales is your bigger model. Sales part. Under sales, what is their feature? You have a search feature. Okay, this is the one part. You have some filters. You have something called login. These are the features under the sales. In the top-down approach, what we do, we start testing from the upper module, main module, and reach towards the branches or submodules. This is from top to bottom. Top-down approach, it is called. So first, I have to get into the sales module. Then maybe I need to, okay, I'll keep this login on top. I have to do a login, this module test. From login, I need to get connected to the search and then to the filters. And from filters, like this, branching. This way of connectivity is called as a top-down. So in this approach, we will add the modules step by step or incrementally and test the data flow. Data, I think, what is this? Got hidden. Data flow between them. We have to ensure that the modules we are adding are the children of the earlier ones. Means search, filter are treated to be children of your sales. So parent is sales and below that whatever comes are the child. So you can keep on adding the childs. If you want to test the childs, I need to start my flow from the parent and then reach to the child. This kind of connectivity is called as a top-down approach. Next, you have a bottom-up approach. Bottom-up approach means now you can understand. I start from down towards the upper flow. In the bottom-up approach, we will add the modules incrementally and check the data flow between the modules and also ensure that the modules that we are adding is the parent of the earlier one. Means to the sales, what is the parent? Now you are in the sales. Sales is ready. Now where the sales can be fitted in the project? That is the parent to the sales. So that time you can put this block under that parent and test from sales to, you're connecting sales towards the parent. Okay. So that becomes your bottom-up approach. See, this you no need to involve much into this connectivity because this is mainly done by your developers only. How to integrate bottom-up approach or the top-down approach. But these are the two techniques you can just remember. You have something called here, big bang approach. Big bang approach means what? When the data flow is complex and very difficult to classify who is the parent and the child, we will go for non-incremental model. So the non-incremental is known as a big bang. Big bang means it looks something like this. You have one function. That function is connected or calls the next function. That function will call the third function. Third function will call the fourth one. And fourth one will call the first one. So this is the flow. So each function, if any one functionality is not working, it breaks the chain. So each child, suppose this is a child. This child, this is a child of this one. So this is the parent. Now this parent is internal child of F2. F2 is internal child of F1. F1 is internal child of F4. So each module or a function itself is a parent, itself is a child. and they both and they are interconnected, or I mean they are dependent on the earlier module. So they are in a big bang dependent way, one on each other. This is called as a big bang approach. So once your system is ready, you're just testing the whole project and trying to come up with the possible bugs from there. Now, non-functional testing. So non-functional testing, it provides detailed information of the software. So under this, so always the non-functional testing is done after functional. Once your system is bug-free, almost bug-free, then it makes sense in testing the speed, the performance, the loading, how many users it can accept, all those. Okay. So non-functional testing will help us to minimize the risk of production and relative cost of the project. So other cost wise means maintenance is how the loading, whether the speed is fast, slow, all those. So under that, you will calculate the performance, load, stress, in which environment will it work or not, compatibility, how easy it is used for new people to use it, usability. So they all come here. Okay, under non-functional. So performance. So where you test the working of application by applying some load on it. Okay, where you check what factors are verified. You check the response time. When I type www.facebook.com, how much time it is taking to load that page, response. Okay, scalability. All these factors will come here. Stress, scalability, and the stability of the testing. Now you see load. While executing the performance, we will apply some load on a particular application to check the performance, which is known as a load. When 10 people are joining at once, then the load is more. Then they'll calculate how much time it takes and everything. Stress. It is used to analyze the user friendliness and robustness of the software. How strong or will the application break when the people are joining? That is a stress. How much load? If it is working for 10 people, then I'll increase the load, 15 users, then 20 users. Then you see how much stress is falling on the application. Okay, beyond the common functional limits. You have some limitation, maybe 50 users you can connect. Then slowly I increase the load and see what is the breakdown time of it. Scalability, performance by enhancing or reducing the load in a particular balances is known as a scalable. Now suppose now Facebook was earlier planned for 50 users, assume. Now suddenly, can I make a space for 100 users? Or can I suddenly decrease the users for 2? In these extreme situations also, I need to check whether application is still working. Means to what extent I can scale, upscaling or downscale you say. Upscaling means as it is designed for 50 users, can I increase beyond it suddenly, which should not impact my other features. Downscaling is something where I decrease or remove some functionalities or features from it. Okay, that is called upscaling or downscaling. Same way, stability. Your application should be stable. It should be same behavior it should have, even though you increase the load or decrease the load. That is what is expected. Usability. So these all comes under the performance. Okay, performance. Then under non-functional, you have a usability. Usability means how easy is this application to use for a new user. Suppose I'm here for the first time seeing the Facebook. Can I work on the Facebook without anyone's help? Yes, because I could see here is the place where I should enter email. Here I should type and click here. So it is like a self-explanatory, self-guided manner. So this is very important for the applications because no one will be there to teach every individual how to use that application. So user friendliness, usability, you call it, is very essential nowadays for every application. Compatibility testing. Compatibility you see mostly for the web applications. Now you might have come across a scenario that earlier the online banking was allowed for Internet Explorer. Now the same website is being upgraded, or sometimes they say that you choose so and so operating system for this application to work on. Means they are very browser specific. They say that if you want to work on this online banking, you should have IE browser of 8 version, mandatory. On Chrome, it will not open. Means you have there, that is a bug actually on that website. So the customers of that bank, even though they don't wish, if they want to do online, they have to work on IE browser 8 version. Because they have just verified that tested their application only for IE8. They did not do compatibility testing for Chrome browser, Safari browser, Firefox, for different operating system. No. So there the compatibility testing was not done. If you do the compatibility testing, saying that this application should work on all operating systems and all browsers, you should really set up those environments and do testing on it. You should test your application on Chrome, Windows machine, Linux machine, Mac machine, okay, Safari browser, Edge browser, Firefox, so that the users might be working on any machine should be comfortably work on all the that application. For that reason, compatibility testing is necessary. Gray box, as I told you, it's a collaboration of the black and the white box. That's called as a gray box. Means where you have a knowledge of the source code as well as, the structured part and the functional part. Okay, those all are the types of testing, and you know about automation, where you want to do your task faster, repetitively, regression, and without making any errors while performing on the application, reports generation. Fine. For all those reasons, you need automation part. And now let's move to the other types of software testing. Smoke testing. Smoke testing is always done on your first build. Now, I'll give you a short idea about what I'm calling it as a build. When we do testing, we test on a particular test environment. Also, it is called as a test bed. In some companies, we call as a testing bed. Testing bed is the place where you can test your application. Okay. So always dev environment will be different. We have a dev environment where developers work on this server on their required environment. And we have a QA environment, that's a testing environment where we set up the environment as per client requirement expectations. If client is using this application on Chrome browser on Windows, we have to set up accordingly. Now developers work here. Now they have a requirement of, suppose, a search feature. They have written a program. Then they have done a unit testing. And some other programs they have written, done integration testing. So almost your application is ready, system is ready, and or module is ready. And they share that module to us to test. We call that sharing one is called as a build. B-U-I-L-D. First build comes to us, build one. Build is like a executable file, RAR or a WAR file, which just come where you open it in your environment, it opens. Now, as it is search, I could see the application having a search field and a OK button. This is the output of this build when you open it. When you get a build, Now, maybe as a tester, you don't wait up till the build comes. Before the build only, as a tester, you get the requirement. See, the SRS document having the requirement details is shared to both of us, testers and developers. Developers understood it with development point of view. Testers, you are understanding with the testing. How do I test this search? These people will think, how do I do the coding for search? Now, how will I search means you are asking the tester to yourself, what are the different ways to search? What data I should pass? What results I should get? Whether successful products I should get, or possibility is error message I should get. Error message I should get. These are the possible outputs. So when you are studying the requirements before the build comes, you are going to write your whatever you think as test cases. Suppose I got a thought of testing the search by 3 ways: by right data, by giving wrong product name, and by keeping it empty. So whatever the thought comes to me, I write it down so that I don't forget it later. So first way, with right data. Second way, with wrong product name. Third way, with empty. So these are 3 ways. So I call them as test cases. Now, what is the result? If you write a right product name, you should get the product list. If I enter wrong product name, I should get error message. If I give blank and click OK, again, I should get some error message. These are expected result, what client is expecting. So I'm ready with it. These are my test cases. Now, meanwhile, I get a build. When you open the build, it looks like this. Then you start your execution. You apply this first test case, what you have to do on the functionality. You click OK. Whatever result you get here, this is actual result. Correct? This is actual result. And here what you have written is expected. Whatever actual result you get, you see whether this is matching with expected. Here you're getting product list. Here also you are expecting product. They both are same. They both same is this feature is working correctly. This is correct working. Done. This is passed. Then I do the second one. Wrong product name if I enter, click OK. What is the output of the real application or real build? Error message. Here also I'm expecting error message. If both are same, okay, this is also working. Third one, if I enter wrong empty, I should get error message. Okay, leave it empty. Click OK. If I don't get error message, if I'm seeing some product list, actual result doesn't match with expected. There's a mismatch. Means this test failed. Means there is some problem with the search now. There is some bug here. Getting? As you find a bug, the tester should report this bug. How? You will not go personally or ask him to do it. You will have to send a report. Maybe I'll create on Excel a bug report. Otherwise, we usually use some tools to do this. So a bug, say that I'm creating a bug report. I found a first bug where in the test case number 3, what you have done, I left it empty. I'm getting error message. I'm getting product name. So these details, now if you get one more bug, you can just track all the bugs, different bugs. And these bugs are reported to the dev. Now the dev will look into this bug, see really is it a bug? Can I also do and see the bug? He will check it, he will verify. Then he will accept the bug, do some changes in the coding and share with you the second build 2. Now once you get a new, every time for any minor change also builds keep changing. So for the second build, again you continue the testing. So as the third test case failed, you perform the third test case. Okay, you perform the third test case. Suppose this third test case for blank, it is working fine now. This is passed. I also see second and one because they all are towards the search. Okay, I verify that everything because I don't know, some changes happened here. The bug can be in this. So once, suppose if some bug is here in the second test case now, again make a report, bug report, report them, get the third build. On the third build, now I assume everything is working fine. And you will stop testing the search. Okay, so this is the process. Now assume that this is about the search, but before the search, you already tested the login sometime back. Username, password, and the log button. And this is properly tested, working condition. But now when you were testing the search, you found some bugs and you verified them. Now they are working. Okay, now they are working. Means now the search is properly working. Now already you wrote some test cases for login also. Test case 4, 5, 6 are written for login. Already this is completed. Now, as you made some changes in the search, might be these changes might have impacted the login. You get a doubt, a question. I don't know. I'm not sure. They might have impacted or not. To check that, it's always better I should test these test cases again. Already which are working, I'll repeat it again. This process is called as a regression testing. This is functional testing, means testing the functionality in a detailed way. Detailed way means by giving right data, wrong data, empty, whatever possible ways you understand and required, you test it. This is called as a detailed testing or functional testing. But regression testing is something which I repeat. You understanding? Which I repeat. Which I repeat. Repeat in the sense already working features to see the impact or to see whether the login is still stable or not. I do the regression testing. Okay. So you see in our list, there is a term regression testing. That is this. I'll come to smoke. Okay. Fine. That is one case. Next one, you have something called retesting. Here, I don't see that word, retesting. Now, what is retesting? You tested search. You were testing search with one product name, maybe phones. With all possibilities, you gave a right phone, wrong phone, nothing, no phone. Now you came to know that the search is working correctly. But with your application, you have 1,000 products to sell. Now, as a tester, the client will say you must test all product names, not only phones. Just check whether all products are working in a right manner. I cannot do it manually. Correct? You have to keep all the 1,000 products in an Excel sheet, all the 1,000 products in Excel sheet, and pass that product name one by one to this field and see the result. But first, I should see whether this is working for one product. If it is working properly for one product, then you do take all that multiple data and work it. With automation, you do it. So testing the requirement with multiple inputs again and again, that is called as a retesting. Retest. Test again and again. Here also again and again. But to see the stability of the application, but here to see the multiple data passing to the requirement. Next one, what you have? Next one, before doing detailed testing, whatever you were testing here detailedly, see detailed testing, you started from build 1, build 2, build 3, all bugs came. As bugs keep coming, your builds increases. Now on the first build, whenever a first build comes, you should not do detailed testing. Even though you're ready with test cases, don't do detailed testing. First, you do a smoke testing on it. Now, what is smoke testing? Smoke testing is nothing but checking whether that build is good or accepted to do a detailed testing. Means what? If your application is planned for 10 web pages, see whether all pages are opening correctly. If I click on if I click on this link, is it opening a right page or not? Properly connected interlinks are there or not? If I click on search, whether I'm able to recover or not. These things, important features are available. Login is important here. Account creation is important. Are they available on the screens or not? Checking this. Don't test login in deep level. Just see whether this feature is available. Whether this feature is available means if I click, whether it is opening the sign up page. That much only. You no need to see whether signing up is happening or not. That comes under functional testing or detailed testing. So on the very first build, whatever the test you do, gross level testing we call. Gross level, just overview, not a deep level. Overview of the entire web page, entire application. On the complete application, how many pages you need, whether on that Facebook, what are the important features, are all present or not. Means gross level testing on the done on entire project is called as a smoke. Always smoke testing is done on the first build. Clear? This smoke testing sometimes can be done by developer also. Sometimes can be done by tester also. Why developer? Who is giving the first build? Developer. So at this stage, in their environment, before giving the build, they can check it. Gross level, overview, and send. And here at the testing environment, once you receive the build, before doing detailed testing, I can see whether the build is gross level available, having all the requirements, all the pages connected or not. So smoke testing can be done at any point, any end on the first build. Some people say that is called as a sanity test also. Sanity test can be done on first build also. But actually, sanity test can be done on any build. Maybe tomorrow you have a UAT testing here, user acceptance testing, and you are at the build of 9. On the build 9, after build 9, you will be doing a UAT testing. Almost all bugs are done. On the build 9, I can do the sanity testing. Why? Because if tomorrow morning is the UAT testing, today at 5 o'clock I received my build and I have to do a detail now testing, test everything. Now I don't have that much time to do complete system testing, all test cases. What I do is I do sanity. Sanity means take important features and do deep testing on it. Important features is for me login and search is important. Take login, all the test cases of login you do, and search feature, all the test cases you run on it. That is sanity. Okay. So somewhere they also made a note that smoke and sanity both is same. Both are same. Both are same in the sense as smoke is also done on few features. Sanity is also done on few features. That's the reason they call it the same. But smoke is gross level overview. Sanity is deep testing. Deep testing on few features. Okay. Intention is the same. Intention is what? Objective. Why you're doing smoke? To see the stability of the build. Build is stable. All features are working. Sanity is also the same. Build is stable. My features are working. And I am ready to pass that build for UAT. Are we clear, team? What is smoke, sanity, regression, UAT, you know. Regression, and retesting. These are all five types of testings we learned here. So whatever the types we discussed now are compulsory for every project, mandatory. Regression, retesting, smoke, sanity, UAT are compulsory. Now you have something called exploratory testing. You're exploring the application. Now when you do exploring, when all information is not shared with you, you explore from your end. Now, for example, Facebook is the previous older version of the application. Now this Facebook thought of adding a new feature on this called membership or payment, something, pay. That's a new feature. So what those people did is they gave all information about payment, how payment should work, not work, all those. SRS document is all about payment. And they did not share anything about the previous features, old features like login, forgot, which is already executing stage. They did not share anything about it. They shared only about payment. In such cases, while testing, we have to test all old features as also new features along with, correct? Then, as you don't have info about old features, you start exploring. They give only the URL of old application. So tester will explore and see what are the features on it, how are they working, how they should not work. So he tries to study them and create his own SRS document kind of thing. We don't call SRS, but he tries he creates his own document. Not physically creating any document, just he studies them. So how he does that? How does it? With exploratory testing. Exploring the application. So you can just read all these points. Whenever the requirement is missing, early iteration is required, and the testing team has experienced testers. Now, when you can explore something, when you have some knowledge on it, something similar you have worked earlier, then you can start exploring. So it's like a experimental based. Exploratory test done on an experience based. So what you do, how you do this? First, you go through the application in all the possible ways, make the test document, understand the flow of the application, and then test the actual application after that. That is exploratory. Then something you have ad hoc testing or random testing also we call it. Pick anything at any time, also called as a monkey testing, gorilla testing. So what you do? Ad hoc testing means like monkeys activities. Monkeys don't do everything very organized manner, all mischiefs, everything, not the way expected, all negative things like, that way. So ad hoc testing is to do a negative testing. So taking any application randomly, pick anything randomly, pass anything, whatever you want. Suppose in a search field, if I pass some special characters, asterisk, exclamatory mark, comma, brackets, what will happen? It's like a monkey testing. So I want to see what is the behavior of the application if I pass in the search field some special characters, blank spaces. That will become a ad hoc testing. So this testing the application randomly as soon as the build is in a checked sequence. So it is also called as monkey ad hoc testing. We will check the application in contradictory of the client's requirement. That's why it is also called as a negative testing. Got it? See, exploratory and ad hoc are not the same. Exploratory is something what you're trying to find, what is possible or what can work on that application. That's an experimental, experience-based it is. Ad hoc testing, random testing, monkey testing, gorilla testing is the same. Where you do pass some negative data to it and see the behavior of it. random testing we call.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which software testing technique involves testing software with limited data and resources? And your options are performance testing, smoke testing, load testing, or alpha testing. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Selenium certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository and Maven and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
Okay. See, these all questions like comes as a interview questions. What is ad hoc? What is random testing? Or what is exploratory testing? Security based. Security testing. All the banking applications, insurance applications, security testing will be there, database testing will be there. So how secure? You have a firewalls, okay? How are they working? Configurations are all verified over here. See, one thing here, to do a security testing alone, if I don't have any networking knowledge, I cannot do security testing. To do security testing, you should have the base knowledge on it. Maybe the network team will be involved into do the network security testing. So here you are determining the weakness, risk, threats for the software, okay, and more focusing on the security part. Then you have globalization testing. Globalization means you have different applications. Some applications need global testing and some may not. If I have a local app, some app which is used among my family members or friends circle, that app, as we all know one language, that app no need to have a feature of changing language, changing time zones, not necessary. Whatever is our common discussion, accordingly that app can be developed and tested. That time, global testing not needed. On other hand, as we all connected with the Zoom, we all connected through different time zones. Zoom is like a communicator, like not only for used by us, it can be used by different set of people for different reason, right? Now, on Zoom, you have a provision of selecting the language, selecting the time zone, scheduling the meetings accordingly, okay? You have different features which follows the global settings. As this application can be used by wide range of people throughout the world, so when they are developing Zoom, they developed Zoom, they keep in mind these all should be the features of Zoom, like language changing, time settings, okay, all those. So as a tester, you should test it. You should see whether I can change from English to French, okay, or Spanish. You should see and verify whether that is happening or not. That type of testing is called as a global testing. Checking the globalized standards, you can say. Yeah. So these are a couple of database testing. So now you see every application has a database. A tester should be good enough to see whether the data is stored. When I do complete a transaction on Amazon, I could get a message, transaction done, product, so-and-so date, details, everything. But really, do I see any entry in the backend database for that user with those user details and product in the database? You have to verify, you have to test it with the help of query. So to do a database testing, you should have a database knowledge. To do a security testing, you should have a security related network knowledge. Okay, so these are the types of testings available. What is this? Performance we have done, right? We went through it. Load runner. Now performance can, as I told, performance cannot be done manually. I cannot calculate performance, speed and all that. You have to use tools. So one of the tool for performance is a load runner. So load runner is for testing non-functional auto. It's a non-functional automation. As you learned Selenium for doing functional testing, this is for automating the non-functional. So load runner is a tools which you have to download and install it, and where mainly you can create multiple users. Now, how you get more load? Many users should join. Manually, I cannot set up that much workspace, and more of like everyone can't connect to the application at single go. Milliseconds at least difference will be there. But with tool, it is possible to create, see, 1,000 virtual users, perform real life transaction, performing the transaction on the application. That time you'll get a perfect load calculated. Okay, so you can monitor. So that tool helps to monitor, capture data across the different layers. Okay, and here you can get the results, reports. You can see that result gets stored in the database, allow the user generate the reports, analyze it. So a user is doing that. A person, a tester, using a load runner can create many users, throw that load on the application, and that software will monitor it, and that result you can store in the database. This is the security check. Whether security to the password is there, password cracking is easier or tough, unauthorization, whether it is properly able to identify on unauthorized users or not. These all checks happen. Ad hoc testing we discussed, GUI testing, database also we discussed. GUI means what? Graphical user interface testing. Now I cannot say all the time, I will see that whether Facebook login is working, recovery password is working, and this one. You should also see the GUI, look and feel of this website. Look and feel means whether this font size is good, pleasant, color is okay, any spelling mistakes are there, whether the alignment is correct. Okay, this also is very important. The look and feel of the application. See, now to check the look and feel, you no need to type anything, neither to click. It's just looking at the application, seeing at it, and making a note of it, whether it is good or bad, passed or failed. So that is done. See, with automation, you can't do look and feel testing. Only manual testing can help in look and feel, because you can analyze it, you can compare it. So see, as you're not interacting with anything, it is also comes under the type of static testing. You have two types, static, dynamic. Dynamic means where you pass some input, click something, drag something, means you work on the application. That is dynamic. So whatever we learned up till now, like regression testing, retesting, okay, functional testing, sanity, smoke, these all are dynamic testings. All functional comes under dynamic. Performance, everything comes under dynamic. The GUI testing is a static testing. Static means without doing anything on the web application, just open, see at it, and analyze and give the report. That becomes as a GUI testing. So in database, you check the columns, rows, how much data it has, what is the relationship between different tables, dependencies, constraints, all those. So you have something called volume testing also. Volume testing, if you take a scenario, up till now, so many people, millions of people are using Amazon. Up till now, no one faced a challenge saying that I did my transaction. I found a message that database is full. Please wait. Never. Because those people took care of it. What they did is all the transactions are stored in the database. Every record is stored, every transaction is stored in the database. Database, suppose this is 100%. Now, as the transactions are coming in, the percentage is increasing. 10%, 20% is full, 30% is full. Now, they made a program in such a way that once the database is to 80% full, what to be done? Remove all these transactions, store in another database, staging. Then store this into the secondary and make it empty. So that whatever the users do the transaction, their information will be thrown over here. Means the volume is, if once it reaches the data to 80%, automatically the program should come up. So they have written a program. This program will take care, seeing every time, monitoring. Is it 80%, 80%? When it is coming to 80%, pull all this data, clone it into another database. Okay, this is like storage here. So testing it, testing what? This program is working correctly or not. When 80% is this program triggered or not? And whether it is cleaning or not. This testing is called volume testing. Okay, so testing team conducts their test to find maximum limit of data volume of your application. Now here maximum data volume is 80%. It's called volume testing.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Selenium certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository and Maven and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
Soak testing is what? You are keeping the application in usage for a long time. You are soaking it under usage and see what is its behavior. Like for example, if I take a banking application and perform a soak testing on it, means I log into the bank app and just keep it logged in, just like that for some time. You see immediately due to the security factor, the logins, you're not logged in for more time if you're just ideal on this secured application like banking, all those applications. You immediately see yourself as logged out and it'll ask you to log in again if you try to perform something else. That is the soaking, means keeping the application logged in or in a working condition for a long time. So soak time for banking, secured application is very less and it should be less. On the other hand, if you take any other applications like, Facebook or Gmail, these applications or e-commerce applications, if you log in and just be idle like that only for hours together, days together, you see that there is no any impact on it. You are still logged in. That is how those applications require that functionality to be. If you see login to the Facebook is asked every time, we won't prefer it. We won't like it. So soak testing for these common applications is more. I mean, you can be logged in there for a long time. That is more soaking time. And due to security reason, soaking time for the secured application should be always less. So as a tester, we also check the soaking feature of the application under test. That's called as a soak testing. So when it comes to the non-functional testing, where performance is a factor which has to be verified. So how to check the performance? We will be using different tools, like one of them is a load runner. You also have JMeter. JMeter is also another tool. Load runner is a licensed tool. Okay, you have to, it's a paid version. And JMeter is a free version. It is an open source free version. Anyone can download JMeter and work on it. Security reason, security factor. And also you have to do a GUI testing, ad hoc testing, database if you have for your application should perform the database queries. Yeah, flowchart of testing categories. So under testing, mainly classified into main two branches called static testing, dynamic testing. Yesterday, whatever the testing types we discussed, all comes as a dynamic. What is meant by dynamic? Under dynamic, the actions performed on the applications, the way you test the application features, you have to interact with it. That's called dynamic. Whenever you interact with the features of the applications, it is called dynamic testing. Maybe you might be entering some inputs or dragging something, selecting something, clicking somewhere. All this comes as a dynamic. Got it? So all your black box testing types, any types, whatever we discussed yesterday, all comes as dynamic. Now, GUI testing is like a static testing. Now, in graphical user interface, you just open the app and just look at its presentation, the color, the font size, the alignment, these factors, where you no need to really interact with it. So that is called as a GUI testing, comes under static, where you just verify it. Also, static testing can be done with by your especially in the V model, you have a verification. Now, verification means you're just verifying whether the documents created are the proper documents. Okay, anything or I mean, like, the templates or the standards followed by your organization are really implemented or not. Those factors are done in the verification. So who does it? There might be a separate verifying team, like reviews may happen on the work what you have done, or walkthroughs may happen. Walkthroughs means just going through the documents and check the task what you completed or rolled out is in a right approach or not. That is called as a walkthrough. And also they inspect the task, inspect whatever maybe the test cases you have written. In the sense, they will not inspect the way you wrote the test case. They will inspect the templates used by you for writing the test cases, or the techniques used by you to prepare the test data. That's called as an inspection. This all comes under a static testing. Now here you see static testing and dynamic. Dynamic is with respect to the implementation, the way you really test the feature. So as a tester, I do as a dynamic testing. That's called as a static categories. Now you see, static is a component of a system or specification to implementation level without execution of that software. I no need to log in. I no need to do any search. I no need to do any payment. Without any working on any feature, if I check something on the real app, not on the real application, that all becomes static, like maybe reviewing. An evaluation of the product or project status. Okay. So you're just checking here whether the project is going through as per the scheduled plan or not. Okay. Or is there any sprint lagging or any backlogs are there? That's nothing but a review. Review is happening. So mostly in the Agile, who can do the review? Your Agile in the Scrum Master. You have a Scrum Master who will do the review itself. So he'll just see whether the project is going as per the sprint duration, as per the plan or not. And also the product owner also will review. Product owner, what he will review? once after you complete the sprint, the requirements under that sprint, you will be giving a demo to the product owner. The product owner will see the output of that requirement and say whether it is as per client expectations or not. That is also one kind of review. Okay. Inspection, a type of peer review that relies on visual examination of documents to detect the defects. So the BA creates an SRS document. Okay, the analyst team. The BA creates a FRS document. Test lead will prepare a test document. So they will see in the inspection the documents which you are taking as a sample format. Is it as per your company norms or not? Is that a right format of a document or not? That is what inspected. Walkthrough, step-by-step presentation by an author of the document in order to gather information and to establish a common understanding of its content. So walkthrough means, suppose you have an FRS document. Who creates FRS? Business analyst. Now in the walkthrough, the team, whoever is doing the walkthrough, will check whether the requirements are very explanatory, descriptive, whether it holds all the information where the other resources can understand and follow it. So it sees whether you're following in a very clear manner the requirements in that document or not. Understanding team? It's called as a walkthrough. So see, review, how we do process or meeting during which work products or a set of presentation or other parties for commenting or approval. So they'll just go through the documents which you create and just do a review. Review means just like a cross check the work you have done. So in process review, decision point, okay, phase review, critical design review, test readiness review, means different reviews can happen. Design review, code review. Now design review, who prepares the design? Architect level. So once they prepare a project design, that is again reviewed. Is that the expected or the right path to be implemented for this project or not? Once the programmers do the coding, the code review is done. Code review means whether the programmer following the coding standards, comments, all those. Okay, so this way review can be done on all different documents in the complete process of your project life cycle. So this is a walkthrough, less formal than inspection. It's less formal than inspection, where it identifies the defects, makes some suggestions if required. Team walkthroughs the code. So basically a manual simulation of the code is done here, driven by test data. So you use a sample test data on the application, not an exhaustive test of a program. Don't do vigorous test of the application. In the walkthrough, you just use some sample 1 or 2 inputs and check the result and see the result of it. So these all are the different types of walkthroughs they mean. What is the objective of the walkthrough? You can identify the errors at the early stage, because verification is done before only, right? So you don't need to go to the end point. I mean, let me show you the V model if I can see. Yeah. See, instead of finding the defects at the UAT level, that is the last phase, if I review the work done of each phase here itself, see now here a design is made. If I verify the design is right or wrong at this stage, I can rectify with less cost, instead of realizing the wrong results at the end point. So that's the reason reviews early defects at the early stage, finding the defects at the early stage. You get this is one of the benefit of doing a walkthrough. Ensure established standards are followed. You make sure you're following the coding standards the templates of writing the test cases, the required matrix documents are implemented, all this. Okay. Train and exchange the technical information among project teams which participate in the walkthrough. So you can share whatever the information you have across the team so that everyone will follow accordingly and implement, which increases the quality of the project. So early found defects will really make it's a profit, or you can say a plus point, or a you can say advantage of the overall project. Okay, so early finding the defects will surely save time of every resource and the project time as well. Exit criteria of a walkthrough. When you can stop the walkthrough? When the entire software product has been examined, you have checked the entire project, you can stop your walkthroughing. Recommendations and required actions has been recorded. So when you recommend something and that is being informed to the particular resource, then you can stop discussing on that point. The walkthrough output has been completed. So when whatever you recommended, if that is already implemented, then you no need to worry about it. You can move on. You can stop your walkthrough action. So this is your exit criteria. See, auditing is also comes under review only. I mean, it's one type of review or the static testing, auditing. So audits are independent reviewers. See, when someone audit team, suppose a bank is having some auditing happening, means what? Auditing is not done by a bank employee who is working there. Some external team will come who does the auditing for your bank. So those people will not agree to your terms. You have to just stop your work and just submit all the documents, required documents, and those audit team people will check the process and required submissions and everything and give you a report. So they are nothing but independent reviewers. They are not the reviewers from your team. They are outsiders, you can say, independent. They'll not agree on your terms. They just check all the standards, software quality, requirements, instructions, and give you a report. That's called as an auditing, project auditing. So this all comes as in the V-shape SDLC model, you find all this static testing happening very well, and that leads to a good quality of your application. So let's see the next point. Dynamic testing. Under dynamic testing, so more or less these all points we have already discussed, which are coming under your black box testing. So you're very well of unit testing, and unit testing is mainly rolled out by your developer. Then unit integration, small units are integrated together. That is called as the integration testing. So where the connective programs, interfaces or linking programs are verified again by developers. In that integration, we already discussed like bottom-up approach, top-down approach, big bang approach yesterday. Those all comes under this part. Then from the system testing onwards, the testers are going to perform it, the entire application where different end-to-end cases, scenarios are verified. Yeah, here comes your integration types, big bang, bottom up, top down approach. We had a short discussion yesterday on these points. Then once you test your application, your system, the client is going to accept it by performing an acceptance testing or user acceptance testing also we call, which is in turn subdivided into alpha and beta testing. You can see here types of acceptance testing, alpha testing and beta. Okay, so you see simulated or actual operations of testing by potential customers or an independent testing team at the developer side. At your organization, they set up a server with deploying that application on that server and allow the user to work on himself independently. You will not guide the whoever is the client representer how to work on it, because he's already doing that functionality manually in his office. So he knows how to work. What are his day-to-day activities on that project? So you want to automate it now, right? Or test it now, or make some changes to that existing application. So he knows better how to use it, and he will just work on it as if he's going to use it later in his daily activities. So you just leave the end user on that project and let him work independently. And if you see some challenging issues in that process, those are bugs. If he sees the bugs, the alpha testing fails. You have to rework on those bugs, close them, and then come to the UAT testing. So beta testing, after alpha passing, you go for beta, where you see the customers at the external site or otherwise involved into the developers to determine whether the components of the system needs and fits with the business process. Means at the end, you're going to deploy the application on the real environment at the client side, and anyone can do the beta testing. Either the tester can do if the client wishes, or if the stakeholders can do the testing or use that application, or client can use the application, or the end users can do that. Anyone can work on it. So that's called as a beta software. So I know this some points are repeating. Comparison between static and dynamic. So in short, the points we discussed are here. So it's a form of software testing where the software isn't actually used. In static testing, you just verify the document, the process, and all those reports. You're not going to work on the features of the application. So without touching the application, but you're going to check the documents of that application, that comes under static, right? Dynamic, where software must actually be compiled and run. Software should be executed. Okay, that all comes as dynamic. So why you do? So this point is again not detail tested. Here in dynamic, you really detail test all the features of the application. And why you do static testing? It's about prevention of the defects. If I find some, the details are not tracked in the document correctly, that will lead problems to the implementation, correct? Which is fine in the dynamic. So if I see some problems in the document, that's nothing but early problems, early defects. If you prevent those early defects, for sure, in dynamic testing, you'll not get any defects. So why you do dynamic testing? After implementation, the wrong results are nothing but the bugs which you have to remove and cure the application. Cure the application in the sense, make the application defect free. That means it is a quality, turn it into a quality app. So can be done before compilation, can take place after compilation and linking all the programs and features properly connected in the project. Linking means what? The application need a database. The application need a security factors. Then those database need to be properly connected to your application. That's about compiling. After execution of your project, you need to link that project to the proper required database, proper firewalls, security factors, and all this. And the documents are before compilation. Documents are verified before application getting developed or executed. I hope we are getting this. So these are the comparisons or the differentiation between the two categories, static and the dynamic. You have some more here. So whatever individually we discussed, they are just added over here. You can just read them. Code review. You can see here, code review, inspections, walkthroughs, audits, all comes under here. In dynamic, you do the integration testing by the developers, unit testing, system testing, UAT, sanity, smoke, retesting, all comes under dynamic. So in static, it's a verification portion. This is a verification process. But in dynamic, it is a validation. Validation means you really implement it, bring into reality and check it. Okay. This is only to verify whether that document you created is right or wrong. We will not make any change to the document, but we are only going to check it. So in this topic, this is only it talks about the differences between the two. Test design techniques. Test design techniques are really very important. When you're writing your test cases or when you perform any testing, what exactly the data you have to pass, what inputs you should give. You shouldn't be knowing it. So who gives those inputs? The inputs are sometimes provided to you by the tester, by the client. Like for example, what is the username and password you should use for testing. So sometimes those information are shared to you by the client, or sometimes they just explain you those specifications and you have to prepare the data. It's called as a test data. Test data is the data used for performing the testing, for performing your dynamic testing. Now, how to create it? Based on the description, you have to create the data using some techniques. They are called as a test design techniques. So in your project, whichever technique you might be using for the data preparation as a tester, you should mention in the test plan document. One test plan document for all testers. So in that document, you'll see which technique was used by the tester for the data preparation. So we'll see here all the techniques which are available, and you choose according to the project and which technique you need. So you see specification based. This is one technique. Experience based. And these are types of specification based techniques. Equivalence class, boundary value, decision making, state transition, use case testing. Okay, this all comes under the different techniques of or different test design techniques, you can see. So we'll see one by one.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which software testing level involves testing the software's interaction with external system? And your options are unit testing, component testing, integration testing, or system testing. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Selenium certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository, and Maven, and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
What is specification based? Two types you have: specification based, experience based. Specification based means what? Use models from which test cases can be derived based on the functional and non-functional requirements. Means these specification based techniques are applied on whom? On the functional requirements. When whatever the features are there on the application, like you have a login feature, recovery password feature, account creation feature. On that feature, what data you need that you can prepare with this specification based technique. It is also called as a black box, because in black box, you test the behavior of the feature functionality, right? What is experience based? Knowledge and experience of a person is used to derive the test cases. Sometimes you're very good in, as a tester, you have worked on a lot of healthcare projects. Now, what a healthcare projects would be, how they should be tested, how their behavior should be, you know it based on the experience you did. You don't even need to study the SRS document of that particular project, because in the past you have worked a lot of healthcare domains, applications. You know how to test them, what features would be there. So that is a knowledge base. So knowledge and the experience of a person are useful to come up with the test cases. On the healthcare projects, what type of features would be there and how will you test those features? Already you have written plenty of test cases on them. Now, so now it is very easy for you. Blindly you can come up with the test cases without much effort. Got it? Knowledge of a software. You know how the healthcare project works, its usages, in which environment it is used, and its distribution is required for deriving that. See, all this knowledge you know, so it is easy for you to work on it. So either you can check the functional requirements and prepare the data, or as you have worked on such projects plenty of times, based on your knowledge, you can write your test cases and prepare data on your own. Getting? These are the two categories. Now, specification based means what? How to do that? Specification based technique means also called as a functional or behavioral requirement based testing. Means what is the behavior of that requirement, based on that you do it. That is called specification based. Focus on the evaluating the function or determine whether the combinations of inputs and operations produces the result. Means if I'm taking this application, for example, specification based, there's a login. What inputs I can see here for login? Email, password, log. How do I interact with them? Here I have to type something, email, password, and click on it, and I get a result. What result you will get, that is also explained in your SRS document. So what they're saying here is based on the combination of inputs. Combination means what? I may give right data, right email, right password, wrong password, blank inputs. Those are the combinations. So you determine the possible combinations of input, whatever operations you do, and see what are the expected results. Expected results are what? Either I should successfully log in, or in worst condition, see the error message. Nothing else, right? So those information is also shared to you in the SRS document. So such description, if you see in the documents shared to you, that is called specification based. Because the first time I am testing the Facebook, earlier never I have tested Facebook kind of application, so I don't have experience. So I'm using specification based. Specification means in your document, these all specifications of your requirement are mentioned. Read it, understand the possible inputs, do it, operate it, and see the possible results. And based on these combinations only, you get multiple test cases, how to test. In the sense, I may test with valid data, invalid data, and no data. That's a possible combination. So 3 possible ways I've got it. So these are the 3 possible ways. So coming to, there are some techniques. Whenever a document-based, description-based test cases and data you have to prepare, you can use these following techniques. These are some of the techniques. Now, if you explore on this topic, you'll find a lot of techniques, but these are the few which are widely used. And out of this also, equivalence, boundary, maybe decision making depends. But these 2 techniques we use widely. Mainly we say equivalence and boundary. I'll tell you example where you use decision making, state transition. Okay, these are different techniques. So one is equivalence class. partition. Before equivalence class partition means you are going to divide your data, test data. Test data means the data used to enter in these fields, what you enter, that is test data. So the category of the test data is divided into different classes. Equivalence class, equivalence partition, different categories you divide. In the sense, whether you're using capital letters, or are you using smaller case, or are you using special characters or numbers. So these are the different categories. So based on these categories, you divide which data is valid and which data is invalid. That technique, that categorization you can do easily using equivalence class. Boundary value. Boundary value is something you have a wide range of inputs. Then, see, for example, when there is a voting application, okay, in the votings you do, the age factor for eligible for voting is 18 to beyond, maybe you can take 100 years maximum. So 18 to 100 is a big range. Now, if I want to test that voting app, now application GUI is something like this. A text box where age has to be entered. And when you click OK, it will give you a result, whether valid or invalid. You get two outputs, valid, and this is invalid. Okay, invalid. So you have to test this functionality. Now 18, age is what? 18. And maximum is 100. Which I am assuming as per this application, client said. Means if you enter 18, I should go to valid. If you enter 19, you should go to valid. 20, if you have to test it. Up till 100, you have to test it. But you understand this is a very wide range. It's not possible for a manual tester to do all this. Okay. Now, in short, how do I cover this wide range is explained in the boundary value. What they do in the boundary value, they take this starting value and ending value, minimum value, maximum value. This is min and max. Then they take the neighborhood values of each. What is the neighborhood of 18? Beside it is 19. That is min plus 1 and lesser than 17 is 18. That is min minus 1. Take these two values. So 3 values you get from here. Minimum, minus 1, plus 1. Same way do here. Min, max plus 1, 101. And max minus 1, 99. Take these 3 values. This much is enough to test any wide range, because if you enter 19, it is working. If you enter 19 also, it will work. 20 also work. 21 also work. You don't need to test all this now. Up till 99, it is assumed to be working. It will work. If you tested 100, it's acceptable. If you enter 99, it will accept. 98 also will accept. No need to test. On the contrast, if you enter 101, it should not accept. 102, it should not accept. No need to test all the remaining values. Okay, if the neighborhood is failing, all values beyond it will fail. Similarly, if 18 is accepted, if you enter 17, it will fail. You no need to test with 16, 15, and so on. In the boundary value category, it is assumed to fail. So this technique will give you a small set of test data, which will cover up all the wide range. Okay, this is called as a boundary value. Decision making. Now, decision making would be required in an applications, like for example, insurance applications. Insurance, to approve an insurance for you, a policy for you, they'll check so many combinations and permutations. Like, they're doing a health check of yours. They'll see what is your history of your parents, okay, or they'll see whether your parents' insurance got accepted or rejected. What is your health condition? Then did you apply insurance earlier? Whether it got accepted or rejected. So many combinations and permutations they'll see. Then they'll give a decision. So it is not very easy to write it manually in one layer. So they'll use a decision-making structure and get the results, expected results correctly and in a very error-free way. That's called as a decision-making technique. Maybe with example, I'll show you that. So say the inputs and outputs are differentiated or divided into different classes, like capital letters, smaller cases, and divide into valid and invalid. Boundary value analysis, as I showed you that diagram, minimum value and maximum value you take, and then you divide, take the neighborhood values and make it into a valid data and invalid data. Okay, I'll give you one example. If I want to prepare a data for username, using these two techniques I'll use, equivalence class partition and boundary value. So I'll take here as an example. Suppose you have a login. You have a login. In this, you're going to work on the username. They described this username. You understand this one? They say that the username is going to accept alphanumeric data. We'll take alphanumeric data. And they also described that which is in a capital letter, capital input, and they also said of 5 input size. This is the description for username of the login. So from this, what I understand, alphanumeric. Now alphanumeric means, now to prepare the data for username, I make valid data, one category. Okay, and invalid data, valid and invalid category. So this is based on equivalence class partition, ECP technique. ECP means equivalence class partition. Divide the data for username. One is valid data, invalid data. So alphanumeric is accepted. Alphanumeric accepted means alphabets or characters or both the combinations you can enter as a username. So alphabets will come as small a to z, capital A to Z, that is alphabets, numbers from 0 to 9. So all this data you can enter as per this instruction. Then they described capital inputs, smaller case not allowed. So they'll take only capital inputs, capital A to Z, and numbers 0 to 9. So under valid, what I can write? Valid, any combination you make with capital characters and or 0 to 9, they all are accepted. And rest are invalid. Invalid is what? Small a to z. If you have some spaces, blank space, not acceptable. If you are using some special characters, comma, colon, hash, percentage, they are also invalid. This is your class partition. Now something they said about 5 input size means you're going to enter 5 inputs. 5 inputs, like you can take it from 1 to 5 characters. Maximum 5 character size. That is 5 inputs means maximum 5 characters. So here I have to use a equivalence class partition, and next is the boundary value analysis, BVA technique, boundary value and boundaries. What is the minimum if I take this line, margin line? So minimum 1 character and maximum 5 characters. They said 5 inputs. So my username character count should be 5. So if I pass, this is the min value and this is the max value. If I pass 1 character, it should take, it's an example, okay? If I pass 5 characters, it should accept. This is valid. Now take the neighborhood values as per this technique. So if I pass min minus 1 means 0 characters, it should fail. You no need to test with again lower. Okay, min plus 1. Min plus 1 means if you give 2 characters, it should work, or 3 characters also will work, no need to test. So 3 inputs you got it. Maximum 5, it will work. Max plus 1 means 6. If you enter, it will work. Similarly, max minus 1, 4 characters, it should, here it should not work, here it should work. So with this size also, you should check now. Now 0 characters not working. If I don't type anything in the, now you have as an application, username field, text box, this way. Okay. Now here, if I don't type anything, it's 0 characters. If no typing, it will not take any data. So obviously it will not work. If I type 1 character here, what character? You have here valid data, whether capital character or 0 number to 9. If you enter something, it is going to pass, accept. Now with these two combination, you know, boundary value and equivalence, whatever you studied now, prepare your test data. Now test data is what? Suppose in the username field, now you tell me, if I pass here in the username field as ABC. Now tell me whether this data is a valid data, whether I can give to username here ABC and see whether it will take or not. If I pass here ABC, this is my data, test data. If I prepare and use in the application to test, will it accept or not? Fail. What is the reason of failure? As per the count, if you see the boundary value, 3 characters. Yes, it is not valid, you say. But here 3 characters. See, for 1 character it is working, 2 characters it will work, 3 also it will work. Character count is not the problem here. The class is a problem. Equivalence class is a problem because the class which I have selected here data is smaller case. That comes under invalid. So this is my failed or invalid test data. Okay. So as a tester, if you make here capital 1, 2, 3, capital A 1, 2, 3, it's a validator, right? Because the count is again 4. It falls within 1 and 5. It is valid. And the class is 1 capital and a number. So you, as per the description, it is alphanumeric. So this is a valid. Okay. Same way, if I pass here X, capital X, Y, 45, 2, A. Okay. So this again is a test data which is invalid. Yes, invalid, because as per the data you see, that is a valid alphanumeric and they are capital and numbers. But if you see the count is going beyond your maximum range. So this is again invalid data. This is how you have to prepare the test data, by looking at the description of that specification of that requirement and evaluate. Use the techniques and do this work at the back end as a tester. Do this and prepare this data for your application. You have to, this is what, using the technique, you prepare the test data. Okay, so here, as per, only alphabets are accepted. So if you apply the equivalence class partition, so you will get only alphabets. So here the alphabets are only smaller case, means the valid here is small a to z. So only smaller case a to z are acceptable valid data, and rest all will become invalid. Under invalid, capital characters and 0 to 9 numbers, any spaces, any special characters, all will become as an invalid, right? And then you have a equivalence boundary value analysis, minimum 3 to 7 characters. So if you take the range, minimum is 3 acceptable and 7 is acceptable. So this is min value and this is the max value. So max plus 1, 8 count is again accepted. Rejected. 7 is accepted, 6 is accepted. So any password, if you make 6 characters, but following the smaller case will be accepted. 7 characters will be accepted, 8 and beyond that will be rejected. Same way, max minus 1, min minus 1 will be accepted, and min minus 1, 2 characters will be rejected. So if you make any combination of suppose ABC for your password, ABC, so it is a 3 character set. The count is valid and the range is smaller case. So this becomes a valid for password. Correct? If I make this combination of 4 characters, the count is valid as per boundary value, but it includes a capital number, character and a numbers. So this is an invalid for password, right? So as per the count, this is valid, but it again holds capital and the numbers, which is turned to be invalid. So this is an invalid data. This is how you have to work on your 2 techniques. That's your boundary value. Decision making. Now here you don't see any decision making kind of example. No. The table, you have a decision table, a table containing combinations of true and false. Because when someone is making an insurance policy acceptance, they have a condition. When all these conditions are fulfilled, insurance is allocated. Otherwise, rejected. So they have true or false, acceptance or rejection based on the different combinations. So you have to make example of decision making. Let us see here. Decision tree diagram. Even you can make decision table. This is kind of decision table, you know. Let us see here, images. So you can see this is your rule number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are some rules they have. Okay. So what are the outcomes and what are the conditions? If you see the conditions, pass credit check. Pass credit check is a no. Okay. Policy, existing policy, there's nothing, not applicable. Total years as homeowner, nothing, null. And outcomes are what? Policy A, B, C, and decline. So you have 3 policies with them, and one is declination. So if pass credit check is no, rule number 1. So when policies are approved, there are some rules to be followed, whether you are having rule number 1 obeying 2, 3, 4. And here, credit pass check is no. And rule number 2 is yes. Okay, so as if you see here, if I have this condition and rest all are not there, and this is also no, and these are not available, then your policy A, you will get the policy A, no. Policy B, no. Policy C, no. Decline is there. So you will be declined. Second one, combination is what? Under rule number 2, if you have a credit check pass, yes, existing policy is there, and total years as homeowner is greater than 5. Then you will be eligible for policy A, B, and C. Declination is not there. So you will get 3 types of policies you are valid. Under rule number 3, the first 2 are yes, and here you have years of house owner is 1 to 5. Here it is greater than 5. Here 1 to 5. Then you will not get policy C. Only A and B you'll get. See, these are some rules. If a particular customer falls under which condition, he'll be going through that policy or declination. These are set of predefined transactions, or you can say predefined conditions. Based on these combinations and permutations only, I'll get some results, outputs. This is called as a decision table. Got it? Similarly, you have a decision tree diagram. This also can be written in the form of tree diagram. Now, tree diagram, decision tree. See, this is something, a tree diagram about some finance. See, there are some numbers here, 1, and here it is 2, and here the 3, 5, 7, 10, 8. Okay, this is the presentation here, 9. You see what each number, what is the representation they are given. Wherever you see 1, it's a air commercial. 2, don't air the commercial. 3, commercialize. Commercial is appealing, is not appealing. Economy is strong, is weak. Competitors, air advertisement. So in that way. So when I start with 1, if this is one of the possible flow to reach the 9. 9 is what product with a high quality at the end. 10 is with product with low quality. That is, this is 10 and this is 9. Low quality, high quality. So when the product will be of high quality and with what combinations product will go to low quality, you understand from here. So this here you see, this is one of the flow where I start from 1, I go to 3, then 5, then 7, I'll get a high quality. What is that? 1 is what? Air commercial, air commercial. 3 is commercial is appealing. Then 5 is strong, economy strong. Then 7, competitors air advertisement. When all these are positive, I get a good quality. This is one of the flow. So when you're doing a decision tree diagram, when you can say that when this is true, when this is true, when this is true, all true, you get the high quality. Second one combination, when 1, then you go to 4, this is the branches. When you go to 4, when you go to 5, then 7, then here 9, good quality. Means 1 to 4. Means 1 air commissioner. 4 is commercial is not appealing. Okay, this is not. This is the true. Then you're making as economy strong. Then 7 is competitor advertising. Then you come across the 9th point, that is product. Means if out of 4 points, if 1 is down, also you can put under the category of high quality. This is second, the possible flow. Or third one, what? From 1, when you have commercial is appealing, then here 6. 6 is what? Economy is weak. Means you make a combination with all. One positive, other negative. Or with one true, other false. So this way, one is matched with all the other falses or one of them as false and come up with the result. This is called as a tree diagram. So from this tree, the possible answers which are presented here or documented are the expected results. The results are whether quality or high quality or low quality. That is, those are the expected results. So what are the possible ways to get the high quality and what are the possibilities to get the low quality? You have to come up with the possible results, possible flows. That is called as a tree diagram. So you can find that is what described in the decision table. The answers, the results and the possible combinations are all predefined. Just you have to check the possibilities and come with the results. You have a state transition. State transition diagrams indicates how the system behaves as a consequence of external events. State transition means waiting for, see here, you have an example, waiting for the card. Once the card is inserted, you ask the PIN, that's a state, where the state is changing of the application. Here you're waiting for the card. So this is another state. The card is inserted. So the state has been modified from waiting of the card to ask for the PIN. So when you enter the PIN, asking for the PIN and it is waiting for the PIN. Once you enter the PIN, it will validate and give you the next state called either invalid or valid. Okay. So ask for the PIN, cancellation, or return the card. So these are the different statuses, state you see in the transaction. Get it? This is called as a state transition. Now another example of here you see, this one you can understand better. There's different state. So you started your action from here. This is start and this is the end. You were waiting. Okay, you're waiting. The possibility is you can login is failed. That is, if login fails, you try again and try to log in. So if login is okay, empty the cart. Empty the cart. This is another state. Then to that empty cart, you can add an item. You can add the item or you can clear the cart. Two actions you can perform. So two states you can come across there. Then either item is added or non-empty cart. And then you check out. So this is one in the flow. You can see your action is going to different state. Okay. Or some other diagrams also you can see. Maybe banking application state transition. So you understood the state. State is like what is the possible outcomes of that action. Either valid, invalid, yes or no. So Gmail, yes, as you said, yeah, that's true. For Gmail also, you can draw your state transaction diagram. First you're waiting for the email. That is one state. When you enter, then you're waiting for the password. That is one state. When you enter the password, it will validate and just it will get into your account page. So based on the data of what the password you entered invalid, it will prompt you to enter the new password again. Yeah, those are also different states of the application of login. That's true. Yeah. So when you're preparing the data or testing your test cases, these are all possible. See, suppose if I don't have decision-making actions happening on my application, I'll not use decision-making table. If I don't need this state transition, I'll not use it. Maybe only equivalence class and boundary value analysis you can implement. It depends. Now, what is really a use case? I'll define it when I take one requirement and we'll work on it. So in short, use case is nothing but the functionality. The requirement which is shared to you by your business analyst to work on is called as a use case. In other words, you can also call it as a story. Login is one story, logout is one story, or login is a use case, upload is a use case, account creation is a use case. So whenever you say use case, how it is defined use case? Actor, action, and response. That is a goal. Response means what is the outcome of it. Actor means who is going to use it. Now login is used by end users. Gmail is used by the end users. Okay. So even Gmail can be used by employees of Gmail also. Okay. Or Gmail can be used by the administrators of that application as well. So according to the project, who are really going to use that feature, they are called as actors. There can be many actors as well. Actions or interactions is nothing but what will they do there. As a login on the Facebook, I enter email, I enter password, click on login. That is my action. After you perform the actions, what is the outcome of it? Possible outputs. Outputs are either you log in successfully or you come or display some respective error messages. Those are the possible outcomes or the goals. So I can define use case as a combination of actors performing some actions and finding some responses, coming across some response or the goals. That is called as a use case. So always the business analyst share with you the use cases. When he is giving you a use case or a story, he describes about that requirement in the form of actors, actions, and response. So we have now, this is about the specification based techniques. Next, you have experience based techniques. Experience based means you have worked a couple of times on the similar projects. You know what they would hold and how they work. Based on that, you can do experience based testing. So our next type of technique is an experience based technique with the skill set available with the resource. Based on that, you can do this. So used to augment the symmetric techniques to specify special tests not easily captured by the formal techniques. Now see, some requirements are there where description is not clear. You can test it based on your experience. That is what they mean is. So under this, best example is exploratory testing. You understand the requirement on yourself by just working on it with the all different possibilities. Now all the possibilities, how do I do exploratory testing on this maybe Facebook? I may try first time by giving valid input in both the places and see the result. Sometimes I may leave wrong data to email and see the output, write wrong data to password, or leave them blank and then work. That is like working, exploring it, or check the next feature. What is the connectivity between the first and the next feature? This way you have to see all the possible, explore it. So exploratory, you can do if you're a little bit experienced on testing some of similar applications. Okay, test execution, test the loggings and learning based on the testers character containing the test objectives and carry out within the time boxes. This approach is most useful where there are few or inadequate specifications. Means if you don't have much detailed knowledge, I mean the inputs in the SRS document regarding this requirement, you can do exploratory testing on your own. Okay, and serves time pressure and or in order to augment or complement other or more forward testing. So that is where you can do it. Error guessing. Error guessing method is also another type of technique where you can, a structured approach to the error guessing technique is to enumerate the list of possible errors and to design the test that attacks these errors. See, for example, if I'm passing a, you can find the error guessings or as a error guessing, you will get to know only if you have worked earlier on such application. You can forecast the possible errors on it. So error guessing by an experienced tester is probably the single most effective method of designing the test that uncovered bug. Now there is a bug which is not really found with any of the test case, but maybe in your earlier projects you found such similar bug. You can check in this current application as well. So that is called as a guessing, forecasting. Before doing it on the application, you can expect this can be the possibilities and you test it, you perform it. That's called as a error guessing. So these are some of the techniques you can apply in your project, implement in your project. Now comes the stage of writing the test cases. To write the test cases, you should have the template, the format. See, first initially we will write the test cases on an Excel sheet, and after that we will work on a Jira tool to track the same test cases. Now test case means test case is nothing but the possible way to test one requirement. If you have a login, what are the different ways I can test the login? They all will become different test cases. One test case with valid data, another test case with invalid email, another with invalid password, another with no data. This way, the different ways to test the requirement are in, I can say, they are the test cases. So test case is a description of what to be tested, what data to be given, and what actions to be done to check the actual result and expected. Because if I enter something, if I don't enter anything, leave it blank and click on login, what is the expected result as per the client? And what I see on the real application, are both same or not? Based on that, you come up with the or conclude with the bugs. So when you're writing the test cases, I should have in my list these all things. What is the test case number? What are the preconditions? If I have to test the login, what should be in hand before testing it? I should have the application ready with this login feature on it. If I have this application with the login feature, then only I can test it. This is a precondition. So you should have with you the precondition. What is the description of your requirement? What is the expected result? What you expect out of this task? Like if you leave it empty and click login, what client is expecting? That comes as a expected result. Actual result is something what you see really on the developed application or application under test, that becomes as a actual result. So not only that, you can also track some more points like what is the bug status, okay? What is the status of your test case? All those as well. So the test case template, this can become the columns of your Excel sheet where you write the test cases. So what columns should be there? Some are mandatory like precondition you should know, test case number, expected result, actual result, a description or test steps. Description means what, or test steps means what I should do here. Enter something, password, click on login. These detailed instructions will become the test description or the test steps also you can call it. Okay. And then you have status, you can pass some comments, or also you can take a screenshot of the bug which you found there. Yeah, here you can see one of the template here. Test case ID is one column, prerequisite, description, expected result, actual, status of your test case, and remarks. Remarks means what is the screenshot or something else you can comment it. This is one of the templates. And these all templates are not same with every organization. You always follow your company templates, documents, okay? Then. So this is one of the sample test case template. So whenever you write test cases, you can create one Excel sheet with these columns and analyze your requirement and come with your possible test cases. So here they have given one example. Sign up module. You're going to sign up. In the process of sign up, you have to interact with these fields: username, first name, last name, email address, password. That's it. These are the fields. And they have given field type, how it looks like. Username, first name are text boxes. This is email is also text box. Password is also text box. What this text box should take data? It is mandatory field, required. It's not optional. Maximum 50 characters you can pass. Here also 50, required email address, valid email address. Valid in the sense, if I say gmail.co or in a spelling mistake or dot is missing or something, they all becomes invalid. Valid means as per the format, the standards of email address providing, you have to give it. Maximum of 100 characters. And password required, mandatory it is, minimum to maximum. So with this, you can prepare your test data. Okay, so they did not give you whether it should take capital letters, smaller case, numbers. That means you can pass anything. If they are not mentioned it, only size they have given, what is the count. So this you can consider and prepare your test data for testing. So this is one of the description they have shared with you. See, sample selection from a functional specification document, FRS document. This is one of the use case they gave you. Then email check. So when you're entering an email, you said valid email address. So which is valid, which is invalid, they have described it to you. Okay. Based on the email entered by the user, the platform will check if the user is using the company email address or the free email, like Gmail, Yahoo or something. Or whether if your company name is Infosys, your name at infosys.com will be there. So it will verify which email you're using. This will be done using the list of free email providers that will be stored in the database. So free email providers are like, you have Gmail, Yahoo, okay? All the other emails, you list them and put in your database in one column, which will be verified wherever required. So this is an email check. How do you verify whether you are a valid customer or not? The points are here. Once the user does the email sign up, a verification email is sent to the user account. He must click on the link in the verification email to be verified. Till that time, the user is not termed or noted as verified user. So once we all come across these cases, right? When you register as a new user or account, you will get one email to alternative email address. Once you go there and say accept or verify, then only you'll be allowed to log in, right? That is one of the verification check. User cannot log into to the platform. I don't know what is this platform. User cannot log into the platform. User will show an alert to verify his email. That is okay. User will allow him to resend the verification if required. There is no limit to the number of times for asking for the verification link. This is all fine, but what is this? User cannot log into the platform. I mean, it should not be a platform. User should not log into your application. It should be. See, unless you get verified, these all are the different ways of verification. Unless you get verified, you should not log into the application. And here you have the template and you have to write the test cases. When you're writing the test cases, certain rules we should obey, like accurate. Test what you're describing. Say it will test. Means it should be testable in nature. Economical. Has only one steps needed for its purpose. You cannot say always one step. You may need multiple actions, multiple steps also. Repeatable and self-understandable. Same results no matter who tests it. See, whenever I'm describing or when I say enter username, enter password, click on log button, that is understandable, self-explanatory. You should not repeat one test case multiple times. Maybe the output you may get multiple times. The result means logging in properly. You can get logged in by different actions. You may reach to the end result multiple times with different actions. But The actions should not be duplicated. And whenever you're writing those actions, it should be clear and self-explanatory or understandable. So these are the features of writing the proper test case. Before writing the test cases, you should understand your use case. So on the top, whatever they have shared with you, this is describing your requirement of signing in, how the sign-in should happen, what fields will be there, how internally validations will take place. They are described with this use case, with this story. So when these details are given to you, you should ask some questions to yourself. Now, who are going to use this sign up? Means you should know who are the actors, what actions they do. Actions are like entering username, last name, email, password with so and so data. Okay, that is their action. And what are the responses? If all the validations happen correctly, he will be signed into the application. Else he'll get respective error messages. So first, initially, before writing the test cases, you should verify or clearly understand your requirement or the story. That is also called as a process of use case. You can ask yourself some questions towards the use case, your requirement, and get answers. With those answers, you can come up with your test cases. Leaving out step, naming fields and changed or not long existing, unclear whether tester or system does not action, unclear what is a pass or a failed result. These are common mistakes. And here you have an assignment. Following the format shown, write test cases for username field and username field in a login window. So you have to write only test cases for username field for a login. Now you can assume maybe you're working on this application. There's a username field here. You have to give here a username. Now they did not explain you about the password. Just you have to write the test cases for username. This is about tracking the defect. Now what I'll do is, before writing these test cases, I'll explain you how to study the use case and convert that use case study into the test case writing. So just we'll keep it on hold all these points. Now you can see here, this is one use case. So what is a use case? Use case is nothing but a combination of interaction between the actors, action, and you see some response. Now, who creates a use case for you or stories for you? Business analyst. Now, this is one example about a login use case, and they have given the description. So when a user gives you this use case, he'll not only describe, he'll also make you sometimes the screenshot as well, how it looks like. Okay, in our previous example here, they have given in a tabular form in what fields it would be there, what is the type, and what is the size and everything. If you understand this field, I can present it in this form. Username, a text box, password, a text box, okay, and something else which you have, password and all you have. But same way, a screenshot also can be shared in this way. If you look at the screenshot, you understand some details of it, some expectations of it. What is it? You find username, password, some connect to is there, some 3 buttons are there. Login, clear, cancel. Right? Now, there is some asterisk sign. From this, we understand that these are mandatory fields. Okay? These are mandatory. And there is to the connect to field, as per the presentation, you see that is a drop down. It's a drop down. Means there is an option of choosing something under this drop down. So this is optional. Above 2 are mandatory. And some 3 buttons are there. This is what you find from here. Along with this, they have shared some details as well. What details? They said that when someone opens the login screen, they should see username, password, connect to, login, clear, cancel button. Means I should test it. When the client is asking, the screen should contain this. It is very clear that as a tester, this point you should test it. Means this point will become one of the test case for me. Understanding? They say it should contain means I should verify it. I should take this as one point as one test case. Okay, the screen when they open, I should see all these components. Then they made a point, connect to field, that means this one, drop down. Connect to field is non-mandatory, means it is optional. One time I may select connect to, in another test case, I will not select connect to. That is how I understand it is non-mandatory. But it should allow the user to select a database option if required. Means why this field is used? If some user who is working on it, if he is interested to connect to database backend, server side, you can use this option they're saying. Means if I can use connect to, I'll go to which screen? Database. Now from this point, you get some indirect information like the people working on this login are not single, two people. One person may use only username, password and login. Other set of people can use username, password and connect to field. And when you use connect to field, where will I go? I'll go and connect to the database. This is your database. And other one, you successfully log in and go to your account page as a user. So who gets connected normally to the database? Admin people. And who are the people go to their account? Users, normal users. So actors are how many on these people? Two actors are there, a user and admin. See, the way I'm understanding these points is nothing but understanding the use case. Get this point. They accept this. Here they did not talk anything else. Means what? But you have to find it. What is that? Will I always go to account page and database? No. Sometimes if I don't enter right data, I'll not go to account page. And also I may not go to database. Then where will I go? I may also get error message. Right? You may also get error message. This client did not tell us here in the list, but you should find it. So 3 possible responses. This all will become response. These are the responses. Account page, error message, database. How many actors are there? Actors are 2. One is user, one is admin. What actions they do? Actions are they enter username, password, select a database, click login, clear, cancel. These are actions. Okay. Now, what is the next point? Upon entering username, password, and click on login, means they're saying if someone enters username, password, and click on login, means you enter here the data and click login, what will happen? Corresponding page is displayed, means account page. If I enter my credentials, I'll go to my account. Corresponding page should be displayed. Fine. Next. Upon entering information to any field and click on clear button. Any field means only username or to password. Any field. I'm not talking both fields. If you enter some information to any fields and clicking on clear button, then what should happen? When you write something and say clear, it should get erased. How application should behave? All fields must be cleared and cursor should be in the username field. Here you have written something and you say clear, it should erase, but your cursor should come and blink in the starting point. Here, erase everything. and cursor should be ready for the new entry. That is the expectation. If someone clicks on cancel, that application itself, that screen login feature should be closed. It should close. That is another expectations, right? But nowhere, client did not talk anywhere about this requirement. Your team is finding it. Your business analyst is analyzing the requirement, studying it, and coming up with this requirement also. So that is shared down here. When you invoke the application, username and clear button should be disabled. Why disabled? If you don't keep this clear and login disabled, what will happen? People may just come and play around. Like, without entering any data, they may click on login or clear, right? So as soon as you open this login, only cancel should be highlighted or enabled, because you can close it at any point. You can't log in. Login will become active when you enter username and also password. When both sufficient data is entered, then only you are allowed to log in. Cancel but clear button, when it will become enabled? When you enter any data. If you enter only username, that was wrong, you can erase it by clear active. So clear will become active if you start typing some data into anywhere. This time this will become active. So who has added this feature? Client did not tell you this as an input document. Your internal business analyst and his team members analyzed this requirement and added some features from their side. Because if client did not tell you something, if you feel that is necessary, you can include it if it helps really the project. So to stop that misuse of that feature, they made it login and clear initially to off, disabled stage. Cancel is always enabled. They said here, when that button will become enabled, when you enter some data to any field, clear button is enabled. When you enter data to username and also password, login will be enabled. They want an easy walkthrough through all the components. Like if I use tab from the keyboard, tab, 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 they want the cursor should move from username to password and then to connect, log, clear, cancel. Means what? If I click on, first time here the cursor will be there. After typing something, you have to go to password and type. So instead of using a mouse and bringing the cursor here, if I click tab, immediately cursor should come here and type something. Then next time cursor should be coming here to highlight. Then next tab you will bring the cursor to this login. Then next tab, next tab, next tab. So it should move in this order, sequence. For easy usage. Okay. So these are the descriptions given to you for this requirement. Now this is the input. Understood? Now how to study this input? By asking, I told you, ask some questions to use yourself from the use case given to you. What questions I should know? You should know what is the name of the use case. Whatever you are seeing now, reading now, what is the name of it? What is the description of it? See who are the actors involved into it. Okay. See the actors who are involved into it. See what are the requirements shared to you. See what are the preconditions when you can start working on this or testing it. What are the results of it? Post conditions. Post conditions are nothing but responses, outputs. What outputs? I can go to the account page, error message, or database. Those are the post actions. And the flows. Flows means the possible ways of actions. Possible actions are what? I can enter username, password, and login. I can enter password username, password, and connect to field and login. I can enter something and clear. I can enter some, open this and cancel. So all the possibilities you come up, they are going to become flows. Means different actions, different ways. See, flows means what? Your starting point is from login. Where you have to reach? You have to reach your account page. You have to reach either the error message or you want to reach your database. This is your end point target. Now from here to here, how will I go? What I should do? If I want to go to an account, enter this. If I should get error message, write some wrong input to it. Okay, you will go here. If you want to admin, give some input and select it. And here you can cancel it, you can clear it. These are becoming the flows.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the purpose of acceptance testing in software development? And your options are to validate if the software meets the specified requirements and criteria, or to identify the fixed defects in the code, or to test the performance and scalability of the software, or to ensure the software is user-friendly. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Selenium certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository and Maven and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
Okay, so these type of questions you should ask yourself. Now towards the same requirement, if I ask some questions, these questions to myself, what answers I get? The answer. What is the name of the use case? It's a login. Description, you're going to do a login functionality on the application. Who are the actors involved? Normal user, and I can see the other person is administrator. Getting? Because how you found it admin is there? Because here I have read some line that I see that I connected to the database if required. So two people can be working on this. Requirements. Now requirements are here two categories. One set of requirements given by the client, and these requirements are created by your internal team, business analyst team, correct? To add value to the requirement functionality. So I can say explicit requirement, implicit requirement. Implicit requirement means what? Your internal business analyst and his team members created. Explicit means the requirements given to you by the client. They all you will be working on, correct? For example, they gave here implicit, explicit. Now, explicit, implicit, your internal team, what they did, they did not talk anywhere about, the client did not mention about the error message. So your internal team will talk about error message. Like, for example, if you are entering invalid username, wrong username, if you are entering wrong username and right password, valid password, and click on login, you get error message. That error message will be invalid username, try again. Okay. If you enter valid username, right username and wrong password and click on login, I should get this message, wrong password, enter, try again. If I enter wrong username, wrong password, this is the message I should get. This is also your requirement made by your business analyst internal team. Understanding? So these are your requirements. Now, what is precondition? If I have to test the login, what should be available to you? Login screen should be available. That is precondition. Post conditions are nothing but possible outputs, responses of your use case. What is the first response? I should go to my account page, that is home page, or I'll go to the administration page, database, or I should for valid people. These two results are for valid users, user or admin. The other possibility is what? You should get error message for invalid users. So 3 responses you see here. Okay. Now we are going to talk about the multiple actions or the multiple flows. So what is multiple flow? The result, what are the results of this? One of the result is from here, I'll go to my login page or the account page. Or from here, I'll go to my database as an admin. These are you're reaching to your target successfully. This is called as a successful flow. These successful flows are called as a main flows. Main flows or successfully reaching to your target. See, also there are some, how you reach to account? You enter username, password, click login. Database, you enter these two, connect to field, login. And what about this cancel and clear? If I cancel, will I go to my account and database? No, you exit from there. That means you're doing some action. There is a flow. You know, I enter username, I enter some password maybe, and I click on clear. What will happen? Data is erased. I'm still here on this start point only, on this page only. Means you're not moving to the required targets. That is also one flow, but not reaching to the expected result. It is incomplete action. So that flow is called as an alternative flow. Alternative flow. In all the alternative flows are nothing but some actions performed and you don't reach to your expected result. You may be just dropping down there. You cancel, the action got closed there. Transaction, failed transactions, you can say, incomplete transactions. So flows are of 2 types, main flows, alternative flows. Now, when you got the main flows and alternative, all the main flows, when I write test cases, will become positive test cases. Positive test case. And alternative flows will become negative test cases. Negative means it's not error. You're doing something, your action is not completed. See, if you enter wrong password, will you expect it to go to the account? No. Means your action is there as where you started. It's not completing. So that flow will become alternative for wrong password, wrong username. They all become alternative. So all alternatives should work in that negative way or should not log in. It's not bug. So that will become negative test cases. So when you write test cases, you will write positive and negative test cases. How the requirement should work and how the requirement should not work. Should not work means for wrong password, it should not log in. That is negative. Now you can see some of the possible flows for this requirement. Flows, main flows. Means you're doing some action, you get some response. What are the main flows? I open the application, invoke the application is opened. And I see all these text boxes, drop downs on it. This is one flow. I did, it opened. Second one, you enter valid username, valid password and login. You should get into your account page depending on the actor. Successfully opened. If you enter valid username, valid password and database option, you should go to the database page. That's it. Only this is your positive flows. 3 positive flows which you see. Isn't it? And all other things are negative flows. What are negative? If I pass invalid username, right password, I'll surely get some error message. Please try again. So that I have not written here in this table. They're saying, see the result of this action in the table number 1, for the next step, table number 2 and 3 down. Like this. If you enter wrong username, it will get this message. If you enter wrong password, I get this error message. This way, you come up with all your negative flows here, alternative flows. If you enter something and click on clear, what happens? Data gets cleared and still there only. This is also negative or alternative. If I click cancel, application closes. That is also not completed, the action. No? So it is also an alternative. So when you're studying your use case, this way you have to study. Now all this positive, main flows, whatever the main flows you got, reach into your home page or database, will later become positive test cases. All your alternative flows may be closing of the application, data erasing and cursor being in the username field, or getting error messages will become negative test cases. Now username, this requirement, you have here some username. No, username is not here. This is the first name box. So you can take some application username field and write the possible test cases. Only username. If you want only username, you can write for username. If you want to write for username, password and logging in, also you can write it. So test case, for writing the test cases. So when you're writing this is one of the template of test case. Requirement ID, test case ID, category, prerequisite, test steps, expected result, test data, actual result, expected result. So to the above login, there are a couple of test cases tracked here. Now what is it? First one. So you can keep requirement reference, means login belongs to which requirement ID from your SRS document. That also you can keep track. So 2.3 or something, it is written. Now I'll take a prerequisite is login screen should be available. Now description. They say that when you open the application should be opened, right? So you have written the step, test description or the test steps. Invoke the application with this path, URL, something. What is the expected result? Login screen must be displayed. You don't have any data for it. You're just opening it. This actual result will come later. Okay, you fill these details later while testing. Initially, when you're writing the test case, we just fill up till the test data. After execution of your test cases, you will get actual result, status, everything. Then your second test case is check for the, okay, this is not mentioned here. You can, all objects are consistent or anything is missing or not. You can work on it. Check for the availability of all objects. Means what? All objects means they have mentioned that when a login is open, you should see username, password, connect to, and some 3 buttons. Correct? So that is what expected. So if the list is small, what is expected, I can mention the component names right away in this field column. Suppose in case the list is huge, I cannot write everything over here, right? So what I do, I can keep some reference tables. Like as you see, ABC is a test data. Means whatever should be found on that login screen, you check in this table. So tester is preparing these reference tables. So down, if I check, I have some tables here. Table number ABC. What is there listed out? The login screen should contain username, which is of text box, password, connect to field, login, clear, cancel buttons. So when someone will be testing, they'll use, as you said, ABC table, they'll cross verify what is the information in ABC table. Is that really found on the application? That's called as a reference table. Same way, using some techniques, boundary value, equivalence class partition, you can prepare your valid data for logging in. Also, you can prepare your invalid data for logging in. So using the techniques, I've just prepared some valid table, VIT table, and some invalid table. So what you can do here is, if I pass this username and password combination, I should go to this page. You can just ignore this part. Ignore it. If I use this inputs, I should go to admin page. If I use these two inputs, I should go to the home page. So it's a couple of valid data I have tracked over here to see that I reach to the home and the admin pages. Same way down you have an invalid table. If you make these two combination to your login, I should get this error message. If I make this combination, I should get this message. This is my tables. Okay. Now these table names, you will use it when you're doing a login. As per ABC table, that was your another test case, right? So next one. Consistency. All components should be found all the time. Whenever you open the screen, you should not see some fields are missing, something else are adding on. Okay, that should not be there. Check for the spellings. So this all comes as a GUI testing, because whether all fields are available or something are missing, you don't need to do anything there. Just see at the application and you can analyze it. So this comes as spelling mistakes, alignment. Okay, this all comes under as a GUI test cases. Where is the position of the cursor initially? So they say that cursor position should always be in the username field. Okay, that's expected. Now here you see what is the status of the buttons, login, clear, and cancel buttons. Initially, to keep proper usage of the application, check for the property, enable property of login, clear, cancel. Initially, login and clear are disabled, and cancel button must be always enabled. That is also coming as GUI testing. Now, after this, you have a functional testing. Like when you enter some information to any field, either username, password, okay, any field, if you type some data, then you want to see the status. Check for the enable property of clear button. See what is the earlier clear was in a disable mode. Now, as you type some data, see the status of clear. They got a result expected is clear button must now turn to be enabled. Similarly, they gave for the login button. Login button will become enabled when you enter some data to username and also password. If you enter data to both the fields, that time login button will become enabled. That's clear? Now, same way you have, now here you see logging in. When you log in, when you enter username and password as per VIT table, this is your test data table where valid data is there. In this, you have admin as well as users also. What will happen? Corresponding page should be displayed as per the VIT table. Means if you enter the credentials of valid users, you should go to users page. If you enter the credentials of admin, you'll go to the admin page. That is corresponding users. Correct? So you can keep them as single test case, but actually they made two test cases. One, this is for users. This is for admin, valid admin. So without duplicating, you can keep as one test case also. Same way, you can prepare test case for invalid data. If you enter the data from an invalid input table, you'll get the corresponding error messages as per the invalid input table mentioned there. So in your assignment, they asked you to write test cases. Maybe you may not be able to write test cases directly. So I explained you before writing these test cases and the data for your requirement, you have to take the, as you don't have the screenshot now, you can assume the application is having this kind of screenshot. Username field is there. Only username is there. They do not talk about password. Only username is there. And you're not even logging in. Only you have to talk about this username field. Means what data it will take, whether it will take a number or something. Okay, but that requirement is incomplete. Whatever, only username, one they should give you one feature, one requirement, full requirement, and ask to write test case. It's just an incomplete task. So what you can do is better way, you write test cases for this one: username, password, and login. Here you don't have cancel clear button, so your requirements are minimized here. Only username, password, login. So here outputs are, there is no database also. Only you'll go either to your account page or to your error message. And who can work? How many users are there on the Facebook actors? I can see only we are the people who have already registered will log in from here. You don't have employees or you don't have here called administrators. Only users are the actors.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Selenium certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository, and Maven, and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
So we have the STLC phases, right? We have the software testing life cycle, that is called STLC. So in that software testing life cycle, what are the phases we have? Got the, not SDLC phases, I'm asking. STLC, software testing life cycle. So in the software testing, those cycles are only for testers, right? In the STLC phases, what phases included in the STLC? So you have a test planning, you have a test development, or you mean test case design, it's all the same, test development, and you have a test execution. Then you have to track the bug tracking, and finally is the reporting. So these are the different phases for a tester. So tester has to go through all these phases, work in all these phases. But test plan, as we discussed, it's a documentation which has to, it's nothing but according to your organization, what is the strategy to be followed for a project, how many levels of testing they have to do. So everything, what is the resource details, schedule for them, challenges, all comes in the test plan. So test plan is more of a documentation, which is done by either any senior tester or by your test lead or test manager. He will do the test plan document, test planning, and that finally has to be approved. Okay, it has to be approved. Once approved, and all the remaining testers who are in the team, We all follow the test plan and roll out all these responsibilities. Like we have to do test development. In this test development, understanding the requirement, okay, the requirement which is shared to you in the form of SRS or FRS document. You have to study the requirement. You can call this as a requirement, or I also call this as a story. You get in the form of story, or you can also call it as a use case. Use case. Got it? Each requirement will be shared to you in the form of SRS document. So who shares this document? This FRS by a business analyst. So business analyst will gather the requirements from the client, creates stories. Each requirement has one story, or you call it as a use case, and share to us. So this document will contain stories. They are nothing but requirements. So based on that, you understand the stories and you think, you find all your challenges towards that story. If your requirement understanding is very clear, then you have to write the test cases. So in this case, you have to write test cases. After writing test cases, you have to review. You have to get your test cases reviewed. Reviewed the test case. Also, you have to prepare the test data. In the last session, we have studied different techniques to prepare the test data: boundary value analysis, equivalence class partition, decision making. So according to the story description, you have to see which technique is required to prepare the test data. Test data is nothing but the data which you use while testing. If you say you have to give username, you have to give password, what exactly username you should enter? That's nothing but test data. Got it? So in the development phase, you have to analyze the requirements, the story, write test cases for it, get reviewed the test cases by your colleagues or by your test lead, and prepare the test data. So by this time, you're ready for testing. Meanwhile, you will get the build and you will start executing your test cases. That's called test execution. And in that journey, in the test execution, you analyze the result as well. Result analyzing. Result analyzing is nothing but what application is showing up the result. The application result is nothing but the actual result. Okay. So that is, you have to compare actual result with whether it is equal to the expected, client expected result. If both are same, it is passed. Okay, this term to be passed means test case is working or your application, your story is working as expected. Else it is failed. Failed in the sense there is some bug. As expected by the client, the application is not showing up. The application result is something else which mismatches with the expected. So there failed. As it fails, you have to track all the failures. Those are bugs. And you have to report. Okay, this complete journey is called as a STLC, Software Testing Life Cycle. Well, so here you can see in this document, they're talking about test execution and bug tracking, bug logging. So execution, as we just discussed, whatever while writing the test cases, the details you have, like you have to enter username, you have to enter password, click on login button. Those all actions I do as it is on the application, on the build, provided build. That process is called as a test execution. Okay. So test execution actually running the active of the specification on the developed system, means the build given to you. This can be done via manual testing or automation. So you have already learned automation to write scripts. The way you do the passing the data, you write in the form of script. Manually means we have to do it everything on ourselves. That is manual. So defect logging is discovered. It's a documentation. How you track the defects? I can track the defects by different ways. You know, I can do it manually. That is with Excel sheet. On an Excel sheet also by different columns, I can track the defects, or using some tools, bug tracking tools like Bugzilla, Quality Center, Zira, you can track the bugs. Okay. But nowadays, every organization, we see that they use the tools. In the tools, in the Excel sheet, whatever columns I'll be maintaining, on the tool also, the same details are present in the form of GUI. Okay. So is nothing but a documentation and acknowledging a valid defect. To find a defect, report the defect, acknowledgement. So defect trap reporting the defects identified at each stage of the process. Okay. The status of the application, which is just added more. Most of the project, use some type of tools to support the defect tracking process. Because why you need a tool? Suppose, understand that if I'm tracking it manually, what happens? Now you have 3 testers. Okay, suppose assume some 2-3 testers are working on a project. Now this person has found 2 defects in a day. This person has found 5 defects in a day, and here 3 defects in a day. So they created their own Excel sheets. Okay, so manually means Excel sheets. Now those Excel sheets, what they do, they send it to their lead. So you have your test lead manager, all these sheets you can send to him. He will consolidate all the defects found by his team. Okay, and see the sequence, put a priority, which one, I mean severity, which is the important one, emergency or critical. We'll be discussing those options, and he will communicate it to the development. So via network. So you can send it via email over the network to the development team. So here you have a dev lead. He will receive those lists. Now he will check all those defects and understand which they can do first, last, put up priorities according to the impact of those defects on the project. Put a priority and distribute that work among the developers. Suppose he has 2 developers, maybe. Now he will distribute this work among these 2 people. These people will take that work and start working. It means this is a traditional way of communication, reporting. So what happens, as these people have received it and started working, but the testers have no idea on it. They don't even know whether the bugs have been rejected, accepted, going on, completed, nothing. So then what people will do, they'll wait for 2 more days, and as they did not receive any response from the other side, from the developers, they may send the same defects once again. Possibility is there. He is resending the same defects to the other team. The lead will forward it. Here developer will receive and see here the defects getting duplicated. Earlier already they received the same defects and they're working on it. Again, second time duplicate defects, same, you're receiving it. These are some of the drawbacks you face if you're doing a bug tracking and reporting manually. Traditional way, via network, via emails if you do. So what is best? If these testers know what is happening at the development side directly, then it is better. Transparency is needed here. Okay. Also, there is one more threat, like when you're sending your report via network, it may get corrupted as well. Okay. There's no security for it. To avoid all this, they are better to use a tools. Now, what is tool? Tool is nothing but like a server. Okay, tool is like a server where the Jira, Bugzilla software is installed. Okay, and you have testers. Now, tester will get login credentials to join this project. On this Jira, they will create a project. P1 is a project. Now, these two people will receive a meeting, link credentials to join to this project to contribute their testing work. Similarly, developers also will receive the link to connect to the same project to do their development work. And leads are there to monitor the work, test lead, dev lead, they also get connected. That means everyone are connecting to the same tool with their own credentials, and whatever the bugs the tester is finding, he will just upload it. Upload in the sense, he will fill it in on the tool itself. On the tool only you have all the details, he'll just fill it. As developer is also connected to it, he immediately sees the details. He will change the status. As status is changed, immediately the tester come to know that developer has accepted it. And these people can easily just see the monitoring, how the project is going, where is the delay, why the bugs are not closed from long time. They can just monitor the project. So this is much safer, easy, transparency is very crystal clear over here as compared to our traditional way. So normally, generally, we don't use this traditional approach via email communication as it has a lot of drawbacks. We always follow the tools. It depends on the client and the organization, which tool they are going to use it. So that is what they're talking about. It's always suggested to use a tool to support the defect tracking process. This tool could be simple, like a whiteboard, or it can be any tool. As tools changes, the GUI will be different, but the details on the tools will be more or less same. Okay. So tools marketed for this will usually come with a number of customized fields for tracking the project. There are different fields are there, GUI options are there, buttons will be there on the tool, okay, to work on the project. So I can just show you one of the tool, Jira I can show you. If you want to work with Jira, you can just type. You have a trial version. It's a product of Atlassian company. You can just, you're using a Jira for issue and project tracking. It's a project tracking software. You have to register initially. Okay, you have to register initially. I think I have already logged in here. You can see I'm already a user logged in. When you are using, just go for the free trial version. Get it free. Okay, you have just click on next. Then you provide your details, whether you want to work with your Gmail. Just give your Gmail address and give your name, site name. Site name in the sense, whatever name you provide here on the Atlassian cloud server, a user will be registered with that name. If I give here my name, using this email, I will be as an account holder on their site. Okay, whatever you type here, if that name exists, okay, if that name exists, it will show you whatever the suggestions. You have to just change the name a little bit. And then you click on agree. Then you will be registered. Once after registered, just you can, I'll go back now. Then you select the option of not administration. You have a lot of things on Jira. So we want a Jira software to work. You can see the icon here. Click on it. So as already I have logged in, I just went to the page where I can see some of the projects already there, which are created by me. So these are some 3 projects already available. When you are creating a project, you can just click on create project. Okay, and in the Agile, see here we are following a Agile methodology. In the Agile, you have a Kanban approach, Scrum approach. We are going to create Scrum based, because in the Scrum, you see the option of sprints. We work the project, we complete the project on a sprint basis. Okay, in the SDLC model, Agile SDLC model, we discussed already. A Agile project is completed as multiple sprints. Each sprint is nothing but a collection of stories. And the duration of sprint should be within a month, less than a month. It should get closed, isn't it? So those to work with the sprint, I have to select the Scrum approach. Scrum. So to work, I just select the Scrum, and here are just use this template, Scrum templates. You see your project will be Scrum approached. Now, what type of project you want to create? Company managed or team managed? You can just see the details are there, self-explanatory. You can see the details. I will be using a company managed. When you say company managed, it you will have a like a role of a Scrum master, product owner, developer, tester, everyone. Like it's like a whole. It gives you a simulation of a real project. So I select company managed project. Yeah, the options are there for you. Scrum with company managed. Give your project name. Whatever your project name is, project 1. Based on this project, a keyword will be generated. And I just say next. Go to my project. Now you're on your project. See, here is your project name. And this is your project name. And some options are available for you, where you can create. You're in the active sprint window. Right now in the active sprint, to do nothing, because it's new project. Nothing is there. You have to create stories, sprint, everything. What is going on? What is completed? You can see like a 3 windows. If anything, any job is there, if you are, it is going in on condition, going on, I can just drag it here. If it is completed, I keep it in the done stage, like slide. You can just slide, drag it. Manually, you do it here. So this way, on this tool of Jira, this is how I work. I can see the reports over here, issues are here. Okay, any backlog remaining work to be completed, I can see in this tab. I can see the roadmap of my project. Getting? These all things I can check in the. So one of my existing project, if I see there, I go to web publishing system. This is another project, web publishing system. Backlog, nothing. There's nothing to do. It's clear, completed, because active sprints, any sprint to complete? No. Okay, what is completed? If I want to see, I can check in the reports. In the report, let me see my sprint report. In the sprint report, you can see here, my sprint actually was planned to start from here and stop at April 13th. This is the closing of normal sprint. But I have completed my job on 31st March only. On the day before that, I opened my sprint and I closed it on the next day only. It was actually sprint duration was April 13th, 3 weeks time or something might be. But I closed it on the next immediate day. So this is the closing status. Got it? So this way you can see the graph of it. Started from here and closed immediately here. And down, what was there in this sprint? In this sprint, this was some story was there, requirement, which is done. It has a story complexity, 8 points, story points. In that story, one test case. For sample, we wrote one test case. One bug was there. So all are closed. As everything got closed, the requirement got closed. Requirement is closed means the sprint is closed. You understanding? And the report is here. If sprint is not closed, You don't see it as an end point. It just started, not yet closed. It will close by default at April 13th. Understanding, team? Now, how to create test cases and all those? You have the option here. You can see create. Click create.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what does black box testing refers to in software testing? And your options are testing without any predefined criteria or test cases, testing the internal logic of the software code, or testing the software's functionality without knowing its internal structure, or testing the software with real data. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Selenium certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository and Maven and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
For this project, you have the options here. Whether you want to create a story, epic means big requirement, test means test case, or bug means defect. For creating anything, it's the same window. It depends on what you choose here. If I've selected story, here will be what is the description, what is the story, login story. If you're going to write test cases for login is the story. Any documents, if you want to attach, you can attach. Description you can write over here. Who is the reporter? Any issues right now? No, because it's a new story, no bugs right now. Later you can fill it. What is the version of your project? Based on version you create, you can select the version. You're assigning this job, this story to whom? To which tester? You can select whoever is the tester name. So these priority and all comes later, because if you find any defects, that time only priority, severity, bugs will come. Right now it is empty. So this way you can create story, okay, bug, test case and all those. So right now we'll not work on it. Later you can register and work on it. So to work, you need test cases, one story you need. Defect tracking. So in case if I'm tracking the defect manually on an Excel sheet, it depends on the organization what should be the format of an Excel sheet. But by default, the defect ID will be there. Defect ID means as a serial number, first defect, second defect, third defect, as you have a billing ID, product ID, okay, test case number, test case ID, I mean. That way, defect ID will be there. Then you'll have defect description. Maybe I'll show you one template if I can find it here. This is the defect ID, first defect form. The title. What cancel button is incorrectly titled. This, what is the title of that problem? Description. I can say this as description or defect or steps of reproducibility also you can call. Steps of reproducibility or defect description. You can also call them as like this. This is very important part. Why? You said this is a problem. You'll be sending this sheet to the developer. I'm talking right now manually tracking the defects. What is the Excel format? This format may change a little bit with your company, working company. So first defect, this is the problem. As you send this sheet to the developer, they want to see this problem faced by you. They would like to know how did you come across this problem. Then you'll write the steps. If I follow these steps as it is, you will see this issue. Means you can, with these steps, you can reproduce the defect. So it is called as a steps of reproducibility. In case if you don't write these steps clearly and you say this is the problem, if the developer don't see this defect with these steps, he will straightforward reject your defect. Therefore, you should clearly mention the steps as you did, you performed and came across the defect. Okay. Then module page may be there, may not be there, submodule module, on which page, which functionality. Okay. Then severity is very important. Severity means according to a tester, this problem is how severe for you. Cancel button is incorrectly titled as CXL. Is it that important to fix it immediately? This problem is creating very blocking issues for you in testing some other blockers in your project testing. Based on that, severity depends. You have different severity things, you know, different severities like critical, major, minor, suggestion. There are 4 levels. Maybe ahead we will see. Okay, there are 4 levels. So if your problem is very severe, it is going to stop all your testing activities because of this problem, I say it is critical. If your problem is okay, it is very important to be resolved, but not that urgent at this point of time, then I can put the severity here as major. If your problem is less severe, not that great emergency kind, then I can put minor. If you want to give the problem to be fixed at the very end of the project or something, then I can put suggestions also. So this is the tester's opinion towards the found defect. Then status is very important. The different statuses for a bug, there are different status. Like what? If I find the bug right now, I say it is a new bug. If this bug goes to the developer, the status changes. If developer starts working on this defect, the status changes. So that way you have some 6-7 statuses. We'll study them. Okay. And apart from that, if you want to add some comments from your end, or if you want to take a screenshot, attach that screenshot link, you can do that. Okay. These are few columns of a manually tracking the defect. Don't worry, we'll talk about severity, priority, bug statuses, everything, as we'll create one sheet. Software testing, bug reporting, the same thing like that. Yeah, you have the severity, date, time of tracking. Yes, all these things you can track. Difference between severity and priority. What else? You have sample, bug tracking, team collaboration, root cause analyzing. Always finding the problems before starting the work is always suggested. Severity. Under severity, you have a critical, major, minor, and suggestion. Okay. As you know, as a tester, you feel something very emergency, which is stopping your blocking. Blockers like, you know, your application was planned with 10 pages. You started testing from page 1, page 2, and page 3 is not available. You're getting page not found error. Then you can't proceed ahead. That stopped your work. That kind of bugs, I can put a severity as critical. Unless you resolve the hyperlinks correctly, I cannot proceed testing. Or main features, important features are there which are not working in the application. Maybe payment. Payment is very important. Search feature, login. If they are not working, you cannot proceed ahead, right? So they all comes as critical. Or you can say blockers, showstoppers also. Then lesser than that is major, then very simple one, you can put minor. As a tester, if you want to suggest something to the developer, you want to tell developer, you better develop in this way, it will add value to the project, you can put them as suggestions. Then you have a priority. Priority is, we say that priority is put by the developer. Severity is suggested by a tester and priority will be added by a developer. Priorities, even though you say this particular bug is critical, it doesn't mean that developer will take it first and resolve it. It's not always possible. Developer will see to fix that issue, is there any other features, dependencies are there? Okay, based on that, or if you fix this, how will it impact the other features? Everything they have to check the overall project impact and then decide the priority. So sometimes in priorities, you have first one, major, high, low, medium, something is there. I'm not remembering those names actually. Critical, high, low, and suggestion. These are the see here, low, medium, high. Low is like suggestions, means very least. They'll fix that bug at the last. High is like, you know, major. The critical, high, medium, and low. These are the different priorities. Now, as the meaning we have critical, first, when they put a priority as critical, it is understood that that bug, they will fix it first. As we have the meaning here major, if they change the status to high, it is understood that after all critical defects closing, they'll take the high priority things into work. But don't misunderstand that if it is major, we will put into high. No. If your suggestion, if you have something like suggestion, if it is very important for a developer and client point of view, they can take this kind of severity bugs as critical also. For example, what is that? I see the application Google here. Google is launched, correct? But if I see the logo over here, it is this way. This is how client wants. But developer, instead of putting this tree over here, he has put over here. He has designed a logo and the tree is over here at this position. And it is sent to us for testing. When we test it, we said that tree position is different. The logo is not correct. You know, the logo is not that important for us as a functional. It's not going to do any feature here, right? If I click on logo, nothing will happen. It's just a representing. For a tester point of view, logo is like a suggestion. When I said I found a defect, which is a suggestion, the category of this defect is suggestion. When developers see it, according to development, according to client, logo perfectness, position is very important. Or with always priorities are decided with keeping in mind overall project overview. Maybe they may also take suggestions from project manager, client, okay, and then decide the priorities. So overall impact of this logo on the project is very severe. So even though we have added suggestion, but the priority will be given to that bug as critical. They'll fix it first. Okay, if we have some critical things, as a tester, we say this is very important. But when it goes to the priority, developers will see, can we fix it first? If no, if any dependencies are there, they may put it to medium or maybe low, or they may keep it on hold. Like once the other dependencies are designed, they will look into it. So this is how the severities which you suggest will be analyzed and priorities will be assigned to them accordingly. Accordingly means according to the scenario or the functionality or the defect description. This is severity and priority. So in the Excel sheet which I showed here, whatever the defect you're tracking here, if you feel whatever is the severity critical, add here critical. Okay. When the developer will look into it, they will add their priority over here. So you can keep here one priority column also. According to their status or their view, they will add the priority for that bug and work accordingly. And to see the status of a bug, you have to look into bug life cycle. Bug life cycle. Another diagram, let's see. Okay, let us see this. This is the life cycle of any bug. When a bug comes, first time when you find a bug in your testing environment, it is nothing but as soon as you find a first bug, I say this as new bug. New status is new. Okay, and first time whichever bugs are found, always they are new status. So as here also you see, first bug comes, it is new, and then instead of this diagram, a very well diagram assigned. This is okay, but better than this. Here also it shows the same way. Okay, so now understand when a new bug is found, how a new bug comes. Before this, you have all your SDLC process. SDLC process. In this SDLC process, you have requirement gathering, analyzing, coding, and when you do really a testing phase, when you do testing, that time I see a bug. As you see a bug, you are making in an Excel sheet or on a tool, the bug status as new. Understand? New. Okay? New means a new bug which you have identified in the story. As all the bugs you find, you capture and you send to whom? You send it to the developer. Correct? So when you send here to the developer, okay, this is done by a QA. When they send it to the developer with which whatever the reporting means they have, the developer will see this bug, whatever the bug you have sent, he will see this bug and he will see the steps. With these steps, are you able to identify the bug? With these steps, are you able to see this defect or not? If yes, he will accept it. Yes, it is a bug. I'll work on it. Okay. So you're in the, as soon as the developer will accept the bug, as soon as the developer will accept the bug, he will change the status from new to open. As soon as the status is changed to open, QA understands that his bug is being accepted by developer and he is working on it. Status is changed. Now your status of bug from new, it moves to open. Open indicates the bug is accepted and is in a working condition, fixing stage. Once the developer fixes the job, the bug, he will change from open. Developer changes from open to fixed. When he modifies to fixed, that QA team will understand now the problem is resolved. That story is ready for testing. At any point of time, they will get a new build for testing. Got it? Then now the developer will create a new build and share it with the team. Okay. Now from here fixed, suppose understand build 2 is coming to the testing. So now here the QA will test the same story once again. Retesting is going on. He'll check whether the bug is gone. Yes, no, new bug. He'll retest. If he sees the bug is not closed, I mean it's not fixed, you can see the same problem again. Now the tester will change the status from retesting to reopen. Reopen is I'm opening the ticket once again. The problem is not resolved. As it is reopened, some bugs may be reopened, some bugs might be new. Okay, everything is again assigned to the developer. Now this actually will not go here. It will go to the here again, send it to the developer. Developer will see, is this again the same problem? If yes, he will change from reopen to open. Again, he started working. Again, fix it. Build 3 will come. Retest. If again bug is there, again reopen, open. This cycle goes on. Understand? This cycle goes on. If the tester sees that bug defect is been closed, rectified, he will change from retest to closed. Closed is another status where it is understood the bug is been rectified. Clear? Apart from these status, you have something else, deferred. Deferred means what? When developer is accepting the problem, but he can't resolve right now. Why? Because some dependencies are needed. Some other feature development is required for it to close this problem. So he'll keep this requirement on hold. This is deferred means keeping the bug on hold. That is deferred. Okay. Another status is the rejected. Rejected means what? When the this will not come here. After, from here only, it will go to rejected, not from new, from open. When developer accepted the problem, when he is seeing it, instead of acceptance means open. If he sees that the steps tracked by tester, these steps of reproducibility are not correct. With these steps, if he is not seeing this problem, he says, this is not at all a bug. I don't see the bug at all. Then, instead of saying open, he will straightforward reject it. Rejected means this is not a bug according to me. I don't see this problem. So these are different bug life cycle. This is a complete. In interview also they ask, can you explain bug life cycle? So you have to explain each phase and the meaning of it. Different bug statuses. So in the Excel sheet, depending on your bug status, whether it is a new bug, reopen, rejected, okay, you can find it. You can track it here. This is another column of a sheet. That's clear? So you can see here all the assigned. Open means what? Fixed, pending, retest, reopen, verified, close, not a bug. Not a bug means just rejected, rejecting off. Even they have given the entire process. Now you understood what is an execution process, comparing the results and tracking of the defect, right? The two phases of our requirement: execution, finding the issue, the bug, tracking the bug. As you're using some tools, you can use a tool, and on the tool or maybe with manual tracking, you have different like columns to be tracked, like what is the bug number, description, steps of or description of bug, severity, priority, status. Now we will see how to write the test cases. Once you write a test cases for certain stories, now you're good to do this work. Severity, we have done this, right? Okay. Next one. Okay, here you have a use case to do. You have to, case study is ATM and a login window. Two use cases you have. One is on writing, maybe writing test cases on an ATM process. And next is writing test cases for a login. So first we are understanding how the ATM flow is, ATM machine flow. When we use ATM to withdraw some amount, what is the process? You have to understand the flow, that is understanding the business requirement. So first you have to understand the requirement. So there is no any document right now, just simple steps as we do perform every time. We know that's it, that itself is self-experience is a document here. Okay, so that is called one story now. So writing use case on ATM machine. Now when you want, this is a story now, ATM machine, how it works. Now when you say story or a use case, we always define the use case as what? Actor, action and response. Always the story or a use case is defined as, it's nothing but it's an involvement of actor, action, and the output, response. Three things form a story. Anything, it can be the topic. You have to find the 3 points. ATM machine is your use case, is your story. Now you have to understand who is the actor for this. Actor. Actor means who use it. Who use that machine might be, in other words. User, yes. User, anyone users or people, person, they are the actors. So we found for the ATM machine, the user is an actor. So only we are there. No, there can be multiple actors also, okay, in some scenarios, some stories. Now what action? What is your action? Action means what you do. What is the action performed on it to get a response? What is your final response? What is the response? Let us see. What is the output? When I use ATM machine, what is my final goal, objective? Get money. So you want to get the money, receive the money finally. Now, as a user, to get the money, what is the flow? What action he will do? That is action. What actions it can be? Insert the card, enter the PIN, and then if I enter the PIN, will I get the amount? You have to write the amount, type the amount, and just give a signal yes or no, right? Yes, and then it validates, you get the amount. So this is my action. So any story which you get, 3 points you have to identify. And not only that, to start working on this story, ATM machine, to start working on this story, this is your story now. What is the precondition? You have to check. Precondition. What are the preconditions and what are the post actions, post conditions? You have to identify. What are the preconditions? If I have to be as a user and get the amount, okay, I'll insert the card, I'll enter the PIN, everything is fine. To do this, to work on this ATM machine, what we should have initially? Basic things. There are preconditions. If I want to withdraw the amount as a user, card is there. Card will be here. As an action part, card will be there. To do this insertion of card, pinning, and this all, what is necessary? That is precondition. ATM machine should be there available. If I want to work on this topic, this should be available initially. So availability of ATM machine, this is my precondition. Post actions. Post actions means final result of your activity. Get the money. This is my post. So at least when you're studying your requirement, these few things you should analyze. Then you'll get the clarity and then you can write how to test ATM machine different ways. So this is not the only way. As a very ideal user, I do always. As a mischief user, you can do different things. Wrong PIN, wrong amount, zero amount, minus amount, insert the card upside down, wrong card, invalid card, expired card. Many things can happen here. Based on that, your responses will change. So you will get many test cases from this. Understood? Well, now use case is in front of you. This is when they share the document, the story, they draw the actor like this doll, and the use case, like withdrawal amount in this oval shape. This is the way how they present it. This is the use case diagram. Actor performing these all actions on the machine. So insert card, enter pin, amount, then receipt print. We missed out this part. Receipt print and collect the cash. So one point is missing. Okay. So first and foremost, before writing the test cases, you should understand your requirement, we said. Now, how to understand the requirement or how to understand the use case? By just asking some questions to ourselves, like, what is this story about? Cash withdrawal on ATM. You can also deposit, but this is cash withdrawal. Precondition. Customer, okay. Customer is at ATM center. Okay, ATM machine should be available and customer should be there. 2 points you can include as precondition. So ATM machine available, ATM machine and customer available you can write, and user available. 2 things. Got it? Now what are the actions? First, what he'll enter the card, insert the card, PIN, amount, confirmation for the receipt, and collect the cash. This is very straightforward, ideal way of receiving withdrawal. You have alternative paths. This is main flow. Main flow means straightforward, the right way of working on it. Alternative means different ways you can do, but you will not, you may get some error message in that journey. See, this process is like entering valid email, valid password, login. Other ways are there. If I enter wrong email, if I enter wrong password, okay, those all comes as alternative flows. Get it? So post condition is what? Cash is disbursed by ATM and collected by the customer. So we have added here, get the money by user. That is my post action, right? Now, when you are writing the test case, now you understood your requirement. Up till here, clear, team, everyone? You understood your requirement now. Now you have to think how I can test this ATM. Now you can test the ATM. These all are different actions you're going to do. In each action, when you're talking about card, many things can come across card. Right card, invalid card, expired card, okay? Or wrong way of insertion card, PIN, wrong PIN, number of characters, digits, okay? Or zero value if you enter, what will happen? Possibilities. Amount when you type zero amount, minus value if it is allowed. I don't think minus will be there. Zero value or a number which is exceeding beyond something, okay? That way. So different possibilities are there. So first I have to find multiple scenarios. Scenario means in which working condition you will use it. Now for a login, the one scenario is working with valid data. Means username, password which you'll use is perfect, valid. Next scenario is invalid data. In invalid data, it can be wrong username or wrong password. 2 test cases will come. In one scenario, multiple test cases can come. So first I have to find in which situation I'm going to work with that story. Okay. So one of the scenario can be by entering right card, right PIN, right amount, everything correct. That is one scenario. Another scenario can work with wrong card. Next scenario can be with wrong PIN. Next scenario can be with respect to amount. So that way you can see here in the file also, they have given many scenarios. Scenario with respect to insertion of the card. Scenario by entering with the PIN, with the amount, confirmation of receipt password and collection. Now, one by one, you can see. One is what? First one, insertion of the card. What are the possibilities of insertion the card? Inserting, one is card inserted normally, in a wrong way, card not inserted properly. Okay. That is the 3 ways I got with the card. Means with the 3 ways, 3 test cases I can form. I can say, now test cases means what? First, I'll be at the ATM machine as a user, precondition. I'll insert the normal card, enter the valid PIN, amount, and you will get your amount. That is one test case. Second test case, as a user, I insert a wrong card, right PIN. Okay, immediately you'll not get a turn to go to PIN also. If I insert a wrong card, immediately you will get an error message. Isn't it? If I insert a wrong way, immediately you get a error message. So that is another test case. Next one, as a user on the ATM machine, I insert card is not inserted properly, means not properly inserted. Then also I don't see the next stage of moving to the PIN. I get some error message or I don't see any response from the machine. That is expected result. So this is another test case can form. So with respect to only card, I got 3 test cases in this scenario. Okay. So in one scenario of card, I found I can write 3 test cases. Got it? See, for every scenario, at least 1 test case will be there. Minimum 1 will be there. Maximum, as many it can come with the story. Depending on the story, you will get. Got it? Second one, with respect to PIN. Means now what I should understand when I'm writing test case as a user, I insert a right card. This you have already tested. Now to go to PIN layer, PIN stage, my first stage should be valid. So I should take here, I insert a right card properly. Now I'm in the PIN level. One is enter valid PIN, enter invalid PIN, display PIN in a descriptive encryptive format. Only 4 digits allowed in the PIN, or you can try the PIN in the next without go to the next step without entering PIN. So these are possibilities as an example they gave you. Okay. So when according to you, which is the valid way, you can write your own the test cases. So when I'm writing this second stage, I can write 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 test cases I can make from this PIN scenario. Similarly, you have with respect to amount. Enter correct amount. Enter the amount not in multiples of 100. Amount more than available balance. Amount more than maximum limit. In a day, there is a limitation. If I exceed more than that, I should get some error message. This way, you will get some here 4 test cases they are expecting with respect to amount. Similarly with receipt. Okay. Display of printing receipt message. Click on S button, receipt printed. Click on no button, not printed. Or try go to the next step without clicking yes or no. This is some 3 test cases you get with respect to receipt. Got it? So this is the scenarios also they gave you with possible scenarios. And from the scenario, I told you 3 here you can write 3 test cases with receipt. Here I can write 4 test cases with amount. Here with PIN and here with card insertion process. And the steps, what should be done? The flow is here. The ideal flow is anyways presented here. This is the ideal flow. When I'm writing the flow, I say insert the card. instead of writing insert properly the card, I can say insert a invalid card, right? Immediately I get the response, invalid message or invalid way of insertion. On this Excel sheet, I just maintain the columns as a test case ID. Then you can test case name, test case name, then test. Okay, also you can include test scenario. Test scenario, test case name, and here come test steps. After test steps, you can write here test data, then expected result. Okay, expected result. This much at least we have to fill at this stage. When a story is given to you, when you write the test case, up till here you have to write. After this, actual result, then comes status, test status, whether it passed or failed, and then yeah, this much. You can add many more screenshots and all those, but this much initially we will work on. Test case name, steps, data, actual result. Got it? This is my format. Now first, test case ID is nothing but just a sequence for your test cases. Test case 1, 2, 3 you can write. But when I'm writing my test case, it's about ATM machine now. So how will I write is project name. It is you're writing the functional test cases, right? So ATM is my project name underscore functional underscore 001. As many in hundreds, if you get the test cases, 3-digit number. This is my test case ID. What is the scenario? Now, according to your project, you're first working with scenario of inserting the first one is with insert card. Just you write it. How is it? I'm not able to copy it. Insert card. Okay. This is first with respect to card insertion we are working. Now I'll get first a test case for this scenario. What is the test case name? My test case name is I want to verify amount withdrawal with what is my first in the card section, insert card normally. So I'll write here verify use verify with what is it, card inserted normally. See, I'm showing you one so that you have to write the rest. This is my test case. Now, how will I check this one? In the scenario of card insertion, verifying the card properly. Steps are what? First, what I have to do? First step is what? You can add precondition also. My first precondition should be what? User must be ATM machine and the user should be available, right? So I'll start from there. So user at ATM machine. So first user user with user at ATM machine. Okay, this is first step. Second step, what he will do, will if he is now, when he is at the, see, horizontal way of writing will be easier for you. When he is at the user machine, any data you did? No, nothing. Expected result, user is at that place. Okay, you can say user expected should be in a future tense, should be user is at an ATM machine. So ATM machine should be available. This is expected. So when he's looking for a machine, machine should be available. Second step, what he will do? He will insert. Second step, how do you put? User inserts the card normally, because that is my scenario. I have to test. Inserts the card normally. Is there any data for card insertion? No. You don't have any data typing or something, just card is inserted. What should I have? What should be the response? When card is inserted, card, you're inserting it properly. So card should be accepted, right? Card, machine should accept the card. Machine should accept the card, right? That should be the response of this action. Once card goes in, what a machine will ask next? What is the step? So here they have already given you the steps. When card is inserted, it last machine will ask for the PIN, right? Right? Here, what is the step? User enters. Now here the scenario is for valid card. So everything I'll put at valid. So user enters valid PIN. Valid PIN. Now PIN, what is it typing? Just as a data, I'm writing this one as a PIN, test data this is. Once you enter a PIN, valid PIN, PIN is verified, right? Machine verifies the PIN, entered PIN. Once it verifies the PIN, what is the next step? Expected, next action. Machine asks for the amount. So where user has to type the amount. Once it accepts, once it verifies and accepts, next point is, fourth point, user enters the withdrawal amount. What amount you want to enter? Just suppose 1,000 rupees. Okay, 1,000 rupees. So what is the, so once he enters the 1,000 over here, machine verifies the amount. Because backend all validation should happen, verifies the amount. So once the amount is verified, so confirmation for receipt. Fifth step, confirmation for receipt. Okay, so suppose as a data I'm typing yes. Okay, as a data consider yes, so as receipt should be printed. Should be, okay, here it should be in a present tense, active, should be printed. Once it is printed, what is my last action? Collect the cache. Sixth step, user collects the cache. Nothing as a data to. So here, a card should be exited. So this is a successful, these are the test steps and the expected result. So to receive user user collects this action and this is your result. So to verify in this scenario, this is one test case. Got it? Now in this scenario, you have many things. Now this is for normal card insertion. What is the next step? We go back. Card inserted in a wrong way. Means these steps will, this much I'm just copying here. This is my second test case. Inserted wrong. Wrong manner. So first user should be here, machine should be found. User enters card wrongly. What should be the message output? Machine should. What happened? What you should get as an output? If you insert the card wrongly, error message. So you should write here, machine should display error message, should display error message. If any particular error message, please enter card, please enter, please insert valid card. This way, error message, descriptive. Yes, you can add. That's it. You're stopped there. You will not get a chance to enter the pin and all those. This is my second test case for the same scenario. You understanding? Now, this way, you have to write for inserted in a not inserted properly. 3 test cases you'll get for the scenario. Understood? My next scenario is for the pin. So I'm just giving you an idea. Insert. Okay, here you have to write the test case numbers now. This is another test case, 02. The third one you'll get 03. The now next scenario is insert pin scenario. Under the pin scenario, valid pin. Okay, you're working with valid pin. Don't you think valid pin is already covered here on top? With valid card, valid pin is entered. If you enter valid pin is entered, amount valid, receipt valid. This is already covered. So you don't need to repeat it again. Valid pin is already covered in above. You don't need to repeat. You can use invalid pin now. So scenario is verify invalid pin. Understanding? Now to work with invalid pin, what I do? These steps will come up. Card should be inserted normally now. Pin should be invalid. You understanding, everyone? Machine entered, card inserted properly. Now here you are entering invalid pin. If you enter invalid pin, like this with one asterisk, this is the data. Machine verifies and displays error message, invalid pin entered. That's it. Your action stopped there. You can't move ahead. This is another test case. 3. You understanding? This way you have to come up with the test cases now. Okay, well, so your next requirement is you have to write the test cases for the login window. And if you see the screen, the login window has two fields. One is the username field, password field, and the login button is there. So to do a login, you have to interact with it. So when you are, first you have to understand the story. They have described about the fields on the story. Username length should be 30 characters. Password length should be 20 characters maximum, and this. See, this description will help you to prepare the test data. Understand? This description will help you to prepare the test data. So which technique will you will use for preparing the test data? Boundary value analysis. Because these are stating the boundaries. So minimum 1 character to max 30. Here minimum password 8 to 20. So this description is to prepare the test data. Now, as we analyze the ATM machine in this way, you have to make your document now. Now you make who is actor, what is action, what is the response. You write this one. Just do it. For the login, I'm talking about the login. For the login, find who are the actors. What is the response? That is output. And what action will you do to get the response? Take a Word file and you can write a Word file or Notepad, you write it. You have to write actor, action and response for the login. Login is the story. Login is the story. You have to find who are the actors on it, action and response. So here in the ATM machine also I have written only one possibility. I'll edit that. I'll edit it. But think what are the possible responses? Every possibility is a response. As a response, one is to log in successfully, other one is not able to log in. That is might be error message, not able to log in. So here also one possibility on the ATM machine is to get money, or second is getting the error message. Two possibilities. Done. Now you fill these two things. What is the precondition and what is the post action? Precondition and post actions, post conditions for your login. If you have to do a login, what is necessary? That is pre. Post is after login, what will happen? So if you want to do login, login page should be available. A login functionality should be available. This is only a reference we are taking here. You have to work on the login. Okay, once this is done, you have to come up with the possible scenarios. You write the scenarios. Write the scenarios. First scenario is what? Second scenario. Third, I don't know how many scenarios you may find it. So find the scenarios for this requirement, for this story. Scenario is nothing but in which condition you will use that functionality, under which situation. Three scenarios, scenario 2 and 3 are relating to the invalid only, right? Maybe one time it is password, one time is user. So you can put both of them as one scenario, like invalid data. One as valid data, other one as invalid data. So under invalid, you can write two test cases, one with valid password, or invalid password, other one is invalid username. One scenario is working with valid data, other scenario is invalid data. Got it? So for the login, you'll get two scenarios. One is with scenario with valid data, and next one with invalid data. So under invalid, see, each scenario can have multiple test cases or at least minimum one test case. So for valid data, valid username, valid password. So I get one test case here. Okay. So here the test case will be one. And here how many test cases you will get? One with invalid username. Second one, invalid password. Maybe third one you can write empty username. Fourth one, empty password. So maybe you may get here 4 test cases. Because we're not talking about card now here. We're talking here with login. Okay, so you understand here for the login, which you see here as a screenshot, I have found 2 scenarios. First scenario with valid data means valid username, valid password, everything. That is 1 test case I'll get. With invalid data means 4 test cases. 4 test cases in the sense, which are the 4? One is with invalid username. Second one, invalid password. I can try. Third one, blank or empty username. And fourth one, empty password. 4 test cases you will get under this scenario. See the steps you have to test case ID. What is your scenario? You're testing the valid scenario, right? Valid login, valid test data. Then in that, what you're entering? You're entering right username, right password. So you have to write here, verify with valid username and valid password. That is what your verification is. And then how you do that with valid data, the steps on this GUI, what will you do? The steps you have to write it. Okay, the steps. First step, any data you need, what is the result of that step? Then on that result, you'll do the next action. Then you get some output. On this output, you do the third action with some output. And finally, what is your precondition post action? You should log in to your account page or to your home page, right? Because that is your final result. To reach the home page, these are the following actions you have to do. Okay. So what it comes here, scenario? Test with valid data. Correct? Test with valid data. So verify, login with valid username and I just writing valid password. Okay. The steps are what? You should start from. So you are a user or, okay, I say user opens, okay, user opens the login or login functionality. What you can say? Yeah, URL, fine. URL. So what should, as soon as you opens the URL, what is the result? What he should see? He should see login functionality available there, right? So I can write here, login functionality or a feature should be available on the screen, right? It should be available. Once the login is available, what will I do? User enters, second point. User enters the valid username. So data is there, right, for it. Maybe John. John is the username. So what happens? If you type username in that field, the field should take your data, right? Username is visible in that username text box. Username is should be visible in the username text box. Then third point, what you will do? User enters valid password. Username, password should be visible in the password text box, right? And finally, user clicks on. You don't need to, okay, no problem. User clicks on login button. No data for it. And here you should enter a password. Suppose test is the password. Here, what you can say? User should log in or should be launched on home page or account page or his respective account page. This is your test case. Now here, John and test. Now remember, this is one test case. Okay, you have next scenario. Second scenario, 4 test cases you will get. Second scenario, 4 test cases you get. What is your second scenario? Invalid data. In that, one test case is what? Invalid username. So I say here, invalid username and valid password. It depends on the application also, As soon as you enter wrong username, you may get message also, error message. That may also happen. Okay. In case if it doesn't throws that error, what I can do? Enter invalid username, valid password. So the steps almost will be the same. Open URL open. Please enter invalid username. Username that whatever data you enter, 1, 2, 3, this is the wrong data. Should be there. You enter valid password. Password is there. When you click button, here you should get should display error message. What is that? Please enter valid username and try again. That way you can display it. Got it? This is one scenario. Where is that gone? Here. So same way, I can repeat this test case number 2. Correct? Now same scenario, I have one more. What? For invalid, now valid password, valid username and invalid password. See this invalid password. Test case number, same scenario. Scenario is not changed. Third test case, URL opened. Now here I am adding valid username and next is invalid password. And here I get error message displayed. Please try with spelling mistakes are there. You can just valid password and try again this way. Now this way you have to check with empty username, empty password. 2 more test cases will come. So one thing we forgot yet, which is not yet complete, implemented. What they're asking for. Using range partition, this much character. Am I following these characters rules here? Only John and test I have entered. I'm not following that business need. Now you have to prepare test data accordingly. You can prepare, okay, I'll prepare here only. You can make as valid table. Okay, valid table. Just you can give some table name. And invalid table. For valid table, I should log in. For invalid table data, I should not log in. Means the data under this, I'll use for my negative test cases. I mean this second scenario. And valid data, instead of writing John and test hard-coded, you can give table name. I can say refer table name, refer valid table. You can give some table name, I mean, this way. Whatever is in the table 1, use it. Got it? Here you can say refer invalid table. And how to make now valid table invalid? Valid data means username should be 30, maximum 30 characters. Minimum nothing, 1 to, you should understand, 1 to 30. Now in this Excel sheet, I'll make one column for username and one column for password. And here result, output. Now make the combination. Now there is no category. You can use capital, small case, special characters, everything is accepted. Now range. If I enter username of 1 character, A, and password, okay, I'll make all the possibilities of username. This is valid data, it should log in, okay? A if I type. Minimum is A, okay? Min minus 1. Min minus 1 is 0 character. Means if I leave empty, that's an error, correct? So that I'll take here. Username, here password, and the result. If I username, if I leave blank, okay, I type it blank so that you understand blank. That is one possibility. Then username with min plus 1 means 2 characters. If I type AB, what will happen? It should log in. Then maximum 30 characters. Now here 30 characters means A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. I'm just putting here dot. 30 cat. Just for our understanding, I'm writing 30 characters data. Okay. Then it should accept. 30 characters minus 1 means 29. So ABC characters up till 29. It should work. No? So I should write here only. It should work. If you enter 31 characters, suppose ABC, hope you're understanding this, what I'm typing. I'm using equivalence class partition. For 31 characters, it should fail, na? Results I added in this category. Now work on password. Minimum 8 characters, maximum 20. Minimum 8. If you enter 8 characters, test 1, 2, 3, 4. These are 8 characters. It will work, you know. If you enter lesser than 7 characters as password, test 1, 2, 3, it will fail. If you enter 9 characters, that is minimum plus 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it will work. So we have covered minimum range. Maximum is 20. Same way, if I enter here ABC up till to 20 characters, it will work. Then ABC 19. If I enter 19 characters, it will work. With any combination, it will work. Here, if I enter with 21 characters, it will fail. So I have added all the possibilities over here. Now with this username, with this password, username and password both are valid, it will log into that A account, right? And with this also, this is all valid. So everywhere it will log in. And now coming to this one, if I make this 2 combination, I'll get an error message. Error message. Maybe with username or password or both, you can take from this table. So in the output, whenever you're referring it, you get error message as per, you can edit it. As per the invalid table. Because in the invalid table, whatever combinations you make, you can write. Suppose only username is correct. One character, I can make like username correct, password is wrong. Then here you get error message. Error message. Please enter valid password. Please enter valid password and try again. That way you can make it. Because as per these messages, you'll get the result. So because you can't write now valid login with all these 4 or 5 combinations, it will be just repetition of the test case. We should not repeat the test case. Okay, one test case, when you say refer the table, so these steps will be followed for all these combinations and see if it is logging in or not. This is your test data preparation. Okay, this you have to follow. In our previous example of ATM, we don't need this because there is no description entered over there. So you can assume if required in some places. Second point, so this is all about writing the test cases and using your data preparation. Okay. Next, there is a concept of making RTM, requirement traceability matrix. RTM is a document which just helps you to keep a track of what you have done, what is completed, what is pending in the SRS document. Now let me show you a simple RTM to create on this requirement, on this login requirement. Now login requirement will have a requirement ID in the SRS. A story will have a requirement ID. First requirement, second requirement, right? So when I'm preparing a RTM, I do a RTM on the next sheet. RTM is requirement traceability matrix. So this RTM I'm creating for login. So columns, simple columns I'll maintain here. It's again a document. Requirement ID. Requirement ID is one column. Then test case ID. Test case ID is another column. This much you can keep. Just basic tracking is this. Requirement, test case. If you have any bugs, you can keep bug. We did not do a complete testing to track the bug, so I'm not keeping the bug details over here. Assume that for the login, in the SRS document, the serial number was 3.5. This was the requirement ID for the login. For this, as you are working on login, you got how many test cases? Maybe 3, 4, 5 test cases you got. So I should maintain this test case numbers to this requirement. I have written one test case, second, third, fourth. In this way, you have to write the requirements for test cases. Now assume that you have an ATM machine, one more feature of in your project. After logging in, something ATM is there. that requirement was 5.5. So you are covering 5.5, you're working on 5.5 and you have certain requirements for it. You have written the test cases, right? Test case number, 5th test case. This is about the requirement ATM. Okay. So ATM has some couple of test cases you have already written. I'm just adding them. 5, 6, 7. So this project, you have written some here on top 4 plus 3, 7 test cases you have written total. For 2 requirements only you cover. But in your SRS document, you have plenty requirements. They are not completed. So if someone looking into this requirement traceability matrix, they understand what you have completed and what not. This is for easy mapping. Okay, so for requirement 3.5, now what is 3.5 requirement? You can easily check in your SRS document. That's about login. For the login, I have written 4 test cases. So what are these 4 test cases? You can go straight forward to your test case document and see what are each test case about. What is the scenario, the steps, everything details are here. But mapping is done easily over here. Got it? Then you completed on 5.5 requirement, and it means 4-point requirement is missing from this list. That means 4.5 is not completed by me. 4.5 might be some other story which is not completed. So easily from this document you can track what is completed from your SRS and what is left out. This is a mapping document. RTM is created, blank RTM like this, and as you keep working, you keep updating the RTM. Okay, so if I write some more test cases, I immediately update my RTM. Okay, when I do the testing, I find some bugs and everything. I prepare a bug report and I can even track defect ID also over here. Defect ID. Whatever would be the defect number, suppose I find a defect in the 3rd test case. Okay, assume the defect number is 1 or DF1, just assume. So when someone looking into this sheet, defect is found where? In 3rd test case. 3rd test case is towards requirement 3.5. So they understand easily that some defects are still there in the requirement 3.5, that is your login. So login functionality is not stable. But ATM, no defects at all. That means ATM requirement is stable, story is stable, properly tested. This way also you can track. Okay, that is the main use of the RTM. Requirement traceability matrix, where you can map your test cases with your stories and the defects. Backtracing is very easy over here. Backtracing means from this defect which you find, you can see in which test case, the test case belongs to which requirement, easily back movement. So by that way, you keep on updating what is created, what is new changes. See, if new requirement is added, you immediately keep a track of that new requirement and the test cases. Even you keep the dates also, when the requirement was added, when the requirement was changed. Okay, everything you can, who is the owner, what is the date, everything you can keep as different columns. But what I have showed you is a very basic RTM, but as you see the format, they keeps changing. So requirement scenario with the test cases. You see the content in the RTM, project ID, who prepared the project, total requirements, how many new requirements are there, what is the project name, date of project creation, total scenarios are found, how many, modified are who is the owner, date, everything. You have still more. Requirement ID, requirement description. Here in this case, I just added requirement ID. But 3.5 is about what? I can put one more column, requirement description, and say it is about login. Okay. What is the priority of it? When it has to complete? So according to you, if login has to be done first, this is the priority 1. This its turn is 1. 5.5 turns is second. Okay. So priority number also can be included. What is the type of requirement? Module name, submodule name if it has, remarks for it. So this way you can see different columns can be added. This is only to keep a clarity on what you're working, how much it is completed or incompleted, failed, bugs are there, date, who is the owner, who found it, who wrote the test cases, everything. It's like a tracking document, we can say.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Selenium certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository and Maven and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
Coming to the first question on this top software testing interview questions and answers set, it states compare software testing and debugging. Well, there's 3 really important points that we have to discuss whenever we're talking about debugging and software testing. The first is the process of its working, because in software testing you will know all the conditions that are present, you will know what the expected input is, expected output is, and what is the outcome that needs to be achieved. And you're going to be checking either softwares or applications or whatever it is to see if it fails to have the expected outcome or not. So you already know what is going to happen. But in the process of debugging, the conditions are unknown and the outcome is not known to you, right? So it might either work, it might fail, it might give you an entirely different output that you're expecting. So that kind of an unpredictability is the main difference between software testing and debugging. And then when we're talking about prerequisites, right? So for software testing, you will not require, a large amount of designing the entire software itself or designing the application itself, because there are certain standard, methodologies that you can use for software testing. But for debugging, that's a little different, because here you will require full design knowledge on you have to be the person who has written the software to know where the bug is and how you can work on removing it. And the third point is the goal. The goal of software testing is to talk about how you can find errors and bugs and see how test cases fail. A good software tester will have the capability and will be happy to find software testing cases that actually fail to have the expected outcome. So this is probably the only field where failing is good. And another thing about debugging is that in debugging here we try to find the root cause that causes the error, and of course the bug, and we tend to fix it as well. So this is the difference that lies in between software testing and debugging. Coming to the second question, states explain monkey testing. Monkey testing is a very, very popular technique that we use in software testing, where we're trying to have the application, see all the random inputs we have at hand. So when you start ingesting inputs randomly, and since there'll be no pre-ordered rule or pre-ordered methodology through which the data comes into the machine, you can have a quick idea and a complete scope on how the application behaves when it sees random inputs rather than a structured one. So as the name suggests, monkey testing is all about you monkeying around with the input to make sure the application or the software works well, and it's an extremely popular way of testing software today too. Coming to question number 3, it says, what is the difference that exists between baseline and benchmark testing? See, one thing about baseline testing that you have to talk about is that here we run a set of tests to understand what the performance of the machine is like. Performance of the software is like. How is it dependent on the working of that native operating system, the machine, or whatever it is. So you're trying to understand how your software behaves in general.
But what are we comparing this against, right? So we're comparing it against the industry standards that exist that say, hey, this is what is the standard that is set, and is your software up to that mark or not? And baseline testing also talks about how you can improve the performance of application of the software with all the information that gets collected too. In benchmark testing, what happens is that we're trying to improve the application performance by trying to match it with the benchmarks, as we told, right? So with benchmark testing, you have to compare it with something. Baseline testing is going to give you the performance of it. Benchmark testing is going to give you the performance of it, of course, but then you will have certain standards to see if you have met that or not. And another thing about benchmark testing is that to improve the performance, once you improve the performance, basically it will go towards the benchmark or even break the benchmark too. So this is the basic difference that lies in between baseline testing and benchmark testing. Now, coming to the fourth question, it states explain bug lifecycle. So what happens once a tester finds a bug? See, the first step itself is a tester finding a bug, and the bug gets a status either called as new or open. It means that it has not been assigned or it's not been fixed yet. Then we have the project development managers who will try to analyze the bug. They will assess it and they will check if it's actually a valid bug or not. And of course, if it's an invalid bug or something that can be fixed right then and there, they'll fix it there. And of course, the bug gets rejected and its status will now be rejected. But what if it's a valid bug? Now, if it's a valid bug, they try to see if there was something, in the past that they've had a similar occurrence with what's at hand now. If yes, I'm going to call that a duplicate bug. But if not, it's still going to remain as open. It's going to still remain as new, where, it's going to get fixed by the testing team and the development team, of course. Once it gets fixed, it gets a new status called as fixed. The tester will retest the code, and once if it passes the code, the defect is not there anymore, and that they've performed a couple of tests to ensure that it's not there, it's going to get the status as closed. But then if it keeps failing again, it's going to open again, and this gets assigned to a developer, and the loop goes on and on until it gets closed. This is how a bug lifecycle works in today's world of software development. Coming to question number 5, it says, how can we perform spike testing in JMeter? Well, JMeter again is another very popular thing whenever we talk about software testing, and I'm sure if you're this video, you might know what JMeter is, right? So it comes with a timer that has the capability to handle multiple threads at once. So what JMeter does is that it has the ability to get the required number of threads, release them at once. It causes spike, hence the name spike testing. Once you start assigning multiple threads, once you start handling them, and once you start pushing down, shoving this down across a bottleneck of tests, it will show if there is a failure that exists or not. In that particular case, spike testing involves spiking the application or spiking the software with a lot of threads to see if it either fails execution or not. That is one of the most important things that you have to know about spike testing. Coming to question number 6, it says, what is Silk Test? Well, Silk Test is actually a tool that was developed, to help all the testers perform functionality testing and of course regression testing as well. Now, whenever you have an application at hand, performing regression and functionality testing is extremely important, as you know it. Silk Test is actually a tool whenever we work on applications, either, mostly it'll be based on Java or it'll be based on Windows, but of course it can be used for client server architecture or web-based applications too. What it does for us, what's the main thing that Silk Test helps us to do is that it helps preparing a complete test plan. It manages these test plans for us, and of course it provides direct access to the databases that are present, where we can validate the data, where we can change the data, where we can work with it, and of course carry on all the things that's required to perform testing in a structured way. Coming to question number 7, it states, define requirements traceability matrix. Well, there's another way this question can be asked. The interviewer can ask saying define RTM. RTM actually stands for requirement traceability matrix, so it's the same. So what this matrix is that it's actually a bidirectional matrix which has the complete capability to capture the details of what the requirements are and of course the traceability of the same too. So this matrix actually gets created at the initial steps of a project, and we use this to track the requirement and to see what are the deliverables at hand, what are the business requirements, and how we can go from having the requirements to bridge the gap with the deliverables and provide the same. So as the name suggests, it's how you keep in touch with requirements and make sure that your deliverables match with the requirements. So this is a matrix which will give you a very structured way of doing that. Now, coming to question number 8, it states, what is elementary process? Well, many software applications that we have today will consist of many elementary processes. And when you're talking about elementary process, you have to always talk about the types of elementary processes out there, because this will either definitely be a follow-up question, or the interviewer himself or herself will be expecting you to know what static elementary processes and of course what dynamic elementary processes as well. When we talk about dynamic elementary process, right, this is one of those processes where we have a structured way of how we can move data from one location to another. If you're wondering if it's going to be data inside the application or the software itself, no. It can either be inside, it can be within the application, or you can ingest the data from outside as well. So inbound data and outbound data, if it keeps moving around and if you have the channel for that, that's dynamic elementary process. But then when we talk about static elementary process, it's all about maintaining the data that's present in the application itself, and of course working with it and seeing how the data behaves with the application too. That's static elementary process. Coming to the ninth question, it says highlight the role of QA in project development. Quality assessment, that's what QA stands for, is one of the most important things in my opinion, at least when it comes to project development, because with quality assessment, what we're trying to do is we're reducing all the defects and the errors we might come up with. If there are any bugs that you think that might occur with version changes or in the future, you can attack that and fix it even before it occurs as well. And of course, you can maintain the highest quality as per the specifications, and whenever you deliver the product, it's going to be completely error free and it should be thoroughly tested too. And of course, quality assessment helps with that. And then when we're talking about how you can test projects and hunt for failures, right, this is where it will show you, the girth of the application in a way, the strength of it on its failure as well. So we call it fault tolerance. Fault tolerance is basically how hard can you push the application towards its failure. That's what fault tolerance is. And with QA, you can actually find a lot of methodologies to do that too. So understand this, QA is the most important thing, most important role. It holds equal parameters to software development itself whenever we're talking about a product or a project at hand too. Now, coming to the 10th question, it states, what are the tools of performance testing? Again, this is a question where you can easily get carried away by multiple tools out there, right? So you see 4 on your screen right now, but understand this, that there are multiple tools out there. These 4 are extremely popular ones, so I thought it's worth a mention. We have Load Runner, we have QA Load, Web Load, and of course Silk Performer too. So from HP, we have Load Runner. This is one of the testing tools that has a lot of environments for you, a lot of platforms, a lot of databases. So if you have any web applications that need thorough testing, Load Runner is the way you should consider. And then from CompuWare, we have a QA Load. QA Load again is a very popular tool that will give you a plethora of databases to work with, CAR-based systems, and of course for your web-based testing too. And then from RadView, we have a WebLoad. WebLoad is again used to compare all the running tests and measure it directly against the running metrics. And then we have the Rational Performance Tester from IBM. It is used to find out the presence of bottlenecks and of course find ways to remove them too. And then the last one we have from Borland is of course Silk Performer. Silk Performer is a very popular tool that will let you analyze, predict, and of course check the behavior of an e-business environment in total too. So these are some of the 4-5 tools that are extremely popular today. Of course, if you know any other tools too, you can definitely mention them, and don't just state them. You're 4 on the screen, and it always adds a little impressiveness if you can actually talk about it rather than just blatantly mentioning it. I would really suggest you guys to talk about it in 1 or 2 lines at the max. Coming to question number 11, it says explain the concepts of test fusion report and QTP. Test fusion reports is one of the most important things we have, because here we're trying to display all the different aspects of how a test ran as soon as the tester finishes the test. This is a report that will hold a lot of value for testers, because here we are displaying everything about where the application failed, where it passed, what was the data that we used. You will have complete detailed analysis of every single checkpoint to check if the application passed there or failed there. And of course, you can have screenshots, you can have a lot of details, you can have videos to show the discrepancy too. So it's a compilation, it's a very important document that will showcase basically the entire testing process. So you'll have the overview, you'll get the details of where it failed, it'll show all the inconsistencies and a lot more too. So if we're talking about QTP, if you have one document that is extremely important in testing, that's going to be the test fusion report. And then coming to the 12th question, it states what are the different levels of software testing? There are 4 very important levels of software testing that you should know about. They are acceptance testing, integration testing, system testing, and of course unit testing. And guys, if you are at this video preparing for a software testing interview, I am sure you should know what these are. Well, if you do not know these 4 levels in software testing, I would highly suggest you head to one of our Intellipaat blogs to check them out and understand them in detail. This is a basic question, of course. This is a question that's going to get asked a lot, and if the interviewer expects a lot of information more than what we can provide in 1 or 2 questions, you definitely need to have the knowledge to attack that too. So I would definitely suggest taking that approach. And then coming to the 13th question, it states, when would testing fit right into the development lifecycle? Well, this is actually a very, very tricky question. So make sure you think about it for a second to answer. You might very well say when the entire application is built, we're going to test it and be done with it. Well, you can do that, but that is not preferred by anyone today because, whenever you're building an application or whenever you're executing itself, testing is preferred now. As soon as you finish a build, test it, make sure it performs well, and then take it again. This is how the trend is right now with the world. Testing is done alongside the building process and the execution process because this, at the end of the day, is going to save a lot of money. It's going to save a lot of time, and that is the most important assets for any organization, right? But this is not the only way of where testing would fit in an organization. It actually depends on the scenario at hand. It depends on the client. It depends on the requirement, time frame, budget. There's a lot of places where you can either fit a good amount of testing in, or you can remove it, and of course fill for it in some other time as well. But understand that after you mention that testing can be done along with build, also end your answer with saying it depends on the complete scenario, as I just mentioned. Coming to question number 14, it states, what is random testing? Well, random testing is a question that's not very random in the interviews because this is going to get asked, and this is a very, very popular question. And as the name itself suggests, random testing is one of these testing methodologies where the data that we ingest is completely done in a random way, either by manually going to do it, or of course we're going to have a tool that's going to automate and start pushing in random data in our ingestion process as well. So what are the test results we can get from a random testing? These test results will tell you the performance of the application and on how it performs whenever it sees these random inputs, and of course random data too. So the results are assessed completely based on the requirements to see if the deliverable or the product that's being tested matches all the requirements, even though it sees random data in a completely random manner, whether it fails or not, or how much can you push the application to the randomness until it fails. So this is a very important thing you should know about random testing. Coming to question number 15, it states, what is TestNG? TestNG is something you should know at this point in time if you are watching this particular video, because it is one of the world's most popular testing frameworks that we have today. It's used equally by developers and testers both because it provides top-notch exception handling tools that we have today. And exceptional handling is the middle name of software testing, right? And of course that and a lot of other tools, techniques, mechanisms and methodologies where you can have the program running and not stop it and terminate it intermittently, and perform all your test changes, and of course rerun it too. If you're talking about small programs, of course you can have it to stop and restart it and work with it, but if you have to build big applications, it's going to take a lot of time, right? In that particular case, this is a popular testing framework that does a lot. So it's an explosive package, and as I told you, you really should know about TestNG if you're at this particular video. Coming to question number 16, it says, what is defect cascading? Defect cascading means, as the name suggests, is something which is very simple, which will lead to a catastrophe if not handled. Defect cascading is when one defect leads to another defect. So the first defect will already exist, and you might or might not catch it as a tester. And if that isn't handled and fixed, it might lead down and tumble across and cause multiple other defects too. It's not like one defect is going to cause one more defect. So at the end of the day, your entire product might not work at all because one defect was not handled, and it might mess up a lot of things in the database, in the application itself too. So it is very, very important to remove the defects to make sure we do not allow this kind of a cascading thing to happen where it will have a really bad result too. So to make sure that we don't come to this, extensive testing is required. Now coming to question number 17, that says, mention some of the popular tools used for automation testing. Well, automation testing is another very important thing when we talk about software testing, and there are many tools out there. We have Selenium, of course. We have Rational Robot. We have HP Unified Functional Testing, or it's also called as UFT for short, and we have the Rational Functional Tester from IBM too. Of course, these are not the only tools that exist. Many companies will have their own custom solutions for testing out there. But then when you're thinking about the open source applications, or whenever you're thinking about something which even costs money, right, it's going to have a popularity for some reason because it's going to be doing a very good job at automation testing. And of course, if you know many other tools as well, you can definitely mention them.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which testing approach aims to identify defects early in the development process? And your options are alpha testing, beta testing, ad hoc testing, or shift left testing. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
So coming to question number 18, it can be a follow-up since you said Selenium in the previous question. So the question states, what are the important components of Selenium? Of course, you really don't have to explain all of the single components in case if this was a follow-up question, but you have to know that there's 4 main components in Selenium. That's the Selenium grid. We have the WebDriver, which is the most important thing. We have Selenium remote control, and of course the Selenium IDE, or the integrated development environment itself. So these 4 form to be the foundational, or I say the most important components of Selenium. So when you ask this question, make sure to mention that. And then coming to question number 19, it states, can you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 depending on your level of proficiency in software testing? Well, again, this is another very tricky question because, you can be optimistic to a point where, you will know how much you know software testing, right? So simply don't go out to say 9 or 10. In that particular case, if you think that, you are a 6 or a 7, make sure to say 6 or 7. There's really no harm in that. If you genuinely believe that you are a 6 or a 7 and you go on to say 10, you are going to get asked extremely difficult questions, or probably questions in depth that you might not have the capability or the skills to answer, and in that particular case it will not help your candidature but it will hurt it, right? So the interviewer is trying to see how much of an understanding you have on the subject, how confident you are, and how spontaneous can you be when you ask this question too. So answer it as honestly as possible, and of course when you ask any of these questions, in fact from this question till the last question that we're going to discuss, be as honest as possible. And of course, we have the 20th question that states, why are you applying for the software testing role in our company? Now, I cannot give you one answer that's going to fit for everyone who's watching this video, right? Because this depends on your interest. Some of you might have extreme interest towards software testing. We might have a couple of audience who are looking towards software testing because it's very trending. They like to do it. They have an inclination to do it, or because it pays really good money to have complete proficiency on software testing too. So based on what your answer is, make sure you keep it in a convincing way, and make sure you talk about why software testing is important for that particular company, how you will add value to the team, the knowledge that you bring along with you to that particular domain too. Now software testing is going to be needed in all the domains, even in the field of medicine, web applications, website development, wherever it is, software testing is needed, right? So what will help you a lot when answering this question is when you know what domain you're applying for, what company you're applying for, the job description, what the company does in detail, and a lot of other things too. So make sure to take that kind of an approach to talk about why software testing is important, and why do you think you are inclined towards software testing for your career too. Coming to the 21st question, it says, has your prior education helped you with software testing in any way? Of course, if you're a fresher or you can be an experienced professional too, this question will get asked. In that particular case, if you're a fresher, do talk about if you ever had a subject, where you learned something about software testing in college or not. If you're a fresher and if you haven't had any sort of experience with software testing, of course you can say no. But another very good way to talk about is in case if you actually did some testing yourself, even though it might not be in the name of software testing, but you had to test something out, check exceptions, check bugs, or whatever it is in any application that you might have built or something during the course of college, make sure to talk about that. And of course, if you are an experienced professional, there's a good chance you can start your answer saying you're an experienced professional. But again, if you have any certification programs, you can talk about that too, and how you would rather use all this knowledge, be it in college or a certification program, and how you will put it into effect for that particular company. And then coming to the 22nd question, it states, what is your plan after joining for this software testing role? Now, again, this is a question where you can get carried away, but I definitely suggest you have to keep the answer concise to this one. Do explain in a structured way on how you can work with the development team, sit alongside them, work with how you can, put aside assets, work on methodologies, techniques, how you can have the communication that's extremely required between the development team and the testing team, and of course, other necessities as well, to build a structured way on how you will fit into the organization, how you will use the latest trends that are present today, and of course how you'll implement them too. And at the end of it, after you've done all this, it will always add a lot of value to say that you're going to verify if everything works or not, because verification, that last bit of correction and polishing, sometimes actually takes a software by making it or breaking it too. So that's a very important thing that I would definitely suggest that you should mention. Coming to question number 23, it says, do you have any previous experience in the testing industry? Well, with this particular question, if you do have any experience, make sure to talk about that. And of course, if you do not have any experiences in that particular industry itself, well, you can just probably say no. And of course, talk about how you think your inclination is to that particular industry, right? As I just mentioned, software testing is one of these fields where you can be working on a completely different product from one company to the other. So to what industry you're moving to, understand the importance of that, understand what's expected of you as a software tester, and of course, if you have had any experiences, do talk about that. Coming to question number 24, it says, do you possess any other skill that can add value to the software testing role? Well, of course, all the primary skills is something that you definitely have to mention when answering this question, right? You'll require Java knowledge, testing knowledge in HTML, SQL, Jira, CSS, PMP, that's project management, Selenium, and a lot of other things too. But what are the other skills that you will require? You'll require good team communication. You will require to have a good communication skills in general, because sometimes you might have to present certain things. Sometimes you have to document all of these in general, and you need to have a knack to find things that are, where things might fail, right? To understand where things might fail, to catch that bug. It definitely is a skill, and I would like to call it a knack and an inclination too. So for that, in that particular case, I definitely think that, answering this way is going to help add a lot of value to your candidature, and of course convince the recruiter of your proficiency in the subject too. Now, coming to the last question, it says, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process? Well, at this point in time, if you're at this video or the 25th question, you really would know the value of a certification program, right? So you will get a lot of knowledge, a lot of exposure. You'll get knowledge, you'll be taught by industry level experts. You will have industry level projects, industry grade projects, and case studies that you'll be working on. You will get a lot of videos. You'll be tutored in a way where you can go from a beginner all the way to becoming a complete expert or having complete proficiency in the subject itself. Now, that is all good. That's for you. Now, what is it going to say to the interviewer there, right? It's going to show the interviewer that you've put in the time, you've put in the money, and of course, you've put in the skills that are required to build your career towards this. You might be coming from a very different background towards software testing. You might be coming from a commerce background, a finance background. You might be a digital marketing expert who's put in a couple of months to learn software testing. So it's going to show that you have an interest to build your career in this particular domain, and of course, is going to show that you've put in the right amount of time. It means that you have an aspiration and you have an inclination towards this career too. And it's not only that, right? If you've picked up a certification program and you've completed it and mastered everything in that particular program, it means that you are an effective learner. You have the complete capability to learn something, work on it, build a project using that, solve solutions and solve problems and all of that too, right? So what adds the most value when you're answering this question is to talk about how you have used a certification program. Of course, you can start your answer by saying, you can briefly list all the certification programs from where you got certified and all of that. But instead of talking about what all you learned in the certification program, start with talking about what projects you attacked, what problems you solved, and how you made use of it practically. Because an interviewer or a recruiter is definitely interested in what impact came out or what outcome came out of you becoming an expert through a certification program. So I would definitely suggest taking that approach to answer this particular question.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Selenium certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository, and Maven, and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.